Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Weatherwax, and I'm the Senior Curator of Graphic Arts at the Library Company of Philadelphia. I would like to welcome all of you who are joining us today at the symposium, Collecting, Curating, and Consuming American Popular Graphics, Yesterday and Today, an event made possible by generous funding from the Walter J. Miller Trust. This symposium is the final program accompanying the Library Company's current exhibition, Imperfect History, Curating the Graphics Collection at the Benjamin Franklin's Public Library. Major funding for the Imperfect History project came from the Henry Luce Foundation, with additional support from the Center for American Art, Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Terra Foundation for American Art, and J. Robert Stiefel. And we thank all of them for their generosity. The last 2 years have certainly taught all of us the upside of hosting virtual programming. We are delighted to have such a large group of people joining us from places near and far. Our registration at the end of the week stood at about 150 people. We would not have had a space large enough at the Library Company to accommodate that number of people. On the other hand, we are really sorry to have missed out on the opportunity to have you visit our building, to mingle with you in person, and to have you spend time in our gallery viewing the Imperfect History exhibition. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the Library Company of Philadelphia, we are an independent research library concentrating on American society and culture from the 17th through the early 20th centuries. Free and open to the public, the library houses an extensive non-circulating collection of 1 million rare books, manuscripts, broadsides, ephemera, and approximately 100,000 prints, photographs, and works of art. We serve a diverse constituency in the Philadelphia area, as well as nationally and internationally, with our reader services, fellowship program, online catalogs, and regular exhibitions and public programs. For today's program, we have assembled a really great lineup of presenters, and I am anticipating a rich and thought-provoking symposium. Today's events are being recorded, and all of you who registered will be sent a link to that recording. A full recording will also be available on YouTube. Before turning the program over to our keynote speaker, Makeda Best, and to our panelists, however, we wanted to provide you with an overview of the Imperfect History exhibition, since that show examines, within the context of the Library Company's institutional history, many of the same themes that will be explored by our presenters. We also wanted to step back even more to give you a brief history of the Graphic Arts Department, since the entire Imperfect History project is a commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of a separate graphics department within the library. So without further ado, I'm going to launch into a quick overview of graphics collecting at the Library Company. The beginnings of the Library Company date back to 1731 and was an outgrowth of the meetings of Benjamin Franklin and about 50 friends who formed a learning community they called the Junto. Junto members pooled their resources to purchase primarily books for all the Junto members to share, but graphics also entered the collection in these early years through both purchases and gifts. Since the focus of the Library Company was on the book collection, it's not surprising, however, that books were more systematically included in our institutional records and published catalogs. It takes a close reading of our institutional archives to tease out what graphics we owned. We found the reference to John Mitchell's enormous 4-foot by 5-foot 1755 map, not in our 1757 catalog of books, but rather it was included in a narrative called A Short Account of the Library, containing a list of non-books owned by the Library Company. Other items listed included a 12-foot long snakeskin, a camera obscura, and a mirror. For those of you looking closely at the slide, you will notice that the copy of the Mitchell map shown here is from the Library of Congress. The Library Company still has its copy of the map, but our copy has not yet been digitized. Next slide. The library company purchased much of the contents of Pierre Eugene du Cimitier's Philadelphia Museum upon his death in 1785. Contemporary library company records describe the material as books, manuscripts, and publications, but a good number of graphics entered the collection at that time, including this political cartoon related to the Stamp Act. Political cartoons would become one of the strengths of the graphics collection throughout our centuries of collecting. Next slide. Two collections that came into the library company in the 19th century became the core of our graphics holdings. Charles Poulsen, son of a former library company librarian, compiled a series of scrapbooks filled with newspaper clippings, drawings, prints, manuscripts, and photographs, and left them as a bequest to the library in 1866. The 2 pages from Poulsen's scrapbook shown here include some of the earliest paper photographic views of Philadelphia. Next slide. 20 years later, in 1886, Philadelphia antiquarian John A. McAllister presented over 50,000 pieces of ephemera to the library company, including many graphic items. The small selection seen here are all featured in the Imperfect History exhibition. Next slide. In the early 1950s, the library company reinvented itself as a research library. We moved to our current location on Locust Street in Center City, Philadelphia in the spring of 1966. And the new building included a dedicated space specifically for graphics on the 2nd floor. Today, we continue to maintain a reading room and storage space on the building's 2nd floor. In 1971, a separate graphics department was established, and the first curator of that collection was hired. Over the next 50 years, 4 people have led the department, and their interests and knowledge have influenced what we collected and the department's activities. Next, please. Beginning in the mid-1970s and into the early 1990s, under the leadership of 2 successive curators with a particular interest in photography, inventorying, cataloging, and exhibiting the photography collection became a priority, leading to some very popular exhibitions and publications as the richness of that portion of the collection revealed itself. Next slide. As we entered the 1990s and early 2000s, the digital revolution arrived at the library company. Here you see Erica Piola creating online catalog records for graphic materials. Erica has barely changed over the last 2 decades, but I'm happy to say that our computers have all gotten much smaller. Next slide. In the 21st century, projects in the graphic arts department have been well balanced between different types of materials in the collection. Philadelphia on Stone built on the library's strong collection of Philadelphia lithographs and culminated in a book, an exhibition, and an online database. Catching a Shadow pulled together daguerreotypes in our collection, as well as other institutional holdings, for an exhibition exploring early Philadelphia photography. And the Remnants of Everyday Life exhibition featured our growing ephemera holdings. Next slide. Today, the graphic arts department consists of approximately 100,000 items, including maps, cased photographs, drawings and watercolors, architectural plans, lithographs, engravings, photographs, and ephemera. Our collecting focus is on Philadelphia views and the work of Philadelphia photographers, printers, and artists, but we also collect more broadly in areas including African American history, visual culture, and women's history. We continue to add to the collection through gifts and purchases, and the staff assists researchers using graphic items, as well as pursuing our own research interests through presentations and publications. I'm now going to turn over the program to my colleague, Erica Piola.
Thank you, Sarah. I am Erica Piola, Curator of Graphic Arts, as well as co-curator of Imperfect History and the Director of the Visual Culture Program. I too want to warmly welcome you to today's symposium, Collecting, Curating, and Consuming American Popular Graphic Arts Yesterday and Today. It is a fitting programmatic end to the commemoration of the Graphic Arts Department's 50th anniversary. It is also a program very much tied to the mission of the Visual Culture Program. With my VCP director's hat on for the moment, I wanted to quickly introduce the program, which not only aligns with many of the themes of the symposium, but also the Imperfect History exhibition. Today's program is inspired by the exhibition, as Sarah has noted, and I will talk about that in just a moment. With a mission to promote visual literacy, the Visual Culture Program supports the creative use of historical images as primary sources for studying the past, the history of our social construction of the visual, and the mass visual culture of the nation before 1950. Through exhibitions, research fellowships, publications, acquisitions, digital projects, and public programs, the Visual Culture Program fosters research, collection, and interpretation of historic visual material. Visual culture and visual literacy is inherent to the conception of imperfect history. Imperfect history makes visible the often unseen people, places, meanings, and aesthetics, the hidden lives of the pictorial records representing the library company's distinct and multifaceted history. The exhibition showcases the complexity of these materials and their stories, and how they are fundamental to acquiring the visual literacy skills necessary to understand our nation's complicated history. This complexity also includes materials that may be considered harmful or offensive because of their racist, homophobic, sexist, ableist, or otherwise derogatory and insensitive content. The library company, the curators of Imperfect History, and the panelists take the responsibility of showing the materials today seriously and recognize we may make missteps with their display and strive for continual reflection and improvement in their exhibition and contextualization. As noted, Imperfect History strives to conscientiously reflect on the visually complex materials in the library's holdings and is divided into 6 sections: Inception, Collection, Reception, reading the graphic arts collection. As time goes by, snapshots of the evolution of the graphic arts collection, 1731 to 2021, what curators love to hate and hate to love, Imperfection section, Curatorial Space and Place, and Made You Look, 3 curators' perspectives on the graphic arts. The exhibition also includes timelines of events related to the history of graphics collecting at the library, as well as highlight moments for the graphic arts department, originally the print department. If you have not, possibly a few of you will be able to see the exhibition in person before it closes in 2 weeks. It is also available as an online exhibition at the link shown in the slide and previously in the chat. But for today, as a substitute, I will provide brief overviews of each section. And not surprisingly, I will start with section 1, Inception, Collection, Reception, reading the graphic arts collection. From soon after the establishment of the library company in 1731, the institution acquired graphic artworks from library members and patrons to foster a literate society with books and visual materials. And as noted by scholars of reading, before you can learn to read, you need to learn to look. Reading a graphic artwork does not only involve looking at its visual content. One must also consider its inception, collection, and reception. When the visual material is historical, the period in which it was created and acquired, and the periods of time of when it was viewed in the past and present is part of that interpretive process. Visual literacy is essential to be an engaged citizen. It's a safeguard to understand what we see today and a tool to understand what was seen by those previously. Through a selection of graphic materials received by the library company over its first 2 centuries as a public library, Inception, Collection, Reception invites you to look closely and think about how you see, value, and understand your visual world and how the generations before you saw, valued, and understood it. Within this section are an empty frame to symbolize our lost first graphic item received by the library from Thomas Penn in 1733, and trade card advertisements given in 1883 by our first recorded female donor, Jewish philanthropist Emily Phillips. a collection that was received about the period when the library had 2 women recorded on staff, library assistant Elizabeth McClellan, who was white, and custodial worker Margaret Gibbs, who was Black. The section also includes this album compiled by Black Philadelphian Richard D. Venning, a government worker descended from the relationship of South Carolina merchant Richard Cogdell and Sarah Sanders, an enslaved girl in his household. It was given in 2012 by women descendants of the family. All of these materials are displayed with questions for their viewers to think about why our first graphic artwork to the collections is unlocated, how the advertisements visualize Philip's life and the lives of those who worked at LCP when they were acquired, and how the Venning album compared to a scrapbook of photographs of Philadelphia received in the 19th century represents how the content of our graphic arts collection has evolved over the centuries, or not really, and why or why not. Section 2, as time goes by, snapshots of the evolution of the graphic arts collection 1731 to 2021 complements Section 1 and tries as best as possible to cram nearly 300 years of collection building into 1 1/4 walls and 4 cases to show how the stewardship and content of the graphic arts collection at the Library Company has evolved with the institution over its history. Founded as a subscription library in the 18th century, the Library Company was the largest public library in America during the 19th century. By the mid-20th century, the institution transformed into a research library. Through the 21st century, exhibitions, subject-based academic programs, such as the Visual Culture Program, and the digital world have further influenced the growth and management of the library and its collections. Over this time, tens of thousands of vision materials have been given, purchased, and found in the holdings. In response, a graphic arts department was established in 1971. In 50 years, 4 curators have headed the department in which they and their staffs have overseen prints, photographs, original works of art, and ephemera that were acquired before and by them. These works of popular art, conceived, circulated, consumed, collected, arranged, and described over nearly 3 centuries, are windows on the visual culture of multiple different eras. In this section, visual materials acquired before and after the establishment of the department provide snapshots of the scope and unconscious and conscious biases affecting the continual evolution and historical meanings of the graphic arts collection. This narrative is explored through subsections like Keep It, Kept It, Put It in a Scrapbook, The More Things Change, The More They Stay the Same, and Women in the Graphic Arts Collection, which includes an album of cyanotype photographs by amateur photographer Maria Dickinson Logan. Logan, a descendant of James Logan, secretary to William Penn, created the album on display as a tool to document and advocate for the preservation of her ancestral Germantown homes, Loudon and Stenton. Given to us in the 1980s, it was one of the first documented collected works of art that was by a female creator. The photos created by Logan, a white woman from a privileged background, were done in a user-friendly process that was also used to create a group portrait photograph of other members of the Venning family, relatives of the previously mentioned Richard D. Venning, including likely his niece, school principal, and first African-American graduate of the Philadelphia Girls High School and Normal School, Miranda C. Venning. The latter, given in 1991, is on display in the subsection The More Things Change, The More They Stay the Same, and juxtaposed with racist caricatures of Black Philadelphians in our collection, some in our holdings since at least the 1890s, to further elucidate how our collections visually speak with each other in harmony and dissonance to understand the history of the library and its graphic materials in informing and preserving the nation's visual culture. The third section of the exhibition is What Curators Love to Hate and Hate to Love. One of the duties of a curator is to make decisions about what materials should become part of their collection. A curator shapes the future contents of the collection they steward by creating documents that outline a cohesive focus for acquisitions. But a curator is also responsible for all of the items acquired by their predecessors, regardless of whether they fit into the current collecting scope. Personal interest of the curator, institutional priorities, current and anticipated trends in scholarship, and financial considerations also all play a role in deciding what is acquired. Curators do have favorite items and those that they have learned to merely tolerate. This section showing past and current curators' conscious and unconscious biases in the collection that they inherit, steward, and build includes materials in which there can be a fine line between love and hate. That is the case with this stereograph, which is similar to one I worked with early in my curatorial career at the library. I was struck by an iconographic image, the new woman. I was also struck by the sexism of a female stereotype, thus the love to hate. Dozens of variations of the new woman in a scene of prescribed gender reversal were issued between the 1870s and early 1900s, and including at least a near half dozen versions of sew on your own buttons. Despite intentions to reinforce traditional gender roles, satire elicits mixed interpretations, and I suspect a few girls and women fantasized about and took joy in images such as this one. Slide 4 of the exhibition, section 4 of the exhibition is titled Imperfection Section, Imperfections. Imperfections in graphic art that might be seen as diminishing the aesthetic appeal or importance of an item in an art museum can be viewed as actually enhancing the research value of a work in a special collections library, such as the Library Company. Artistic or printing errors can teach us about how an item was created or the relative importance ascribed to it. Added inscriptions, while sometimes visually distracting, can provide invaluable historical information. Damage or deterioration can tell us how the item was displayed or used and helps us understand what the item meant to its owner. All of these perceived flaws provide us with a greater understanding of the graphic as a whole, beyond what is pictured in the image. Imperfection section is very much what the title says. It is a display of materially imperfect items in our collection due to, as noted, damage, inscriptions, or repurposing. The imperfections of these items have added to the life stories of the graphics, like this repurposed geography book, which our panelist Christina Michelin will talk further about. Homemade paper dolls clipped from periodical fashion plates, handmade wardrobes and dressers, and clothing made from colored tissue paper fill the pages of this 1870s geography textbook. With a pasted label warning, "This book must be covered, not be scribbled upon, kept clean, and paid for if not returned when demanded during its time as a textbook," it is imperfectly perfect in form and function as a work of idiosyncratic art and an historical visual material. Sections 5 and 6 were curated by our former curatorial fellow on the project, Kanaya Hassan. As written by Kanaya, during her tenure as a fellow, she found herself repeatedly drawn to images that reflected the confluence of race, representation, and urban spaces in Philadelphia. In her section, Curatorial Space and Place, some examples of this kind of material include a photograph of a Black woman by a white photographer that is noted by Kanaya, documents what the woman sees as an unwelcome encroachment into her privacy. In Kanaya's words, each of the objects in this section underscore the importance of the social conditions that structured Philadelphians' everyday experiences of the city's indoor and exterior spaces. Furthermore, the way that these objects made their way into our collection and how we as curators choose to describe them also forms an important piece of the historical paradigm. About section 6 made you look, Kanaya wrote in the introduction to our section, one of the aims of Imperfect History is to consider the role of the curator, which is constantly evolving. At the Library Company, our main responsibilities are to care for and interpret collection objects. While these tasks sound straightforward, they are complicated and highly subjective. With 3 curators in the Graphic Arts Department, each of whom bring their varied personal, educational, and professional backgrounds to the table, and nearly 100,000 objects, there are a myriad of perspectives that can emerge in the process of interpretation. The visual materials here are multi-layered and complex. There are many lenses through which one can assess them. With labels written by Kanaya, me, and Sarah, she hoped to continue, in her words, to illuminate the fruitfulness of considering multiple viewpoints, whether they are disparate or overlapping. She also hopes that seeing our different perspectives will allow viewers to consider their own. 2 of the 4 graphics included are this William Birch's artist study and this proof vignette. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Makeda Best, whose talk today is titled Troubling Images, Revisiting the Historical Role of the Photographic Archive as a Tool for Teaching. Dr. Best is the Richard L. Menschel Curator of Photography at the Harvard Art Museums. She studied studio photography at the California Institute of the Arts, where she earned an MFA. And she has a PhD from Harvard in the history of art and architecture. Her scholarly interests focus on 19th and 20th century American photography. with a special interest in photojournalism, documentary, war photography, and text and image works. She has written essays and articles on photography and incarceration, and on class and labor in 19th century American photography. Her most recent book is Elevate the Masses, Alexander Gardner, Photography and Democracy in 19th Century America. And her current book project centers on landscape photography. Dr. Best has also curated several exhibitions, including Devour the Land, War in American Landscape Photography since 1970, which is on display throughout this year, and 2019's Winslow Homer, Eyewitness. In fall 2021, Dr. Best led Reframe, a museum-wide initiative to reimagine the function and future of the University Art Museum. This morning, she will provide a close reading of works in the photography collection of the Harvard Art Museums and examine historical representations of African-American agricultural labor. Acquired during the late 19th and early 20th centuries for use in teaching and research, today the works invite new perspectives to confront their narratives and contexts, to examine their paths and uses within the institutional setting, and to address their legacies. Following Dr. Best's talk, we will have time for questions and answers. So please feel free to place any questions in the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen at any time during or after the presentation. It is now my pleasure to hand over the screen to Dr. Best.
Thank you so much, Erica, and thank you all for being here. I'll share my screen now. So a lot of my work, it was great hearing you speak, Erica, about the sections of the exhibition, because a lot of my work, I think, is about photographs that I love to hate, but that they also are very instructive in terms of research and kind of leading into new ways of understanding photographic history. So here is a prime example for me. In 1839, Miriam Post Walcott received instructions from her boss, Roy Stryker, economist and head of the information division of the Farm Security Administration, to spend a month documenting tenant farming in Mississippi. President Roosevelt created the Farm Security Administration, known as the FSA, in 1937 to aid sharecroppers, tenant farmers, and migrant workers. The FSA resettled poor farmers on more productive land, promoted soil conservation, provided emergency relief, and loaned money to help farmers buy and improve their infrastructure. Working within the FSA was a photographic unit created specifically to document world poverty and government efforts to alleviate it. Walcott produced roughly 9,000 images for the FSA between 1938 and 1942. Eventually, her 82-mile journey through the state brought her to Mileston, north of the capital of Jackson. There, using the photojournalistic skills she had honed as a freelancer prior to coming to work for the FSA, she made a number of street and porch scenes on the main street. In another series of images at one of the largest plantations in the area, known as Marcella, she documents work in the cotton fields, as well as workers receiving their pay at the plantation store. She made several images of the line of workers outside the office, and then later shifts her work to the inside of the office. One image is a wider view of the office and just the clerk. The image that entered our collection is made from inside the brightly lit space, which can be read as a series of repetitions and frames. The shapes of the two small rectangular windows that frame the transaction taking place are echoed in the bodies of the standing clerks. Throughout, stacks of paper, square and rectangle forms, repeat. There are stacks of paper arranged neatly on the desk, paper stuffed in the window on the right, ledgers and notebooks, bunches of paper held together in clips hanging from walls. Post Walcott's three-quarter view allows us to see the clothing of the cashiers, the sheen of the fat in the fabric of the vest, and the way the man on the left raises his hand to his chin. There's a deliberateness to how that pin is placed in the top center of that notepad. Post Walcott's choice of black and white film creates graphic emphasis in the image, allowing us to see the juxtapositions in tones and shapes. Through the darkness of the window, we see the worker bending low near the window's opening. We can make out a straw hat with a rumpled brim and a dirty white band. It is a stark comparison to the style and sleekness of the hat of the clerk in the office. Walcott positions us on the cashier's side, but we can also imagine the perspective of the person whose hand comes through the unnecessarily small opening in the window. When I first pulled this photograph out of a box in 2018 and examined it, I wondered, what is it like for someone with probably low literacy to face this room of paper and not know what any of it says, but to know that it very much has to do with your labor? To know that whatever it says on the voucher, which is the pay that you're seeing that the worker is receiving, which is a voucher to shop at the store owned by the people who are paying you, may or may not reflect the work that you actually performed, but there's nothing you can do about it because you can't read. What is it like to put your hand in there and to have that bar come across your line of sight so that you can barely see those with whom you conduct this transaction? Or maybe quite simply, what is it like to constantly have your sense of worth and humanity debased? Titled Cashiers Paying Off Cotton Pickers, Marcella Plantation, Mileston, Mississippi, 1939. Post Walcott's photograph arrived at Harvard sometime in the 1970s as part of the growing collection designed to serve as a teaching resource for the university and as material for installation in the University Art Museum. It was gifted to the museum along with Negro Using Outside Colored Stairway to Enter Movie Theater in Belzoni, Mississippi, also from 1939, arguably a more well-known image. Both photographs were acquired into the collection of the Carpenter Center for the Visual Arts before being transferred to what would become the photography collection of the Harvard Art Museums. In 2005, the photograph was featured as part of the exhibition, A New Kind of Historical Evidence, photographs from the Carpenter Center collection, an exhibition that sought to, quote, explore how the deposit of the Carpenter Center collection at the Fogg Art Museum ensures its ready availability to scholars and researchers in any number of disciplines. Over a decade later, I featured the photograph in my 2018 exhibition, Time Is Now, Photography and Social Change in James Baldwin's America. The exhibition took place back at the Carpenter Center, bringing the works back to their original home and back to their original installation spaces for photography at Harvard. The focus of this talk today is a reflection on that exhibition, the role of agricultural photography within it, and this my first curatorial effort at Harvard. I selected 30 photographs from the permanent collection of the Harvard Art Museum, all made during Baldwin's life dates between 1824 and 1987, a period in which the collection has large holdings, in order to chart the nation's transformative political and social moment alongside the life of one of its most influential figures. This approach would be a reinterpretation of the way the collection had been positioned. It would shift the narrative from that of objective distance to one that situated photographs within the exploration of personhood, citizenship, community, and empowerment. Made around the country, the photographs represented significant locations in Baldwin's personal life, writing, and travels in America. I sought to locate, explore, and contextualize Baldwin's writing within the American photographic tradition. This perspective created a personal context for images that had largely functioned in the collection and in displays as sociological documents. This offered a new way to understand the impact of documentary practice and to present it as an interdisciplinary practice. I also used the exhibition to study and interact with the work and legacy of the founding curator, Davis Pratt, and the photographs like that made by Post Walcott, which he brought into the collection. Walcott's is not the only such image engaging African-American agricultural labor in the collection. These images, along with Walcott's, collectively define American photography through documentary images of land-based identities, images of labor-based injustice and reform. The interest in collecting at the time was in images that symbolically address structures and policies that lead to social ills like greed, as opposed to direct indictments of forces like racism. J.C. Couvert's hand-colored Cotton Picking from 1920 was also probably made in Mississippi. John Calvin Couvert was born in Danville, Kentucky in 1862 and arrived in Greenville, Mississippi around 1887. His studio, Paterno and Couvert, won a gold medal from the Paris exhibition in 1889, and he later went into business for himself, operating a gallery in Memphis, Vicksburg, and Yazoo City. Now, Couvert's photograph portrays a prosperous industry. The men in colorful shirts seem to be working leisurely, if at all. And the color is added, so they were probably wearing white shirts, but you see that the hand coloring has been added. The labor the men perform is obscured graphically by their positioning and the tufts of cotton that surround them on the plants. At the head of the row are rustic baskets overflowing with cotton. Harry Anas spent a number of frames documenting a group in a field. Other frames made by Anas show vehicles and machinery silhouetted against the sky. Anas established a photography studio in the town square of Lockhart, Texas in 1933, where he operated as the only local photographer. Like Couvert, he relies on the baskets as a symbol around which to suggest a narrative. Like Couvert, the individual subjectivity of the people is secondary to portraying the activity. Min Shan's photographs made in Arkansas cinematically follow the actions of one family. Shan drew on his artistic tools in order to enforce a particular feeling of oppression and containment. Diana Linden notes how Shan aims his camera low, crops out the horizon line, and flattens the depth of field. We can see in two photographs how Shan works his camera and creates a different effect. We can further note how by pointing his camera slightly downward, he distorts the perception of the bag. The bag seemed to drag heavily behind the workers. Pointing the camera downward also allows him to use the graphic contrast between the darker soil, the cotton throughout the field, and the color of the bag. The long double forms of the bags were emphasized by the rows of the plants. The effect of the composition on the right, on both sides, is to draw attention away from the older figures on the right and toward the small person in the profile on the left. In other images, Shan makes portraits of the farm workers. Shan uses tone and texture to create emphasis and to convey the individuality, and to convey these portraits of his sitters. He shows awareness of the light and dark clothing and uses the wood structure as a backdrop. Some of the images are more candid as he moves within the group, while in others he stands back, capturing figures framed against the sky. His understanding of groupings of people and the expressive capacity of the body and gesture recall the compositions of paintings, a skill Shan had as an artist who moved between the two mediums. An archive of Bin Shan photographs became the cornerstone of the collection. Here in this image, we see how Shan similarly approached African-American subjects in urban areas. There's no doubt he's unusually sensitive to the African-American experience, but in Shan's figures remain anonymous and distant to us as viewers, just as Walcott's worker behind the glass. These holdings are indicative of the influence of the early American 20th century documentary on the collection, which no doubt originated in Pratt's tutelage under the photographer and curator Edward Steichen. Steichen became the director of the photography department at the Museum of Modern Art in 1947, where he would go on to curate the seminal exhibition, The Family of Man, in 1955. Soon after he completed work as Edward Steichen's picture research assistant on the 1962 Depression-era chronicle titled The Bitter Years, 1935 to 1941, Pratt returned to New England, where eventually at Harvard, he began organizing photography exhibitions and pursuing the idea of creating a focused collection of photography holdings. As he reflected in Apollo magazine in 1978, he was aware that the Fog was one of the last, quote, important museums in America without a collection of photographs relating to the history of the medium. Steichen's The Bitter Years project was his personal rallying cry for a new kind of educational photography collection. In the introduction, he wrote, quote, "It is my hope that the exhibition of an incisive fragment of a vast undertaking may lead the federal government to establish and sponsor a permanent photographic record of every phase and activity of the United States and its people." Photographer Minor White, a founding editor of the photography journal Aperture, wrote in his review of the exhibition, quote, rare are the moments of truth in the history of photography, and the vast collection of images in the former Farmer Security Administration files is the still effective residue of one such period. Previously, another such moment occurred during the Civil War. White notes that despite the fact that the exhibition was highly anticipated, it was a disappointment. With only 200 photographs, quote, the exhibition shrunk a shrieking indictment, but still, quote, to acquaint the younger generation with the facts that such images exist, more such exhibitions need to be mounted and seen. Acquaintance is not enough. Such exhibitions must reach, inform, and above all, provide the experience of the documents and the period and the truth. Now, what is important here is that, like Steichen, White speaks of the role of the exhibition, seeing the exhibition, experiencing the exhibition as a distinct form of experience, one that can reach and inform. The idea of exhibitions as experiences and the importance of the photographic material of the era had an impact on Pratt. Between 1963 and 1966, Pratt formulated his own response to Steichen's mandate, conceiving of another kind of collection, a collection that would be a resource for teaching and learning within a university setting. The public would have access to the collection through an open study room and exhibitions. Audiences would be able to experience these photographs in multiple ways. Pratt's vision coincided with the creation of the National Endowment of the Arts and Humanities in 1965, founded to promote progress and scholarship in the humanities and in the arts of the United States, among other reasons. A teaching collection for students and for the public was also aligned with this mission and with the ethos of the era. Pratt recognized that despite the proliferation of photographs, audiences knew little about the medium, and that this kind of visual literacy and learning should be an active part of university life, and not just for those pursuing focused study in the arts. Photography within the humanities, for example, gathered in 1975 under the following assertion, quote, we are all possessors of a highly sophisticated form of visual literacy, largely influenced by photographs and more recently by television. As activist, historian, author Eugenia Perry-Janis would explain in the catalog published following the symposium, quote, we really have not begun to consider how, why, or to what extent photographs move us, teach us, or force us to make choices and form judgments. Pratt theorized that examining the medium as a fine art and cultural force within the context of teaching and learning in the humanities and sciences would allow students and the public to understand the medium and its histories in new ways. By the 1960s, various libraries and departments at the university had amassed large numbers of photographs. Since early years of the medium's invention, Harvard professors collected and experimented with making photographs. In the 1950s, for example, when the Harvard College Observatory undertook experiments to photograph the moon, Harvard president James Walker noted that these trials had, quote, opened a field of extraordinary interest, inspiring the hope that they will ultimately lead to new and better methods of determining the relative magnitude and position of the stars. Even before that, in 1942, a 15-year-old freshman named Josiah P. Cook IV made a calotype paper negative of buildings in the central part of campus. Meanwhile, libraries like the Fine Arts Library had received gifts of rare portfolios, such as John Woods' early documentation of Washington, D.C., made as part of his work as the first photographic artist, as opposed to craftsman or technician, to be employed by the United States government. The geology department was particularly active in collecting photographs for use in their teaching. In 1903, the social reformer and professor Francis Peabody created the Social Museum collection to support teaching in the social sciences, bringing portfolios, including the Hampton album, to the university. The eye, Peabody reasoned, is the primary organ of scientific knowledge. Is not this familiar method of the naturalist equally available for the sciences, which concern themselves with human history and conduct? Many of the photographs in the Social Museum collection address African-American life and labor in the early 20th century. Pratt began this monumental task of identifying and selecting photographs from various sources in order to create a central collection. He wrote about the teaching collection that the function of it is to, quote, use original material in teaching. In the present seminars on photography at the FOG, it is possible to use original photographs almost exclusively without slides or reproductions. The value of this approach vis-a-vis a graphic medium like photography is obvious, particularly in terms of process, attribution, and connoisseurship. The reaction of the student to the original material is always that of greater interest and awareness. Today, the collection of the Harvard Art Museums represents but a tiny sliver of the some 9 million photographs housed at 52 repositories and libraries across the university. In 1966, Pratt curated his first exhibition of his finds titled 50 Photographs at Harvard, which he publicized widely, receiving reviews and notices in such publications as the New York Times, College Art Museum Bulletin, and Picturescope. His exhibition sought to frame social, political, and ecological issues while encouraging a more acute awareness and reading of the visual environment and photography's role. Photography's history is closely tied to American cultural life and social movements, and this includes the history of its exhibition and display. So another way to contextualize this period of the collection's emergence in the late 1960s is to recognize its formation during a period when photographic storytelling began to play a formative role in American life. Beginning in this era, photographers increasingly revealed an alternative vision of America, its history and culture, exposing the fissures in society and the cracks in our foundational myths of being and belonging. And this is the history and its legacy that I have been committed to exploring. In fact, in the collection of the Harvard Art Museums, the Harvard Art Museums was formed just as James Baldwin, one of the most important African-American writers of the 20th century, rose to fame. As we see in his life, photographic storytelling had begun to play a formative role in American life. Baldwin was like Americans across the country who had begun to see their world anew through photographs. Indeed, it was the sight of a photograph at a newsstand in Paris of a young Dorothy Count in her gingham dress, bravely walking into Harding High School in Charlotte, North Carolina, as she was taunted and harassed by a mob that inspired Baldwin to return himself from self-exile in Europe to confront the nation that he had left behind. He would, for example, appear on the cover of Time magazine in 1963. He knew and collaborated with photographer Richard Avedon, and they created a photo book together. He was the subject of photographs. Portraits and documentary stories about him and his work appeared in major magazines. Large numbers of works that Pratt collected came from the social sciences and the libraries. When he began formally acquiring works for the collection, a primary focus was documentary. It was this body of collecting that I drew on for the exhibition. Though Baldwin's fame and his associations with famous people offered one context through which to understand him and his work, my interest was in photographs portraying anonymous people and everyday moments. What drew me as a high school student to read Baldwin myself was how he wrote about the lives of everyday people. In my mind, he elevated their struggles and their wisdom. Baldwin famously transformed simple phrases into epic laments. Tell me, how long has the train been gone? The concentration on the anonymous and everyday is yet another link to the American documentary tradition, which similarly sought out the everyday, vernacular, and the mundane as crucial to understanding the American story. The exhibition was focused on photography produced during Baldwin's life dates of 1924 and 1987. And here, Sean's anonymous woman returns, imagined as Baldwin's mother, widowed and living in New York City. The Walcott photograph was also featured as a way to engage a key idea in Baldwin's work, the way racism is lived and ingrained in everyday life. Photographs came from our collections of studio photographers hired to document events and social documentary photographers working around the country. Like Pratt, I thought about the wall as a space to activate the material presence of the photograph. But instead of approaching this as a formal maneuver, it was also grounded in the subjective and the personal. The installation of works in a way that resembles a musical score spoke to a key influence in Baldwin's life and work. Documentary photographers are also frequently employ another motif, the eyes in their subjects. The act of looking in someone's eyes is often a cathartic experience in Baldwin's work. Photographers also use the eyes of their subjects to forge human connections and to change perceptions. And here's also where you can see, such as the photograph in the center by Franca Spada, that within a new context, images or subjects that are once anonymous are given a sense of personhood and subjectivity. The exhibition marks historical shifts in documentary practice. There were works by photographers like Denny Lyon, Ben Shahn, and Robert Frank, but Pratt had an interest in how Americans recorded themselves. And so the collection also includes work by professional photographers like Francis J. Sullivan and Peter Campbell, about whom little was known, but who traveled the Eastern Seaboard documenting African-American life. And here we see a key image from the first section of the exhibition, an earlier moment in Baldwin's life, where it's reflecting on how Baldwin came to recognize himself as an African-American person living in this country. Like what Baldwin documents in his work is this growing awareness of seeing prejudice and racism and seeing it as a long trajectory in American history. And so a photograph like this photograph was positioned in the exhibition as a way to reflect this interest in Shahn's personal life, in Baldwin's personal life, but also in American photography. Part of my work since I arrived has been building on these existing areas of interest through the addition of new voices. John Simmons, for example, is an Emmy-winning Hollywood cinematographer, began as an 18-year-old making photographs for the African-American newspaper, The Chicago Defender, and Franca Spada was a Puerto Rican photographer and activist who documented his neighborhood of East Harlem. Adding new voices to the collection means expanding the geographic range of the collection. And so when I arrived, most of the images were focused on either the Southern United States or the Eastern United States, and there's very little about the African-American experience in the Western United States. And this is key because many of those, many people who lived in the South, of course, migrated out to various areas of the country, including the West. And so this continues, it is a kind of postscript to the kind of images that we see in something like Walcott, where we see people living in the South, but these images show us what happened to those kinds of individuals, or it imagines what happens to those kind of individuals when they moved out of those regions into areas like Oakland, California. And so I acquired this photograph by Joanne Leonard, who was working in Oakland, California in the 1960s and 70s. Influenced by Imogen Cunningham, she developed an approach that she called intimate documentary. So here again, the notion of intimate documentary is a counter to the kind of sociological documentary that had dominated the collection prior to my arrival. But the acquisition of works by photographers that engage a broader issue related to audiences and the way photographic history has generally been presented, which is, what do audiences expect this historical moment to look like, and how can that be expanded and complicated, right? So again, we have focused in this collection on African Americans within a Southern context, as rooted within that context, or as moving to places in the Northeast, but not exploring the broader history that also includes other regions of the country and other ways of living. At the core of my work is interpreting Pratt's original vision, that is, promoting an awareness of photographic history and promoting photographic visual literacy for a new generation. That means acquiring works and creating installations and exhibitions that speak to the history of the medium, while also demonstrating the fact that photographs operate by a unique kind of system of visual organization and syntax that impacts how we view them and the world they depict. The exhibition ended with a photograph by Dawood Bey of two boys in the late 1980s. Bey's vertical image and tight framing focuses our awareness on the boys and the positions of their bodies. Made in the 1980s, they represent a new generation, neither sharecroppers, nor strivers, nor strikers. They are living the legacy of Baldwin and the Civil Rights Movement. And historically, they stand at the brink of another era of race relations in America. But the photograph also resonates as an image in this contemporary context of the history of the medium about a new generation and our contemporary moment and our process of negotiating photography's relationship to its past, its present uses as truth, evidence, artifact, and memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Makeda. I don't know if you want to stop sharing your screen.
I'm trying to find the button, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying, there it is.
Okay. Great, thanks. So we do have time for questions and answers. So please feel free to start to type them away in the Q&A button at the bottom. But I thought, Makeda, if you don't mind, I was going to start off with a question for you, and sort of maybe it's like curator from a curator perspective. But I was thinking as you were speaking, and especially near the end of your presentation, you know, a curator or even just an individual kind of engagement and a connection with the photo. You were talking about, you know, a photograph showing, you know, individuals' eyes and that kind of eye contact, and that you can, you know, form a relationship, almost kind of feel like you maybe know the person in the photograph. And I was just curious, and I was trying, you know, I've been thinking this for myself, is there a photograph in the collection you're creating now that you feel like you have like no connection to, that you don't have anywhere, that you're just neutral to it, if you can think of anything, or you can say like, no, I don't have that, you know, that you do feel like you have the materials that you see, that there is some kind of connection, you can relate to them in some way or have some kind of reaction to them.
Well, I hope that I conveyed in my reading of the Walcott image that I do have a connection to the person through the window, and that my work is very much in bringing out that person and that experience. So it's two things. It's that person and that experience, but it's also about bringing out a context for understanding that experience. I think that in these early 20th century photographs, the gaze of the person that's the focus of the portrait is so isolated in our collections. The person and their kind of subjectivity, you know, they are plucked out and put into this into our kind of collection. There is no sense of what's the broader way in which this person existed in the world. And so the work is, I think, to not only to demonstrate that is a person there, but to remove some of that sense of distance that the collection kind of enforces. The collection enforces that sense of distance through the singularity of these images, through the very context within a kind of archive that is large, right? So I think it is actually about bringing attention and care to those subjects, which I think the collection enforces a kind of distance from. So I very much see, even though these photographs are in many ways haunting to me, they have been instrumental in inspiring and shaping the kind of work that I've been trying to do in this collection.
Great, thank you. So a few questions are popping in, so let me start in on them. First, a thank you. And then I'm curious if you have thoughts about the initial material realities of these photographs, such as printed images in newspapers or periodicals, on either the experience then or our reading of them now.
Yeah, so listening to the introduction into that question, I mean, your kind of survey of the exhibition and this question now, this is another area. So we, you know, something like the Walcott photograph comes into the collection, and there isn't a sense there's a sense of how that image traveled and was used by the FSA, right, as a tool. So now it comes into the collection as a fine art photograph. It comes into the collection as a kind of symbolic representation, representative of the FSA. And so one of the things I wanted to do through its inclusion in the Baldwin was to provide it with a sense of lived context. I can't go back and recreate the feeling of what it was like for it to be used in FSA publications, right? But I can create a new context for viewers now and a sense of how that object lives as a material thing, but also the world in which that it depicts. So that is very much on my mind in that maneuver of placing within this context of Baldwin. We have an author who is very much thinking about anonymous people, an author who was thinking about photographs in everyday life. So that becomes the context that I can place the image within, right? Because I can't get back to that other moment. And I also need to translate this for an audience today. And so I think that that's a wonderful challenge. On the one hand, yes, we do in our work as curators want to remind audiences of the original context, but I think that this exhibition poses the opportunity to think about what other contexts are there? How else do these photographs live out in the world? And they lived in the lives of people like Baldwin. And so that's what that maneuver was also about.
Thank you. Next, another question. Again, great talk. Thank you, Makeda. Does Harvard ever commission photo projects from younger photographers?
Commission, not in my time here. I mean, we certainly collect photographs by younger photographers, but yes, those kind of like interventions and reflections on the collection that hasn't been done in my time here, probably for various bureaucratic reasons. But no, it hasn't been done yet.
Next question. How did the FSA use or not use photographs like the ones by Walcott and Sean that reflected negatively on American race relations?
So, I mean, I think that's an interesting question that we view them as focusing as showing negative race relations. At the time, those photographs were used to discuss tenant farming in Mississippi and the ways in which tenant farming as a structure, right, versus racism. Tenant farming as a structure was ineffective. So we view them through different eyes, and so the FSA used those images within their context of discussing and arguing about policies. But this is just the thing that we see them differently. So the work is as I see it to also bring that out, the fact that these photographs performed a certain type of function, but just that fact that today when we view them, we recognize what else is going on here. I mean, to their credit, many of these photographers, they also did recognize the kind of inequalities here, but I think they did so in a different way than we do today. I mean, that photograph by Walcott, she is very sensitive to how she is constructing the kind of injustice that she is seeing, but it's not on the same terms in which perhaps we do today. But the answer is yes. The photographs circulated in reports, in magazines, as tools to support FSA policies. Now, someone like Walcott and others, they produced thousands of images. So, I'm not necessarily saying that particular image was used, but collectively they were used as evidence, and this repository was used as evidence.
Great, thank you, Makeda. Next question. I purchased photographs and ephemera from many sources. Numerous companies have acquired the total photo archives of many, many newspapers. And I wonder, has there been a conscious effort by Harvard and other libraries to acquire the photo archives of specifically historically Black newspapers before they get similarly dispersed?
Have there been efforts? In the past, we have acquired, well, not the Harvard Art Museum. So this is a question that is a challenge for me in the Harvard Art Museum. So there are many different repositories at Harvard, and that wouldn't be the kind of material that we would acquire, because it often these materials exist in negative form, or they are press photographs. But there are other repositories at Harvard that do collect this kind of material. that isn't an area that I personally work in. But I do agree that we do need to preserve these materials, and it is unfortunate for them to end up in private hands, because then we won't have access to them, or for them to be broken up. But I do agree that it is an urgent need to preserve these materials. That finding the homes and the institution with the capacity to do that is perhaps easier, is something that is easier said than done. But this is certainly a pressing issue in our field. The vast number of archives out there that need preservation. But again, it's not that's not the kind of material that we collect here.
And I was wondering, there is another question, but I was just sort of following up on your response and the question that was just asked. I was just curious, has there ever been a time that, there was something that was offered to you as a curator for the collection that you realized was not really within the collecting scope of Harvard's photo collection, but it just resonated you in such a way that you wanted it to be a part of the collection? Do you ever sort of make, have like the scope morph a little bit so something can fit into the collection and you can see, a relationship there between other materials that might not be so obvious?
Well, that question is the previous question is an example of that. I would love to bring that kind of material into the collection, but I am, a department usually of one. And so the work of cataloging all of that material and doing all of that work, that requires years, and it requires a team. So, I would love to. That's exactly the kind of thing that I would love to be able to take into my care. But it's not. It's just not something that I could feasibly do. Nor is it something that we could house here. I could say that there are individual works that come to me, and those are vernacular photographs that I do find, or that I find, and those have challenged our conservators and our collecting policies. How do we collect works by today? In the past, of course, works by unknown makers and with unknown sitters was common, but how do we do that today? And that was a challenge. Many people might think that many viewers might think that that's interesting that Harvard sees it as a challenge, but it was something that my colleagues I had to present and had to discuss with them about how we would use these images. I think it speaks to a teaching collection, which is the question is always, how do you use the images in teaching, and how are they going to what kinds of discussions can you have through them, and how can they be used in displays, and how can they become an active part of a curriculum, but also how can they serve in displays. So it's a balance, and we can only, of course, take on so much. I think people have there are, as I said, there are 52 repositories of photography here, and this is just one, and each of us has our own areas of work that we do.
Yeah, no, that was a great response. I can't help but relate as a curator, and at the library company, you could call our collection a teaching collection, but I'm thinking, I don't know that we always think like, oh, how is this going to display on a wall for an exhibition? We do have exhibitions at the library company, but that's not always a question that comes to my mind in thinking about materials coming into the graphic arts. So thank you for that response.
Well, I think it's hard with works on paper, because there's so many. We're always working with a great volume of works, and so you have to, there's only so much that you take on this other thing, and you can't do something else that you're planning, and so it's a constant challenge to people who work on paper.
No, and I think as you were bringing out, like even like staff capacities, you were saying you are a department of one. It doesn't come out in some of the other papers that are going to be presented, thinking about the curatorial role and collecting and
archiving and cataloging. Yeah. As each of those images has to be measured. Each of those images has to be analyzed. People always say, well, why don't you bring this in? into the collection, or do something, do this, and that's labor.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I must admit, you know, there, at least, you know, for us now at the library, there's a space issue that's happening as well. So we're sort of taking over like little corners throughout the library company for collections that are coming in. And I must admit, you know, some of that space is for collections that have come in that we haven't had the time yet to process. But I think this is also my little plug of why it's important to have, you know, a curator, people who are working with the materials that, you know, if it isn't cataloged or accessible in that way, that it's somewhat, it's in our heads and that we know about it, and that it's, you know, that we can still get that information, that material to folks if it isn't fully processed. So, but I know it's a little, you know, work chat between you and I, and so let me get to I would do another question for you. And it's, I know that Davis felt personally connected to a number of photographers whose work he collected. This is a common curatorial practice during the formation and early years of departments. Obviously, you're discussing the way in which your curatorial vision responds to Davis's highly personal vision. Are there other parts of the collection to which you are responding?
Yes, yeah, that's a great point. And he would talk about how he went directly to the artists themselves, and in doing this work, I've had, you know, I've discovered his correspondence with photographers, and as someone who worked as a, you know, who's training in studio photography, that was something that's something I really share with him, you know, connecting with the artists themselves. But what other aspects of his vision? I think that, as I tried to kind of indicate in the talk, his installations, the way in which he thought about installing photographs as a kind of experience of the collection on the wall. I think that was another important idea that I've really tried to take up in my own work. But I also see that we had similar interests in documentary. So my interest has been in, you know, responding to the kind of documentary works that was his personal vision and part of his formation, right? I mean, at the time, you know, working for Steichen, the dominance of the FSA photographs in American photography, right? That his vision really emerged out of that moment, but he was also working at a moment where, as he wrote about, where there were new, you know, experimentation going on. It was the 1970s where you see the photograph, in photography and sculpture at MoMA. So he knew about all of those, and it was very engaged in those discussions too. And so that's also been, that's also opened up a way for me to think about the collection, material process, photographic experimentation. So those are other ways in which the contemporary collection, or my collecting, responds to his work. So, I mean, I think this question that's being asked really reflects, or it reflects a work of curating, which is to think about the collection that you have and the kind of threads that exist there, how you're going to, you know, respond to those stories, and then somehow connect them in a contemporary manner. And it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do, to try to pick up these strands and then say, okay, well, how can I continue this story? It provides you with also a wonderful roadmap for a future. But I'll say one way in which the collection is also needs to change is that, as I said, it's very much focused in the Northeast. So there are regional differences. It very much focuses on American. So, you know, the need to expand abroad. So it also offers a roadmap for what else needs to happen. Because I think, as our previous discussion, you know, alluded to, is managing a large collection of paper material can be very daunting. So you kind of need all the roadmaps and ideas for how to proceed and how to move a collection forward. You need all of those that you can get.
Great, thank you. Another question for you. Thank you, Dr. Best, for your wonderful talk. I know that in your work on Alexander Gardner, you engage in how the artist's photographs figured in his own labor and the broader concerns of the laboring class during the mid-19th century. Does your work on the FSA photographs also consider the particular labor conditions of the photographers, how does that inform your reading of them?
The labor conditions of the photographers, that's an interesting question. My work on these photographs has really been thinking about not the photographers, but how land-based labor identities are shaped in American photography, and who owns that labor and who owns that knowledge, and who is portrayed as not having a right to that kind of knowledge. So I haven't really focused yet on the conditions of the photographers, but I think that that's a wonderful area of future research.
And we do still have a few minutes. So folks, want to, if there's any other questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A. But Makeda, if you don't mind to indulge me again, and this is, something I just feel like I have to ask, do you have a favorite photograph in the collection at this time? Or is there one that you really are hoping to get into the collection that has not happened yet?
I think that that I have images that I find intriguing and inspiring, but I don't really have a favorite image. I tend to be drawn to images for different reasons, for what they can teach me. And the Walcott image has really opened up ways for me to think about collecting, to think about labor and identities, but also to think about the use of what I think about now is the use of flash. So that image is important for me right now, right? Thinking about how she used flash in that image, and how stark it is, and then now thinking about contemporary photographers, African-American photographers, who are trying to kind of refute, who are using light, but are refusing a kind of access, or refusing a kind of scrutiny in their work. So each image to me that I kind of encounter in the collection becomes a way of thinking about, opens up another way of thinking about photography, and is a kind of a puzzle that I like to solve. So I don't really have a favorite one. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe it is. I really like an image by Roy de Carava of a man walking up a staircase in Harlem. He looks like he's been working, and he's kind of holding onto the railing, but he's moving up this staircase, and it's a wonderful image. I also like that image by Joanne Leonard of the man playing the guitar, the young girl leaning up in. So okay, I can keep going on, but I like a lot. I like a lot of images.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, you don't want to choose between the children, but you can't, help but some. And I think it's something that changes throughout the years, right? You could have your favorites now, but your collection is continuing to grow, so there could be another favorite in 1 year or 2 years. And I think again, it speaks to these materials themselves, and working with these materials, not static. It's a dynamic process, and it's always changing. And how we're, I know just by me, letting, I know some folks know, but I've been at the library company over 20 years, and I'm not the same person I was 20 years ago, and looking at the material, and it's not only me changing, but my sort of the culture around me that's changing as well, and thinking visual culture, visual literacy, and how it affects my reading and appreciation and engagement with these photographic materials. And I do have one other question for you. So I know you are curator of photographs, but does any kind of like photographic ephemera or printed material work its way into your collections as well? I was just curious if you could just talk a little bit. No, okay.
No, we don't. In my own personal scholarship, yes, and works from the library company, once they are featured in my book. In my own work, I do use graphic material. I mean, I think that there's a fascinating connection between the graphic arts and photography. I mean, one of the reasons why I worked on, one of the things about Alexander Gardner, the Civil War era photographer, for those who don't know, is that one of my core arguments is that the reason why he was so skilled at understanding and articulating, visually articulating, interpreting issues during the Civil War era was because he came from a community in Scotland that had really a transatlantic reform community in Scotland that had really pioneered paper-based, graphic arts. They were using all kinds of materials in order to argue for reform, in order to represent themselves. And this includes not just pictures, but it also included graphic arts. And in my book, I talk about posters and the way in which literally the kind of graphic design of posters. But I also talk about maps and other forms of material where he lived within this world of graphics. And that kind of understanding of how to translate something that you see into a picture, into some sort of graphic argument or display, or emotional story. That's what he brings into his documentation of the Civil War. And that is what I think he imparted on his community that worked for him. And I think that for those reasons, that's why they really led in their photography of the era. So I think that there's this really interesting connection in early American photography, but in particularly the transatlantic reform community, and how they were thinking about really activating audiences through emotional images, and the way someone like Gardner takes that idea and puts that into a broader documentary context.
Yeah, no, that's great. No, thank you. And I think that's a great note, a great statement to end on. Makeda, thank you so much. This was a wonderful talk, and thank you everyone for your really insightful questions. And so we're going to take a break now till 10:45, and then we'll start with our first panel. And so again, thank you, Makeda, so very much. Thank you everyone who's attending so far, and hopefully we'll see you back in about 15-20 minutes. Thanks, everyone. I see it's 10:45, so I think I'll just give one more minute for folks to get back, and I will start making introductions for our first panel. Oh, well, it says 10:46, so maybe that wasn't quite a minute, but I'm going to start now. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to those who are just joining us now. This is panel 1, Race, Gender, Class, and the Complex Constructions of Collecting Mass-Produced Media. Again, I am Erica Piola, and I will be serving as chair for this session. As a matter of logistics, we will introduce all the panelists at the beginning of the session, and they will present in the order as they are listed in the program. Please feel free to submit questions in the Q&A button at the bottom of the screen throughout the presentations, and all questions for the panelists will be moderated following all of their talks. That said, let me start with the introductions for the panel that I hope will challenge your understanding, as it did mine, of working with and researching collections of mass-produced graphic materials that portray non-white, non-male bodies, disability, and material vulnerabilities and imperfections. Our first presenter is Shana Klein, who is a professor at Kent State University. She holds a PhD in art history from the University of New Mexico, where she completed her dissertation and now book, The Fruits of Empire, Art, Food, and the Politics of Race in the Age of American Expansion. The book demonstrates how pictures of food were not mere decoration, but a platform for artists and viewers to discuss heated debates over race and citizenship, which her paper today examines as well. Shana has been awarded several fellowships for her research at the Smithsonian American Art Museum and Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, among others. She has presented her research in a number of peer-reviewed journals and podcasts, and she teaches classes that bring together American art, material culture, and social justice. Our second presenter is Christina Mickelin, who is Assistant Curator of Art and Special Collections at the Boston Atheneum. She specializes in 19th century American visual and material culture and received her PhD in art history from the University of Minnesota. Prior to joining the Atheneum, she completed an NEH fellowship at the American Antiquarian Society and a postdoctoral fellowship at the Winterthur Museum, Garden, and Library. Her research has also been supported by the Smithsonian Institution, Henry Luce Foundation, and American Council of Learned Society, Center for Craft, Creativity, and Design, as well as the Library Company of Philadelphia. Her work has appeared in the journals American Art, Commonplace, J19, and Panorama. She is currently working on a book about printcraft, the creative reuse of printed materials, which is the focus of her paper today, as well as an exhibition about 19th century images of ruins after urban fires. And our third presenter is Philippa Pitts, who is a PhD candidate and Horowitz Foundation Fellow for American Art at Boston University. Her research questions social, political, and racial borders within American art of the 19th and early 20th centuries, highlighting the aspirations and anxieties around expansion, immigration, xenophobia, and indigeneity that underpin such constructions. Her dissertation, Pharmaciopic Dreams, Art in America's Medical Democracy, 1800 to 1860, employs a disability studies lens to explore antebellum artists' engagement with intertwined rhetorics of health, nation, expansion, and self-reliance, and is showcasing the theme of her paper today. Philippa returned to doctoral work after almost a decade in museum interpretation and remains a passionate advocate for equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the arts. Her work has been generously supported by the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts, the Crest Foundation, and the University of Michigan. And now with the introductions complete, I'm going to turn over the screen to our first presenter, Shana Klein.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Erica. I am going to share screen. And let me also extend my gratitude to the organizers of the conference, especially Erica in particular, for bringing us all together. I'm delighted to be here and grateful for the opportunity. So the title of my talk is Cruel Intentions, Grappling with Racist Stereotypes in Trade Card Advertisements of Food. I recently published a book called The Fruits of Empire about representations of food in American art. People generally react by saying, what a fun topic, They then asked me about the mouth-watering and delicious artworks I've been privileged to look at during the course, excuse me, of research. These reactions are natural and not surprising. On the surface, food pictures are fun to look at, and they were just as enjoyable to paint. Fruits have bright colors, textured exteriors, and juicy insides, which make them wonderful experiments in color and form on print and canvas. But when describing my book topic, I also disclosed to interested readers that food in US art is not as fun or cheery as you think. It is a disturbing topic that stimulates conversations about racism and citizenship and the people who labored, prepared, and consumed fruits under conditions that very closely mirror slavery. This presentation will examine racist and racially charged images of mostly watermelon and some corn images in the graphic arts to demonstrate how image makers of food perpetuated racist stereotypes in this country. In addition, I will discuss the ethical dilemmas I encounter when presenting print materials with racist content, and I'll offer a few strategies that I use to wrestle with them. In the end, representations of food are not as savory as they seem, but they do provide important opportunities for teachers, students, and archivists, and more to contemplate the history of racism in the United States. So some of the most disturbing and overtly racist images in my research include depictions of watermelon. In archives across the United States, I found thousands of malicious pictures of Black people devouring, stealing, and drooling over watermelon, or in this instance, morphing into the fruit. This was a common subject on trade card advertisements, the size of a postcard, which circulated widely and sold a range of products from fertilizer to cough syrup. On this trade card for the Boston Dental Association, a Black man's face has transformed into the green, waxy complexion of watermelon. His mouth is filled with the fruit's red interior, and his teeth are replaced by white rind. His head is deliberately tilted at the same angle as the watermelon slice, forging a likeness between the fruit's wide crescent shape and the figure's obscenely wide smile. On mass-produced trade cards that permeated the nation's visual consciousness, images of Black faces and bodies transforming into watermelons served to dehumanize African Americans and make cruel declarations that Black people had uncontrollable appetites for the fruit. The watermelon stereotype was relentless. Magazine illustrations, silverware designs, paintings, and photographs across high and low art forms all reproduced this nasty stereotype. The trope was so pervasive that it infiltrated all areas of the country. I found evidence of the watermelon trope in the north, south, west, and as far as Hawaii. There is no surface of this country that it didn't touch, and there's no artistic surface it didn't graze. Reproducing the watermelon trope across genres and regions suggests that white cultural producers felt it was urgent to depict African Americans as an inferior and uncivilized people. The watermelon stereotype emerged in the decades after Reconstruction, when African Americans obtained greater civil liberties with emancipation and the abolishment of slavery. Many white Americans resented their new status as citizens, and so portrayals that demonized Black watermelon eaters made claims that Black people were not worthy of citizenship. Watermelons may have been used for this end because previously they symbolized Black independence and horticultural mastery. African Americans widely cultivated watermelons in slave gardens, one of the few spaces where enslaved people could grow their own food and exercise a degree of autonomy. Watermelon was also an African fruit cultivated by Black Americans to maintain connections with African traditions. After the Civil War, image makers reversed the watermelon's positive associations to denigrate Black people, showing them devouring and stealing the fruit rather than growing it. When I contextualize the watermelon stereotype in presentations and publications, I struggle with whether or not to show racist watermelon images. I fear that by making these images more visible, I am reinvigorating the stereotype and continuing to float them in the visual universe. I also do not want to cause more harm or trauma to my Black listeners and readers who likely find these images painful to witness and discuss. This brings to mind the work of Saidiya Hartman, who asks, how does one revisit the scene of subjection or trauma without replicating the grammar of violence? Put another way, how can I revisit and confront the watermelon stereotype without reproducing its violent and traumatic consequences? And does my scholarly contextualization of these images outweigh the harm of showing them to people who find it stressful or painful? One of the reasons why I continue to show racist images of this nature in my presentations is because of what happens afterwards. People often approach me after my presentations to tell me that they were unfamiliar with the watermelon stereotype, or they tell me that they never understood how the stereotype developed and that they were surprised to learn that it emerged so early in the 19th century. This motivates me to show watermelon images because with knowledge about this terrible trope, I hope that we can confront this miserable stereotype, combat cultural amnesia, and come to terms with the way that food, a seemingly fun and benign subject, communicated racist attitudes. I also show this offensive content because sadly, the stereotype has not diminished in power. It is still very much alive today. I have charted its dips and rises and noticed an increase in the presence of the watermelon trope when President Obama was in the White House, and then a rise again when Kamala Harris was elected as vice president. The watermelon stereotype is a measurement of racism across the nation and a nasty invention of our past and present that we need to grapple with in order to knock down. Yet more rewarding than deconstructing the stereotype is discussing how artists use visual expressions to combat it and resist it. Consider the still life paintings of Charles Ethan Porter, an African-American artist who encountered many obstacles to pursue art professionally. Women and artists of color were historically prohibited from studying art at academies or taking life drawing classes. Yet Porter surpassed many of these barriers as one of the first African-American artists enrolled at the National Academy of Design in New York. He committed his career to painting still life representations, depicting a wide spectrum of flowers and fruits, but he only painted the watermelon twice. The avoidance of watermelon seems deliberate. After all, why would a Black artist want to paint watermelon, which was used so frequently and viciously in visual culture to degrade Black people? When Porter did paint watermelon, he refused to show it on the polite dining room table under soft impressionist lighting like many of his other paintings. Instead, Porter showed chunks of watermelon torn apart on the ground with white seeds splattered in the soil like knocked out teeth. The shadow looming over the left side of the picture makes the painting even more ominous, with a threatening presence lurking. Did Porter use watermelon to comment on racial violence and conditions for Black people in the Jim Crow era? Other artists had used still life painting to abstractly discuss racial and sexual violence through paintings of hunted game and crushed fruit. And while I found no golden ticket uncovering Porter's intentions, I feel certain that Porter, a Black artist, must have at least considered the implications of painting watermelon, since it was so closely attached to racist stereotype and used as a proxy for Black bodies in the 19th century. Perhaps this is why Porter only depicted the watermelon twice during his prolific career to skirt this racially charged fruit. Many contemporary artists have been drawn to the watermelon trope as well. Carrie Mae Weems, for instance, created the photograph Black Man Holding Watermelon. She rejected old formulas by showing a man looking intelligently at the camera without the wide eyes or exaggerated smiles of sitters past. He does not hover over the fruit with grabby hands. He also does not eat the watermelon, but holds it uncut, refusing to open up the fruit to stereotypical interpretations. Weems's title describes the subject plainly and directly: Black man holding watermelon, leaving little room for misinterpretation or derision. The physical weight of the watermelon is also noticeable. The fruit is wider than the width of the sitter, and it requires strength to carry it, which you can see in the articulated muscles of the man's arms, which are activated to hold it. The physical heft of this fruit translates to the emotional burden for Black people shouldering the watermelon and all of its racist associations. Artists like Weems have ample evidence of the watermelon stereotype to draw upon, since this trope was not just pervasive in mainstream media, but also in research archives. I found artifacts displaying the watermelon stereotype in almost every archive I visited, from the Huntington Library to Winterthur, some of the most established institutions alongside the library company that drive scholarship and offer pre and postdoctoral fellowships to students of American art. What are the psychological consequences of scholars encountering these racist tropes preserved by the nation's well-known archives? There's a small camp of scholars who advocate for getting rid of this archival material. Stop collecting it and stop archiving it, they say. Now, as an art historian who depends on the preservation of historical materials, you would think that I'd advocate for the collection and conservation of these artifacts, but I do not. In fact, I would urge archivists to stop collecting racist watermelon images. Trust me when I tell you that there is an abundance of this imagery in archives, and we don't need to preserve any more of it for scholarly inquiry. An archivist handling a prestigious collection in the US recently told me that a collector wanted to divest their collection of offensive images and endow it to this archivist institution for free. The archivist responded, "I would have taken these materials, but alas, I owned them already." I appreciate the archivist's transparency, and to me, their response speaks volumes. We have enough racist artifacts already, so shouldn't we stop collecting them? And how should we contextualize the ones already in existence in our archives? Is there a way to approach racist artifacts while also deactivating their power? Perhaps one small way to balance the lopsided scale of racist watermelon imagery is to collect works by artists who have wrestled with the watermelon trope. Weems is not alone in her approach. She is joined by Joy Scott, Barclay Hendricks, Betty Saar, Destiny Belgrave, and many more artists who have tackled the watermelon stereotype that is so pervasive in our visual consciousness. Institutions can create funding opportunities for these artists and put their works side by side in archives and exhibitions. These artists are bringing awareness to the trope, resisting it, and carving out new contexts around watermelon. Consequently, giving their work more visibility and a bigger platform helps shift the balance of power, even if just a little. And indeed, let me be clear, this would only help a little. The work of these artists cannot balance out the thousands of racist watermelon images, nor can they alleviate the pain caused by the watermelon stereotype for Black people today or for their ancestors. Now, watermelon images are not the only site of racism and potential disruption in the archive. Other foods in the graphic arts tell histories about racism in the US, like trade card advertisements of food that show especially racist messaging, like Black men morphing into watermelons. Trade cards displaying Native men and women are transformed into stalks of corn. Corn are indigenous foods that tell important histories about Native agriculture and innovation, but these trade cards reduce Native American people to people in feather headdresses in front of teepees in a wilderness setting that conflate and reduce Native people to a one-dimensional caricature. These images also do not reflect the violent history of corn during the earlier period of contact when European settlers burnt down fields of corn to intentionally starve Native peoples in the larger program of indigenous genocide. While it's impossible to right the wrongs of racist food cards, there are a number of initiatives today at universities and libraries trying to repatriate stolen seeds, plants, and foods like corn back to Native communities. The University of Michigan's Heritage Seeds for Sustainable Life Waste program, for instance, partners botanists with Anishinaabe members to identify and return seeds that have been stolen and archived. The Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance also has a seed program. They are preserving and collecting Native foods as a form of culinary justice. These initiatives at archives and libraries are designed to return stolen foods and protect knowledge around Native foodways by and for Native peoples. In my mind, this promises to make the biggest change and offset the damage caused by racist food images and the systems that supported them. I'm going to use the last 2 minutes to talk a little bit personally about my research. So I divest my own profits to support social justice initiatives, mainly the Coalition of Immokalee Workers. So this is a civil rights organization devoted to eliminating abuses on corporate farms and increasing the dismal wages of farm workers. I am donating all of my book royalties in perpetuity to the CIW, and I spotlight this organization every time I present on food in art. Now, while I just told you that I don't keep any money from my book sales, that's not entirely true. Just because I don't keep a penny from royalties does not mean I don't profit in other ways. My published book will help me secure tenure in my current position as a professor, I've also won awards for my book, which promises to recover the marginalized histories of women and people of color in art. And my reputation most likely benefits from donating book royalties to the CIW, making me look philanthropic and altruistic. Scholars Tuck and Yang would describe my actions as meaningless. In their formative work on land dispossession and decolonial praxis, they would describe my scholarship as settler moves to innocence, which are strategies to relieve the settler of feelings of guilt or responsibility without giving up land, power, or privilege, without having to change much at all. They go on to write, settler scholars may gain professional kudos or a boost in their reputations for being so sensitive or self-aware. Yet settler moves to innocence are hollow. They only serve the settler. They have closely described my situation. While I'm giving away my money and trying to amplify marginalized voices, I recognize that this is not enough. In their perspective, I, like most museums and archives in the United States, am maintaining the status quo while benefiting from it. So for this conference on collecting, curating, and consuming the arts, which revolves around the exhibit Imperfect History, I have an imperfect ending to my presentation. I do not actually know if scholars or research institutions can make an indent of change with studies on art and food like I originally claimed. But I do know that the current cultural climate demands that mainstream conventions for collecting and curating racist representations in the graphic arts are unsatisfactory and need confronting and transforming. Thank you.
Thank you, Shana. It's ending on a powerful note, but we had going to our second presenter is Christina Mickelin.
Hey, thank you, Erica. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for tuning in. The objects I'll be discussing today all feature the creative reuse of printed images. These pictures are often clipped from illustrated books, magazines, advertisements, or other ephemera such as greeting cards. These scraps are then pasted into albums and other books or onto objects like tables, boxes, and screens. Some of these activities are referred to as collage or decoupage, scrapbooking, or extra illustration. Altogether, as a group, I call them print craft. In spite of their varied techniques, subjects, and styles, print crafts exist at the intersection of uniqueness and mass production, preservation and destruction, imitation and ingenuity. Many 19th century print crafts were made by women and children whose artistic production often remains marginalized and anonymous, relegated to categories of oddity or folk art, child's play, or women's work. Collectively, these objects underscore the complexity of our relationships with print culture then and now. While it is my hope that the concept of print craft will exceed geographic and temporal boundaries, our overall focus today will be on its role in the United States during the 19th century and the often unresolved position they hold in institutional collections. By directing our attention toward understudied modes of engagement with printed material, Printcraft asks us to think about the longer histories of complex media environments and the creative ways we have been grappling with them for centuries. In their domestic guide, The American Woman's Home, published in 1869, Sisters Catherine Beecher and Harriet Beecher Stowe recommended decorating with a charming little cabinet picture entitled Making the Scrapbook. At the time of printing, this chromolithograph was embossed and mounted, and it was often framed so as to resemble the painting that served as its source and to make it fit for the parlor wall. Though the original painting is now lost, numerous copies of the chromo reside in important collections for the study of American visual culture, including the Smithsonian National Museum of American History, the American Antiquarian Society, and of course, the Library Company of Philadelphia. Originally painted by American artist Juliana Oakley, Making the Scrapbook shows a young girl engrossed in her work, diligently trimming the border from a black and white engraving. Clippings fall to the floor, amassing in a pile on the open scrapbook at the girl's feet. The trappings of an artistic home surround her: a painter's palette, mahl stick, and brushes to the left. Colorful pictures displayed on the dresser, sumptuous fabrics draped over the chair and bursting from the dresser drawer. Oakley even signed her name on the portfolio propped against the wall in the lower left. Upon looking more closely, the colorful pictures behind the industrious scrapbooker appear to be chromolithographs, the same medium used to reproduce this very picture. We can tell these are chromos by the precise thin white border surrounding each image, especially when viewed in contrast to the canvases that sit forgotten beneath the dresser. Clearly about tensions between high and low culture, creative process, and artistic production, this picture meditates on the cultivation of an artful home, while also emphasizing the role of women and girls as its producers. The child, bedecked in blue ribbons and a flouncy white dress, with ankles primly crossed, is the picture of idealized Victorian girlhood. She exemplifies this not only in appearance, but in her industriousness and artistic prowess, evidenced by her scrapbook. As a print that pictures print craft, making the scrapbook visually and materially demonstrates the ubiquity of printed material within the domestic sphere and the significant impact this had on 19th century notions of industry, morality, and taste. The young girl's scrapbook, like the many print crafted objects I will show you today, emerges from a long lineage of manipulated paper objects. Playing with prints is an activity as old as the medium of print itself. Printed material has always been malleable and subject to alteration and appropriation for reasons tied to its reproducibility, its availability, and its material vulnerability. By the early 19th century, the introduction of new printing technologies ushered in what art historian Michael Leja has called an ecology of mass images, increasing the volume of prints in everyday life and simultaneously in domestic craft practices. Posters, games, greeting cards, sheet music, food packaging, and other printed materials made their way from presses to parlors. Here you see just a few examples from the Library Company's collection. By the mid-19th century, people were voraciously consuming printed materials and were enamored by the processes of their production. Publishing powerhouse Harper's touted the ingenuity and scale of their production, selling hundreds of thousands of issues of their magazine per week by mid-century. In the same year that Juliana Oakley painted Making the Scrapbook, Harper's Monthly published a special issue entitled Making the Magazine that showcased their advances not only in printing technologies, but in industrialized production more generally. But these developments were not without detractors who felt that cheap and accessible printed pictures would spoil the public's taste in art, or that industrialization and machine-made products in the home would corrupt families. In reaction to this reaction, we see a renewed focus on the handmade and the crafted. This plays out most conspicuously in upper and middle class homes, where literature of the time stipulated that the objects in one's home should not only represent what's fashionable, but should also represent the character of its occupants. So at the very same time that industrialization is ramping up and the print industry is booming, we're also seeing the emergence of domestic craft culture, the instructions for which are, of course, also circulating in print. Some of the illustrated texts that emerge from this intersection are books and magazines intended to instruct women on how to manage a home and make it beautiful, or at the very least, to keep their hands and those of their children busy and productive. Some of these instructional materials that illustrated craft practices were prone to being cut up and used in actual print crafts. Meanwhile, printers were also making small die-cut pictures, appropriately called scrap, that were expressly intended for print craft. In this way, print culture and print craft developed a symbiotic relationship. The more people print crafted, the more printers catered to that interest. One such publication suggests having children cut out and collage pieces of trade cards, greeting cards, and other bits of accumulated ephemera. The author notes that combining different pieces from various pictures results in, quote, strange and striking pictorial characters that will amuse children and their families long after the craft is complete. She writes, quote, in making pictures of this kind, figures that were originally standing may be forced to sit. Babies may be placed in arms which, on the cards they were stolen from, held only cakes of soap. Heads may be ruthlessly torn from bodies which they belong, and as ruthlessly clapped upon strange shoulders. and you will be surprised to see what amusing and often excellent illustrations present themselves as the result of a little ingenuity in clipping and pasting, end quote. The author also recommends fashioning the album out of linen and stitching the edges in colorful thread to create visual interest and durability. The maker of one of the library company's scrapbooks seemed to have followed much of this advice rather closely. She created the album out of linen and stitched the edges as instructed. Though no disturbing combinations of disjointed heads and shoulders appear, the scrapbooker combined a wide variety of printed materials on her pages, ranging from storybook illustrations to advertisements. Some of the themes of each page are immediately identifiable, while others today are inscrutable to us, but may have had narrative or thematic connections for the maker. While books sometimes provided imagery for printcraft, other times they served as its literal support, as in a geography textbook turned paper doll enclosure included in the Imperfect History exhibition. The original textbook bears the order, quote, "This book must be covered, not be scribbled upon, kept clean, and paid for if not returned when demanded," end quote. With paper dolls and their clothing and their furniture pasted to the book's pages, its creation is an ironic contradiction of the book's intended purpose, as Erica, Sarah, and Kanaya have pointed out. Furthermore, the scrapbook is representative of two common occurrences in print crafting: the repurposing of books or ledgers, and a type of collaged album called a scrapbook house or a paper doll house. Just as the linen scrapbook was intended to be handled, the scrapbook house was too, blurring the lines between book, work of art, and plaything. Scrapbook houses are albums containing pages that resemble rooms in an imagined home, designed and furnished with repurposed printed materials. Reaching their peak during the last quarter of the 19th century, scrapbook houses were intergenerational collaborations between girls and their older siblings, mothers, nannies, or nurses. As scrapbooks, the albums were paged through and admired, and as paper doll houses, they were often propped up, serving as the sets of paper dramas. In this example, we see a densely collaged variety of printed items that range from wallpaper scraps to fashion plates, as well as an enormous chromolithographed baby. Here, it is clear the maker wanted to include an infant in the nursery, but had to settle for one that was surreal in size. The baby doesn't seem quite as out of place in its original context, a trade card advertisement for a book on child rearing. The trade card pictured in full here was collected and saved in two other scrapbooks, providing an example of how these mass-produced pictures were used in different kinds of assemblages, subject to the print crafter's needs and taste. That scrapbook houses were intended to cultivate the feminine ideal is immediately apparent, but less so is the fact that they specifically cultivated white, middle, and upper class femininity. A byproduct of the available printed material that featured predominantly white figures, racial others appear in caricature. Unsurprisingly, when these figures made their way into scrapbook houses, they did so as decorative objects or as servants, rarely as privileged occupants of the house. In one example, we encounter a popular trade card featuring an all too common racist caricature of a Black child eating a watermelon on the ground, akin to materia Shana thoughtfully just discussed moments ago. Here, it is strangely elevated to the status of fine art, placed on the wall of the dining room in an ornate frame. A picture depicting food and eating probably made sense to the young scrapbook maker to include in a space designated for those things. However, the framed image of the boy is sharply at odds with the rest of the dining room. It hangs above an illustration of a lavish feast featuring a variety of meats, fruits, and desserts, and set with blue and white china, silver platters and pedestals, and an embellished tablecloth. Cordials, a floral teacup, and an additional bundt cake are laid out on the dining room's hutch. The sophisticated presentation of food amplifies the trade card's derogatory depiction. Here, the dining room picture at once perpetuates stereotypes while aligning this image with popular pictures of the time, like Eastman Johnson's white barefoot boy, problematic in its own way and characteristic of a simpler times nostalgia that tinged much 19th century graphic art, the Barefoot Boy circulated widely also as a framed chromolithograph and was recommended by the Beecher sisters alongside making the scrapbook. Today, we look at scrapbook houses as repositories of play, print culture, gender and race formation, domestic space, and consumption, and also as examples of collage that long predated the modernist definition of the medium. Scrapbook houses and other print crafts occupy strange positions at most institutions and are often subject to interpretation based on these contexts. At an art museum, the scrapbook house is Joseph Cornell before Joseph Cornell. In a collection established for students of the decorative arts, the scrapbook house is a goldmine of 19th century interior design. At a history museum, the scrapbook house is a material representation of childhood, of family, and of domestic life. And at a library with a particular interest in the book arts, the scrapbook house is an artist's book. This album is new to the Boston Atheneum, and like the others you've just seen, this recent acquisition features repurposed wallpaper, clippings from catalogs, greeting cards, and advertisements arranged across its pages. And notably, watermelon again makes an appearance in the dining room. It also includes some of the medicinal ephemera that Philippa will be speaking about in a moment. Here you're seeing owls as the wise consumers of sarsaparilla, repurposed as sculptural decorations or curious visitors in the house's conservatory. In addition to its beautifully collaged pages, those that remain unfinished are equally important and offer glimpses into the maker's process. And makers is plural here, as we have two often conflicting hands represented. The pages with rooms mapped in words demonstrate the iterative collage process, the give and take relationship between collecting and using printed materials, the necessity to envision what is needed, but also making do with materials at hand. From albums and books with prints in them, we can shift to thinking about things with prints on them. The perfect object to bridge this discussion is surely the things left in books box at the library company. Though not yet officially accessioned as part of the collection, the things left in books box is an unassumingly significant piece of library company history that self-referentially underscores the long and complicated relationship that cultural repositories have had with print-crafted objects. The box was likely decorated sometime around 1860. The maker, likely a young person, ebonized the wood and then carefully applied small pictures clipped from newspapers, books, and ephemera to its surface. Sometime later, this whimsical box was put into service as a storage solution for the miscellany abandoned in the pages of old books. For much of the early 20th century, librarians would remove the stray items left in rare books that were joining the library's collection. This group consists mostly of makeshift bookmarks, such as printed frogs and dapper gentlemen, cut paper lovebirds, and needlework. Though cataloging practices have evolved since then and the box is no longer a repository for these treasures, as an artifact, it gives us a great deal to ponder regarding the reuse of pictorial scraps in everyday life. While this box's decorative arrangement of printed images is as unique as its institutional provenance, this particular print craft technique was also rather common. And here you're seeing a very similar looking box from the historic Deerfield collection alongside the scrap box at the library company. In some ways, the pictures on the surface of the box seem to have come full circle, appearing as decontextualized as the ones on the pages of a type specimen book. Here we see a manicule and a barrel quite similar to those on the scrap box. Looking at specimen books gives us a sense of the many images in circulation that made their way into and onto print-crafted objects. Specimen books are essentially catalogs that feature typographical and pictorial pieces that printers could purchase and use to print everything from books and newspapers to bills and broadsides. Sometimes readers excised images from type specimen books directly, possibly as a way to order what they wanted, though this practice was not recommended, however, as evidenced by a "do not mutilate this book" directive. But these clippings could have been put to other uses too, perhaps print craft. We know specimen books often served other purposes once they became out of date as catalogs. And here, children have clearly gotten hold of these books and made them their own. So what we may have here with type specimen books and other printed items with excised images is the trace of printcraft, the trace of people using books as we wouldn't expect. Even when scrap boxes or scrapbooks aren't immediately present, many collections have printed texts that bear traces of the printcrafter's blade. Printcraft directly or indirectly exists in some form in almost every collection, but can be hard to find. When cataloged, very few standardized subject terms articulate the practice, and there are certainly no unifying vocabulary for these objects. In my research, I often search mutilated or imperfect, ironically, to pull up traces of printcraft activity. Both of these terms have so much to tell us in the context of this symposium. Mutilation, to maim, disfigure, and desecrate, is an overwhelmingly negative connotation. The perpetrator as villainous, the book as humanized victim. I can't help but recall the author instructing children to tear off the heads of printed figures and place them elsewhere. Similarly, imperfect as a term is used to designate a book that has pages or illustrations missing or damaged. Thinking alongside the exhibition Imperfect History, this descriptive term is a recognition that this object has a more complicated past. What can these mutilated or imperfect objects tell us about user interaction, about the other side of this destruction? Printcraft reminds us that printed material had a complex and diverse audience, serving different purposes for different people, and that there is more to learn about the perfectly imperfect objects in our collections. Printcraft confronts long-held collecting priorities that privilege the pristine, instead entreating us to consider the afterlives of printed material. It serves as a reminder that none of the objects held in repositories were or are materially or contextually static. We need to only look at the catalog records of some of these items to see that the library company staff has been busy updating them to call out racist themes or imagery that has previously been overlooked or pushed aside. Descriptive language and what we draw attention to changes as our readings of these complex items do. As printcraft exposes the tenuousness of the categories we use. Graphic arts scrapbook, extra illustrated rare book, decorative art, manuscript. Given that print crafts are themselves self-contained multimedia collections, often messy, idiosyncratic, and difficult to categorize, situating them within a collection is a challenge. Like the pictures adhered to album pages and wooden boxes, today's presentation is but a snippet, a surface level introduction to the genre of printcraft and its presence in libraries and museums. I have only shown you a fraction of what exists. How do we grapple with the overwhelming amount of material collected, recontextualized, and cared for by unknown makers? As creations of their own time, as artifacts in our time, and as objects that collapse time, each piece of printcraft contains multitudes. Taken together, printcraft conveys the multiplicity of the graphic arts and the many stories we have yet to tell. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. It was one of those times where it's like, I'm jealous of other curators' collections. But now on to our third presenter, and that is Philippa Pitts.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you so much. I want to echo the thanks that have been extended to those joining us, to the library company for organizing this panel, and to Shana and Christina for such a wonderful and thought-provoking start to this conversation. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, I want us to rethink pharmaceuticals from an art historical perspective. From multivitamins and fish oil supplements to analgesics or cancer therapies, drugs are the hope for good health, bottled and sold. As such, I argue that the study of pharmaceuticals needs to step beyond the expected arenas of patient care or scientific research into the popular graphic arts in order to access the complicated ecosystem in which pharmaceuticals are developed, consumed, advertised, and imagined. Today, we'll scratch the surface of how pharmaceuticals, or of how collections like the library companies and approaches like disability studies can expand our understanding of this field in the past and present. At a glance, my title may appear overly ambitious in its claim to tackle race, gender, and disability, but as I will discuss, it's impossible to speak to any one without discussing them all. Race, gender, and ability are inextricably interlinked in the way that they combine to fashion not only disease, but aspirations to health. And pharmaceutical ads have had a major role in structuring, disseminating, and cementing these beliefs. However, as we walk through these dynamics, I want to acknowledge that a number of the ideas that I discuss and images that I'll share on my screen are disturbing and painful, including our first image. This advertisement for Pear's soap, released in 1899, is perhaps the most cited example of how constructs of race, health, and hygiene intertwine within pharmaceutical advertising, although scores of soap ads employed the same troubling refrain. Here we see two children, one white, one black. In the first panel, the little boy of color sits in the bath as his companion offers a bar of Pear's soap. In the second image, the little boy has left the tub. His face and hair are unaltered, but his body is now a pale pink. He gazes at his own reflection, apparently in delight and surprise. And above these vignettes runs a signed testimonial. I have found Pear's soap matchless for the hands and complexion. As these advertisers worked to craft a joke that would both stick in the mind and connect to their sales pitch, Pear's soap is offering not only cleanliness, but a kind of refinement, they tapped into ambient cultural constructs. Art historian Charmaine Nelson offers a succinct summary of the ideologies of health, beauty, and virtue that clustered around white and color in the 19th century. In describing the period's investment in white marble and its distaste for painted statuary, she writes, "If the neoclassical body was white, the polychrome body was decidedly black. And if the neoclassical body was contained, controlled, pure, restrained, and noble, the polychromed was unruly, diseased, sensuous, and immoral." Now, if it seems overreaching to connect an advertising scene of little boys in a bathtub to ideas of race and neoclassicism in 19th century art, one has only to look at the image. Look at the little boy's towel spilling across his hips like Roman drapery. See how his little body has been transformed not only into a white body, but into the Greco-Roman ideal body, complete with age-inappropriate chiseled hips and abdominal muscles. The joke is far deeper than dirt is brown. Pear's soap is tapping into a broader imaginary that can use race to convey not only dirt and disease, but cleanliness, refinement, and purity. While scholars often put up disciplinary boundaries between high and low culture, advertisers by no means obey such rules. Moreover, as we'll see, 19th century pharmaceutical promotions invested heavily in connecting to and cementing these kinds of cultural ideals, normalizing them so effectively that they recur over a century later. For example, in 2017, Dove soap came under fire for this ad, which shows a Black woman removing her shirt to reveal a white body underneath. Representatives for the brand quickly apologized, saying this short video was intended to convey that Dove's body wash is for every woman and to be a celebration of diversity, but we got it wrong. Indeed, the full version of this ad showed a Black woman transformed into a white woman, transformed into a Latina woman. But whatever the conscious intentions of the advertising team, the power of this still, and behind it, the haunting associations between health, race, and hygiene remain visible. And this is by no means the only recent ad to use the same rhetoric. What this painful compendium illustrates is that such advertisements are not examples of unrelated poor choices made by separate designers. These are common threads woven throughout the past 150 years of American advertising. Moreover, even the idea of medical advertising itself is a cultural value, one that also took form in the 19th century. Today, the United States is one of only 2 nations in the world that allows direct-to-consumer advertising for prescription medicines. The other is New Zealand. The FDA maintains a very narrow remit over this deluge of prescription medicine promotions, and even less over OTCs, cosmetics, or supplements. They cannot limit the amount that companies spend or deny commercials for drugs that carry severe risks. They don't even approve ads. Illegal ones are hopefully reported after they air. This permissiveness to advertise or even to treat pharmaceuticals as consumer-facing commodities originates in a moment when medicine was in crisis. At the turn of the 19th century, faith was rapidly ebbing away from beliefs in a body controlled by the balance of humors and cures based in purging, blistering, and bloodletting. Trust in the physicians who practice these often lethal techniques fell rapidly, replaced by a rise in not only alternative medical providers, from homeopathy and hydropathy to galvanism and spirit healing, but a consumer medicine empire. By mid-century, the free choice of medicine had been so successfully associated with ideals of American independence that any and all treatments, however hazardous, were legally allowed to compete in an open market of public opinion. As regulations over drug manufacture and disclosure were struck down, hustlers, quacks, and other unscrupulous entrepreneurs abounded, turning pharmaceuticals into what sociologist Anne Cronin terms commodities of no substance. Public understanding of tinctures and tablets effects was entirely a matter of persuasion, not science or truth. Medicine became buyer beware, and modern advertising began. This is where an art historical perspective and access to print culture and graphic arts becomes critical, particularly as most advertising psychologists deny that the goal of ads is to sell specific products in specific moments. No, modern advertising is a long-term investment, not simply in creating brand recognition, but in cementing a set of beliefs that makes the product both desirable and necessary. While desire may not be a word that we often think of in terms of medicine, it is important. So in the case of pharmaceutical advertising, we're looking at constructing not only disease, but health. One of the most significant strides made by disability historians has been to trouble the idea of illness itself as a neutral concept. In the US, health is usually understood as a matter of pathology, something that falls within the domain of medicine, pharmacology, and public health, and can be defined by a narrative of disease, diagnosis, cure. The lived experience of health, sickness, and everything in between is not only far more complex, but major determinants of whether or not one is considered sick or disabled are not contained within the body at all. They are created by the shape of the society which surrounds us, how it builds its environments, which bodies it stigmatizes, and how narrowly it defines normativity. Take, for example, this extraordinary print from the Imperfect History's exhibition, in which we see a rendering of John Richardson Primrose Bowby, an enslaved Jamaican man with what we would now describe as vitiligo, or a variability in skin cells' capacity to produce melanin, which in turn produces differences in color across the skin. Vitiligo is not usually in and of itself harmful in any way. Its effects, which in this case included a child's abduction from Jamaica, his display as a specimen or curiosity in London, and his eventual success as the proprietor of a menagerie in England, are determined solely by the societal construction of his skin as abnormal. There's something wonderfully self-reflexive about this print as well, in which we see Bowby gazing at an image of his younger self, or perhaps of another child with similar skin pigmentation. There's a consciousness here that in the 19th century, the self was not only socially determined, but very much defined through print culture. Images like these might be familiar to some, in which we see the so-called evolution of humanity laid out, not even from light to dark or tall to short or any other such human measure, but in a continuum from ape to Roman statue. It was on these taxonomic standardizing spectra that entwined art, science, and culture that people were increasingly evaluated over the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, with race, gender, and physical form as the axes of perfection to deformity, and white, male, and healthy as the apex. These were the rhetorics that pharmaceutical producers invested their significant weight in spreading and cementing. For the more widely that pharmaceutical companies could define sickness, or conversely, how narrowly they could define health, the greater scope their products would have. And they had a significant weight. As historian James Cook quipped, in America, newspaper publishing and patent medicine advertising were born together, grew up side by side, and have been boon companions to this day. To open a period paper is to open the floodgates to a deluge of nostrum promotions. In 1847, 11 million medicine ads appeared across 2,000 newspapers. Ads also papered city streets, were painted across buildings, and were applied to all manner of objects, from collectible trade cards to board games, almanacs to decorative fans. As Shana and Christina showed, print culture was everywhere. In viewing these ads not as separate appeals to purchase individual products, but as interlocking pieces in a far larger puzzle, we see that such conversations were anything but peripheral or limited to the spheres of scientific discovery and academic discourse. They were a part of popular culture and the everyday lived experience. In many ads, the construction of race and gender, monsters and disability needs no explication. As historian Ann Anderson says, in such ads, skulls and crossbones, tombstones, and the Grim Reaper admonished the frightened consumer to look to his health and part with $1. Race and gender were leveraged not only to sell skin lightening, body shaping, and other cosmetic products, but general strawmen for disease and debility writ broadly. What I'd like to focus on today, however, are the subtler manifestations, ones that play not on fear and disgust, but the more powerful motivators of desire and ambition. Consider this cunning trade card, which, when folded, produces the image on the left of 2 women, one afflicted with bright red spots across the lower half of her face. Her companion both offers the cure and acts as the foil of health to her sickness. When the card is unfolded, the scene is transformed. Both women are shown with clear, rosy complexions, knowing smiles, and fine dresses. These images not only illustrate before and after as intended, they also highlight the difference between curing disease on the left and attaining good health on the right. Promotions which depicted disease, especially in the ways that read easily in limited space, addressed only a fraction of the population, one who already knew they were sick and were likely already in pursuit of a cure. With the image of health, however, advertisers enticed people experiencing any number of subtle, common, or non-specific symptoms, such as drooping eyelids or general weakness, to believe that they were also in need of treatment, or even the fortification of preventative care. In the accompanying text, producers encouraged consumers to scrutinize their hair, nails, tongues, and toes for any sign of deviation from this new, narrow norm of health, bringing these beliefs and concepts not only into the home, but into everyday life. And this type of advertising paired bodily hypervigilance with the emotional appeal of a hope fulfilled, promising not only health, but beauty, wealth, acceptance, and sociability. This tactic is apparent across a wide swathe of pharmaceutical advertisements. Consider this ad, which potential consumers are invited to wield the sword and shield of Simmons' liver regulator in order to fight off snakes labeled dyspepsia, fever, biliousness, and heartburn. Again, the advertiser seizes the neoclassical imaginary, controlled, noble, and strong, invoking all the trappings of the heroic ideal, from his crested helmet to the grisile style of the print itself. In these images, we see little of disease. What we see is a conflation of health with other aspirations. The woman steps out of her day dress and parlor into a beautiful gown, walking into some imagined fete. The man is poised as a hypermasculine ideal, defending a woman and child who crouch behind him. To drink this is not only to be dosed with a dyspeptic, it is to be fortified with a cultural antidote to prevailing middle and upper class fears around the erosion of vigor and masculinity in the soft 19th century city. Patent medicine providers leveraged literature, current events, celebrities, and political intrigue to sell their products. For why construct new ideals when you can tap into pre-existing narratives? And why voluntarily promote your product on shaky empirical ground when you can sell it through association, aspiration, and desire? Here, an ad for a panacea, a drug that claims to cure everything, is given over entirely to a rendering of Hercules battling the many-headed Hydra. There's a cleverness here, to be sure. This is a drug that can fight disease, whichever of its ugly heads it rears. But is the drug Hercules, or is it his club? Are we selling a cure that beats all disease, or a fantasy of becoming Hercules, triumphing over illness? In putting good health within the consumer's grasp, if they buy the right remedy, of course, sickness and debility move from a matter of fate, poor luck, or God's will into the realm of choice. If one can be strong or smart or determined enough to overcome disease, does it not follow then that those who are sick are so because they are weak, lazy, or unintelligent? These were exactly the ideas that patent medicine providers hoped to cement. One, who sold sugar water as a liver tonic, even published ads filled with admonishments such as, "To be sick is pardonable, to remain sick is inexcusable." We still hear these ideas today in the mouths of politicians and pundits who treat high-risk conditions as an inconvenience and personal failure. But do we recognize the same idea when it's presented during the commercial breaks? As a migraine-stricken mom can do it all if she just takes the right pill, or a grandmother can garden again if she finds the right remedy for her rheumatoid arthritis. It's also easy to see where these ideals excluded and denigrated people of color and people with disabilities. However, in our last 5 or so minutes, I want to further complicate our understanding of othering in patent medicine advertising. Ideologies of health have long been weaponized as justification for invasion, conquest, and discrimination, as well as eugenics. However, in the 19th century, distrust in traditional physicians generated a simultaneous public enthusiasm for alternative medicines of all kinds. Thus, the same society that supported the genocide of indigenous people and embraced profoundly racist pseudoscientific theories found these cultures alluring and even authoritative in matters of health and healing. Advertisers again leveraged existing tropes, following schematic narratives of exoticized cultures in possession of secret cures to be gifted to a favored white discoverer before preferably they disappeared from the modern world. Here, this narrative is used to frame the rather plainly named Perry Davis's vegetable painkiller. The ad is a muddle of vaguely Orientalist signifiers with bright textiles in the front and the pyramid and obelisk in the back. In the scene, a dark-skinned man kneels, offering a medicine bottle as tribute to the richly dressed standing woman flanked by 2 female attendants. The image evokes sexualized fantasies of the harem, popular interest in Egyptology, and an unplottable past, while maintaining the racial hierarchy of white above Black. Unexplained is how this history and knowledge came to Perry Davis. The term vegetable and the profusion of vines and stalks also carries meaning, playing upon ideas that botanical remedies were gentler and safer than the harsh chemicals used by period physicians. This enthusiasm for natural remedies often encouraged the erasure of indigenous people altogether. Seen here is an impossible scene of Christopher Columbus gesturing towards the coast of the so-called New World, paradoxically already emblazoned with a billboard reading Ayer's sarsaparilla. Sarsaparilla is a woody climbing vine that thrives in Central and South America, as well as the Caribbean. However, its pharmaceutical potential was by no means spelled out upon the land or apparent to new arrivals. It entered the European pharmacopoeia through contact with a number of indigenous peoples whose names were not recorded, in a step that is easily collapsed in images like this one. This erasure conforms to popular period rhetorics by simplifying the skilled use of cultivated plants into naturally occurring botany. In doing so, Anglo-Americans presented expansionist dreams of an untouched continent replete with pharmaceutical potential. So again, we have an aspirational image now infused with a medical manifest destiny used to sell an anti-syphilitic. Once again, the advertisement does not visualize disease and elides any implied immorality, presenting instead a site for aspirational identity formation. Of course, what we've looked at so far are ads that I cherry-picked for their straightforwardness. Most period advertisements mixed and matched these signifiers at will. Here, a designer has overlaid the stereotyped figure of an Indian warrior atop the trope of St. George fighting the dragon, creating an image that is both canonical and other, white and brown, virtuous and savage, religious and secular. The medicine is again a shield, albeit now an indigenous one, and an Anglo name with a doctor's honorific rests aside a profusion of botanical references. All this covering not a pill bottle, but a book of recipes for mince pies and lemon tarts. Although objects like this were everywhere in 19th century America, exerting daily influence, a minuscule percentage survived. Few individuals or institutions considered them worthy of collecting, either as art or history, let alone as a matter of science. Thus, to borrow Walker Bimman's words, the historian of the subject must become a kind of rag picker 100 years late. Through their investment in collecting, preserving, cataloging, and publishing these materials, institutions like the Library Company make possible the complication of pharmaceutical history, making visible the beliefs and ideologies that have adhered to drugs and cures over a century and a half of prolific direct-to-consumer drug advertising. Returning to this image of Bobby, these ads are the printed mirror which purport to reflect our image, but instead cement one narrow set of meanings and possibilities. Looking back to the 19th century prompts questions around the messaging that surrounds us today. What did health and sickness look like? What ads or products encourage us to maintain that kind of self-surveillance and criticism until we ask our doctor if such and such is right for us? How many alternative medicines, supplements, and cosmopharmaceuticals continue to exoticize and other in their sales pitches? And how many mainstream medicines elide their own roots in indigenous knowledge? Where do we still see health conflated with willpower or strength, and thus the perpetuation of disability and sickness as the result of poor choices and bad lifestyles? Although pharmaceuticals are no longer commodities of no substance, companies still elect to sell their products with desire through aspirational association and identity-driven tactics, ones that often leverage ideas of class, gender, race, and the fear of disability. We must ask, what does it mean for these ideas and images to continue to exist as unregulated and largely unchallenged background noise in this country today? Over the past 2 years, the gulf between people's experiences and reactions has seemed insurmountable. Vaccine hesitancy, personal freedom, drug regulation, disability rights, and medical racism have all become social flashpoints. While art history is no solution, it hopefully empowers us to see this world more clearly and to encounter conversations like this with a better vocabulary with which to talk across the divide and advocate for better. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippa. I just have to say, I really appreciate these 3 papers. They've really gotten my, well, as I said in my introduction, really thought-provoking, and thank you for the time and care that you put into your presentations. So I see we have some questions in the Q&A and one in the chat as well. So I will start with those, and I might throw in a question of my own in there at some point. But yeah, let me start with the ones that our participants have placed in the Q&A. Alrighty, so first question. I am curious when and why it was the watermelon specifically that became so toxically used for racist attacks against African Americans. Was this associated with their labor or specifically with their appetites versus that of whites? There are depictions of watermelons with white boys, for example, in Bingham's The Verdict of the People, 1854. How might earlier associations of the time with watermelons or the fact that it was a dominant product of Missouri contribute to our reading of this image? Sound like this is something for you, Shana.
Yeah, sure. So I see the questions from Janice. Thank you so much. It's a really terrific question. And just to give you a brief summary of the watermelon, it is originally an African fruit that comes over to the United States with the transatlantic slave trade. It gets here and it kind of quickly takes on these nationalist associations. It's like a party fruit, a rowdy fruit. It's cheap and inexpensive. It's accessible to all, and it's widely known for being eaten on July 4th. So it takes on some of these like party and intemperate qualities at the same time that it's like this national fruit. And so I think because it is associated with like raucousness and eating it with your hands and it being a kind of messy fruit that didn't have a lot of silverware tools invented around it yet until the late 19th century, it becomes this perfect object for translating and conveying the messiness or the savageness of another community. That, in addition to it being originally an African fruit, and also this fruit that African Americans had authority over. I mean, they were the authorities on cultivating it and growing it. So for a number of those reasons, its messiness, in addition to those others, contribute to how it gets reversed after the Civil War.
Great, thank you. So I see there's also a question in the chat. Whoops, sorry, I'm getting a little fast with my chat here. And it's a question, if I missed this in your talks, please forgive me. I've heard you speak about teaching about racist images and also about keeping them in collections. What are your thoughts about exhibiting them? I think there's a difference between showing racist images in class and exhibiting them, particularly in an art museum. So let's see. Art museums have typically played the role of promoter for artists. Exhibiting works in an art museum is seen as a show of approval and support for the artwork. I also think that it is much more difficult to adequately contextualize things in an exhibition space. People could simply choose not to read the label, and then the toxic work of a racist image can do its work unencumbered. So I think, please, I feel like any of our presenters could respond, and including myself. Go ahead.
I can start off really quickly because I probably had more time to marinate with that question than Philippa and Christina. And you two also have curatorial experience that you can for sure contribute to this question. But yeah, I think it's like a little bit of a slippery slope, that there are definitely like overtly racist images, but then even an image in a museum like a landscape painting, you know, that was at the expense of Indigenous removal and the doctrine of manifest destiny. So it's like, if we were to take out all racist images, I think a lot of our museums might be a little empty, to be straightforward. So I think that there are ways to contextualize some of these images. In the past year, even, I've noticed a huge turn in our discipline. I'm going to museums now, and I see labels that are so forthcoming about slavery and the inequalities in a lot of these artworks, and even the racist attitudes of artists themselves. And so I think that's really refreshing. But I would also encourage institutions to think more internally and self-critically about how their own institutions operate and some of the lopsided power dynamics, not just at play in what they're showing, but also how they're operating. And thanks, Lisa, for the question.
Philippa or Christina, did you want to respond as well?
Sure. Hi, Lisa, and thanks for your question. What immediately came to mind for me was the context of the exhibition space and the material being exhibited. So working with both like paintings and special collections materials, I think there are a lot of different considerations, right? It's different to have a big canvas with like a caricatured portrait that you see sightline wise as soon as you walk into a gallery versus maybe a trade card that's in a case that you really have to get up close to view. But even with both of those things, I think it comes down to just conveying to visitors what to expect. Like, don't surprise them with an image like that. And I think that I'm seeing a lot of really interesting installation methods that can impact that experience too. So maybe something is covered before, you know, the image is revealed. Maybe the viewer decides if they want to, you know, lift that piece of velvet or whatever it is. So I think, right, that exhibiting racist material is kind of those three contexts that you mentioned, teaching and collecting and exhibiting. Exhibiting is the trickiest and probably the one most capable of doing unintended harm in some ways, at least the short term, in the immediate moment. But right, because teaching, you're having conversations about these materials and discussing, you know, the issues with them and collecting them. Right, as Shana mentioned, maybe we don't need to continue collecting so many examples of them, but in having them in your collection, just being prepared to address those objects, and as Shana also pointed out, address, you know, how they got into your collection, why it felt okay to maybe bring them in under certain contexts, or even to not catalog them or to catalog them in a certain way. So that's my long answer to that question.
Thanks, Christina. Philippa, did you want to respond as well?
Yes, and I think I'm very lucky in that my answer kind of echoes what's in both of those. One of the major advantages of working in the museum context is that you're not working alone. You're working with a team of designers and public program specialists and interpreters. And that means that you really have the capacity to bring a lot of people into designing those environments. There's a huge difference between teaching an object, making an object into a book, and then making an object into an exhibition. There are different kinds of storytelling. There are different kinds of argumentation. And in some ways, I think that there's a lot that we could learn from museum practice that we could bring into those other aspects of scholarship. Because I know that for me, I hold certain identities. And when I look at images, I see certain things. But the bigger my team is and the more people I look at images with, the more that I see and the more perspectives that I gain. So I think that there's a wonderful energy now about thinking about collaboration and contextualization and lessening our individual ownership of these objects, which both benefits our scholarship, but also makes it easier to do better in all of those contexts.
Great. Thank you, Philippa. So let me okay. All right, I have a couple other questions. This is from Lisa Strong. What are your thoughts about exhibiting racist images rather than teaching or collecting? Art museums have functioned as, all right, I'm sorry.
Same question.
That was in the chat. Sorry, I was like, this sounds like a repeat to me. Sorry about that. All right. So this gives me an opportunity for me to ask a question. I think it plays on question that I was just repeating, but I was thinking there's a thread through all of your papers about the material and the metaphoric body in terms of visual stereotypes, ideals, realities, and imperfections, which for me raises the question. I think we've been discussing about legibility versus understanding of visual codes. And, you know, what is the difference? How does seeing a material as part of a collection or through its collection affect our prescribed versus our subjective readings? I think that's maybe like a part two to the question you all were just answering. Anyone wants to?
Erica, could you repeat the last sentence?
Yeah. So I'm thinking, how, to see an image, you're reading the image and potentially the message is legible, but are you understand? I'm thinking, like what you sort of did with your scrapbooks, you kind of this bombardment of images, you're flooded with images that at a certain point becomes normalized, like you're not even realizing that it's racist. I'm also thinking with Philippa with was it the Dove ad? Like, I mean, when you did the screenshot, it was sort of like, wow, there's a misstep going on here. But at the time, I assume there was a group of folks who were looking at that and they did not catch it. I guess, just trying to tease that out a bit about how, what the creator intends versus how we're reading that. And I know that there's a tension there. And is there a way we can kind of, navigate that as, curators working with the material, scholars working with material, or, just, looking at that material ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that, can flesh out an answer. I know it's a complex, dense question.
Yeah, I think in a lot of the objects that I encounter, I just have to remind myself to read it at different levels and different layers. I mean, these objects are literally layered objects. And I think there's on one level, kind of the surface reading of, these are just simple images kind of pasted on a surface for decorative purposes, but they always retain sort of those original contexts. In some of the other scrap boxes, there are kind of really disturbing excerpted images, such as, the image of a fugitive slave that was just clipped and then put on a box. But among, other just strange images that don't relate narratively to it. And so I think a lot about, why would someone put that on there? And is it just an attempt to completely divorce it from its original printed context? Is that ever really possible? And so just kind of playing with that like micro and I guess macro perspective. And another thing I come back to a lot that actually Philippa and Shayna's papers pointed to as well is sort of the sometimes incongruous symbols, visual devices used in advertisements to advertise things. I think actually, Shayna, a lot of the food advertisements seem to actually use food in the advertisements. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, a lot of them don't too. I think we've talked about this, like some of them have no relevance to the object display, but yeah, sometimes they do. And I feel like the advertiser just got lucky.
Yeah, like they actually, made an effort to pick something representative, but yeah, you'll see just, I mean, who knows what the boy and the watermelon in the scrapbook house was originally advertising. It could have been, soap or shoes or thread, it's can be all over the place. And I just think it's really that like strange play of signifiers, sometimes being nonsensical, or as Philippa pointed out, has maybe an insidious sort of message that takes a bit of time to reveal itself.
I think I would also.
Go, Philippa. I'm sorry. I was because I saw you on mute. Yeah.
No, it's perfect. I was going to say, I would actually pick up something from Christina's talk too, to answer this question. She invoked Michael Leja's idea of sort of an ecosystem of print culture, and this idea that these objects don't exist singly. Like when we pull them out of a box and we look at them by themselves, that's not at all how they were encountered or seen. And so there's kind of this beautiful joy and challenge of working with mass media and working with print media, that you have to look at them never as excerpted from that context, even if that context isn't entirely recoverable. So there's a real joy in that process.
Yeah, I would also piggyback. Go
ahead.
Just really quickly by saying that what all of our presentations do is also show the agency of some of these images, that they're not just reflecting society, they're also shaping attitudes, they're contributing to them. And that these images were so ubiquitous, right? All of our images were so widely circulating. I mean, we're not talking about high art meant for like exclusive elite audiences who can maybe afford admission into a museum or gallery space or in someone's home. These are widely circulating, pervasive images, which is also what makes them so dangerous for some of these toxic messages to be distributed so widely across the country.
Yeah, no, I think that was sort of what I was trying to be, because I was thinking with your paper, Shayna, you were used the term that you were displaying these images to combat cultural amnesia. And I was thinking,
Yeah.
you know, the ubiquity then was causing this, the normalization of those images for people to sort of, I'm going to say rationalize, but not necessarily the best word, that they aren't racist. That is just sort of the way things are, right? And so for me, it's now this tension of, you know, as you were mentioning, should we still collect these materials? Like, you feel there's already so many racist image, you know, the watermelon trope, and should we continue to collect them? And it really got me thinking about, you know, collecting at the Library Company of Philadelphia. And I've worked, I had the privilege of cataloging our African Americana graphics at the Library Company. And through the visual culture program, I must admit, I still do collect racist, the racist imagery. And for me, part of the reason I'm still doing that is to continue to trace the history, so we can better understand, you know, why certain tropes are still resonating with us today in a racist way, or potentially folks are not picking up the racism there. And one, I was just thinking recently, we had a fellow who's working with in the 17th century, 16th century, but, you know, the horrible practice of when enslaved persons came to the Americas, or to Jamaica, I believe she was working in, that, you know, if the person had passed away, it was like disposable bodies. They were, you know, just, you know, disposed of in you could say even like the trash of that environment. And I'm thinking like, well, disposable bodies, we have pictures of this horrible trope where it's an alligator eating an African-American child or a baby. It's often for like tobacco advertisements. And so it was not something that was visualized in the 16th or 17th century, but in some ways it was continuing on up until the 19th century. So that, maybe that's just a rationalization on my part to continue to, you know, to collect this material, but that, you know, something that I had been thinking about. So, but this is, yeah, I'm going on, and this is not my a panel. So, well, it is but it's not, I did not present the papers, but there was another question in the Q&A. And I think this might be, you know, I can respond to it, but potentially others can as well. It's would you be able to share any thoughts about the description of these racist images, particularly in library catalogs?
So my experience has been there hasn't been a lot of description attached to the images I found in archives, that they're tucked away in these catalogs with other trade cards, which to Philippa's point is really helpful, because we have to contextualize them with the other objects that are circulating alongside of them. So yeah, that's such a great question, because it makes me think, like, what could an archivist do to better contextualize them? Even just adding a description or a trigger warning, like, I don't know what that would look like. That's interesting.
I actually find that disability studies has been really helpful here in sort of denormalizing, and it obviously links up with things that we're looking at in critical race theory, and we're looking at in a lot of these other movements, where what do we catalog and what do we not catalog? For example, we might catalog things that show racism, which only show African American or Indigenous people, but do we also see racism in images of white bodies? And so I think that there's a lot that we can do in thinking about not just giving triggering language, but giving language that opens us up to thinking in a different way, and denormalizing all of these ideas that we put onto bodies, which come in such wonderfully myriad forms that we structure through such narrow language.
Christina, did you have a response? And if it's...
Sure. Yeah. So I can say, I know on behalf of the catalogers that we work with at the Athenaeum, who do such a great job, and I'm so grateful to them, that sometimes too the subject terms are dictated by the ALA, the American Library Association. So there are still some really inappropriate terms that I think like a lot of people are working on trying to get changed. So sometimes those are things that have to be grappled with when making catalog records. And I'm also really mindful of something Makeda brought up in the Q&A of sort of like the labor of cataloging and the time it takes and the ethics of bringing things into your collection that you may or may not have time to adequately catalog and describe and think through, right? And those things take a lot of time. And so I guess I'm just like mindful of, you know, the fact that sometimes things come in quickly in collections and people have to be given time to find the right language for things that maybe they haven't cataloged in such a way before, because there are still, as both Shayna and Philippa have mentioned, kind of new and emerging ways to describe these things in catalogs. And I know, Erica, you know, your team involved in sort of revisiting things that have been cataloged for a long time and drawing attention to those things. Yeah, and that's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time, but it's work that needs to be done, right?
Yeah, so thank you, Christina. And I just want to also mention Linda August, who'll be chairing the third panel on this of the program today, but she and I have been working on remediating our African American history graphic catalog records, which I mentioned I first cataloged over 20 years ago. So I can, you know, my understanding of this material has changed in those 20 years. And so what we've been trying to do at the library company, you know, we do have a harmful materials statement that is on, which a lot of institutions are doing at this time, which I think is a good idea on our website. But we also have a digital catalog. And in the digital catalog, we have our African American history graphics digital collection. And a board member very rightly a few years ago pointed out, well, you know, can you consider racist material part of African American history when it's mainly been created by white creators, and you know, is that African American history? Which really got my, like, yes, that is a fair point. And you know, how can we navigate that? So our hope is within this, by the end of the year, to have a race and visual culture digital collection, which will complement the African American history graphics collection, and try to make that distinction. I know it's not a cure-all, and it's, you know, still like, you know, minor steps. So it's part of our remediation work, is to create that collection. And what we've been doing is creating local subject headings to sort of, you know, complement is not necessarily the right word, but the Library of Congress subject headings that are still, a lot of them are, I'm going to call them legacy headings, that are, you know, outdated, I feel outdated verbiage. So instead of using slave, using enslaved person, or slave woman, enslaved woman, and also just being mindful in our description. And I will say, I think, you know, we've been mindful to at least try to have some sort of description with this material. And when I originally cataloged it, there wasn't a digital catalog. And I think it does say, you know, when you have that image also with the description, it's like a double whammy that wasn't there when you just had the description. So that's something we also, I think, need to be mindful of, or have become more mindful with this material. Yeah, I mean, I could probably talk for another 20 minutes, which I shouldn't. And I don't know if there are any final questions. I'm not seeing anything in the Q&A, but I'll check the chat. But I think we're—
Erica, while you do that, I just want to say that I think it's really exciting that we're having all these conversations, because once you start to see how some images are problematic, you can't unsee it. They're really everywhere. And while there's a lot of anxiety around what terms do we use, like we're always on the shifting terrain, it feels like in 2022, that, you know, how do we deal with this unsettling subject matter? How do we confront this stuff? Rather than feeling anxiety, I feel it's thrilling. Like we're really taking a turn, I hope, in a better direction. And people have been advocating for this for so long. And I think it's really cool that we're all kind of moving together in directions.
Yeah, no. I'm thinking I was a part of a training some months ago, and it was a bias training, and someone made the comment of, well, and I've been using the term missteps, that, you know, if you're making the steps, it means you're moving forward, right? Like we're not just standing still or trying to go back.
Yeah.
We're trying to go forward. And I must admit, you know, I'm also very mindful, and it's sort of, you know, again, those of us, you know, curators working with graphic art material scholars, and I think you can see that, you know, so with our program a lot, you know, it's women, and often white women, and that, you know, trying to, you know, to grapple with this, the complexity of this material, and stewarding this material. And, I'm mindful that, often still the administrators of our institutions are not necessarily women. They're, it's men. And so that's also sort of in my mindset of who are the folks, practically grappling with this and, trying to make these remediations or trying to make these move forward as well. So, just, through like a free-flowing kind of a little, thought out there too. But yeah, it's almost a quarter after, and that was to be the end of our first panel. I think this, I'm just so appreciative of this conversation that started off the symposium. And I think it's really going to be a thread that's going to continue on through the panels this afternoon. And I don't want to keep folks from lunch. So yes, we're not going to have a lunch break till 1:30. So again, I hope folks will return, but I also suspect we might get a new set of folks joining us as well. But I also want to just thank you, Shana, Philippa, and Christina. I really appreciated your presentations. I really think they, like I say, got me thinking. I hope it got our audience thinking as well. Sorry, I know we're about to go. Okay, I know it's 12:15, but I just wanted to put from Sarah Duke at Library of Congress said that they are actively working to change subject headings. I'm not part of the team, but a release is forthcoming. In the Prints and Photographs division, we are starting to change titles to remove language from the primary title and put it in a secondary. And then Jim Stokes said, appreciate the dialogue and perspective being highlighted, always learning. Great start to the symposium. So thank you for those comments. Now I've got us to 12:16. So everyone go forth and get yourself nourished, fed, and we will see hopefully most back at 1:30. Bye, everyone.
I'm not gonna.
Well, it is now 1:31. So in order to keep things sort of on track, I would like to welcome everyone back for the afternoon session of our symposium. And also to welcome all of you who were not here for the morning session. You really missed something great, but you'll be able to catch it on YouTube and the link that we will send to everybody upon the completion of the entire symposium. This afternoon's first session is entitled Equity and Curation, Then and Now. And we will follow pretty much the same format that we did for the morning session, in that we have 3 speakers. They are going to present in the order that they appear on the slide. And we will hold off on questions and answers until the end of the third presenter. And then questions can be for all of the presenters, and I will do my best to notice, please put them in the Q&A, and I will do my best to get to all of them. So our first speaker for the afternoon panel is Robin Asluson. Robin is curator of the Prints and Drawings Department at the National Portrait Gallery, Smithsonian Institution, a position she has held since 2016. Her exhibitions and publications often explore transnational aspects of art, the relationship of the visual and performing arts, and women as cultural agents. Her current exhibition projects include Brilliant Exiles, American Women in Paris, 1900 to 1939, slated to open in 2024, and Staging America, Theater and the New Nation, scheduled to open in 2025. She also curated the international series Portraits of the World, which featured one significant portrait on loan from another country each year, placed in conversation with works from the National Portrait Gallery's collection. She holds a BA, MA, and PhD degrees from Yale University. Our second speaker is Anne Cross. Anne is a PhD candidate in the art history program at the University of Delaware. She's working on a dissertation that examines the publication of photographic images of atrocity in the Civil War mass press, focusing in particular on Harper's Weekly. Her scholarship has appeared in Panorama, the Journal of the Association of Historians of American Art, and in History of Photography. Anne recently was awarded a Suzanne and Caleb Loring Fellowship on the Civil War, its origins and consequences, from the Boston Athenaeum and the Massachusetts Historical Society. Anne received her bachelor's degree from New York University and a master's degree from the Institute of Fine Art at New York University. Prior to attending the University of Delaware, she served as the Luce Fellow in American Prints at the Philadelphia Museum of Art, and currently she is the Lynn Herrick Sharp Curatorial Fellow at the Delaware Art Museum. Our final presenter in this panel is Stephanie Mannheim. Stephanie is currently a student at Queens College's Graduate School of Library and Information Studies and a program manager at Comixology. Her research interests include the use of comics in academic libraries and archives, comics cataloging and metadata, and zine librarianship. She received her bachelor's from Barnard College, where she worked as an archives assistant at the Barnard College Archives, and wrote her undergraduate thesis on the evolving views of comics within highbrow publications. Stephanie is also a cartoonist, and her work, including No Time for Coffee and Nate, the Nonconformist Has a Rival, has been published by Birdcage Bottom Books. So we will first have Robin, if she would like to share her screen, and she will be our first presenter.
Okay. The Smithsonian's National Portrait Gallery opened in 1968 with a congressional mandate to tell the story of America by portraying the people who have shaped the nation's history, development, and culture. That mission has not changed in 54 years, but its interpretation has evolved with the times. In the early years of the gallery's existence, the story of America was told almost exclusively through traditional portraiture, that is, oil paintings and sculptures. A department of prints was not established until 1974, followed by a department of photographs in 1976. This focus on painting and sculpture inevitably led to an elitist version of history that skewed heavily toward an affluent, white, male constituency and perspective, since that demographic is disproportionately represented in historic American paintings and sculptures. The more complex and inclusive approach to American history that has emerged since the Portrait Gallery's founding has fundamentally altered the museum's collecting and exhibition practices. Because traditional fine art portraiture can never adequately represent the diverse individuals and divergent experiences that have shaped this country, we rely increasingly on more democratically accessible forms of portraiture. From a foundational collection of 223 prints and drawings in 1968, the museum now has more than 11,000 such works. And the growth of the photography department has been even more dramatic, from just 9 photographs in 1968 to well over 12,000 today. In addition to growing the collection through purchases and gifts, we have transferred objects from a picture library assembled at the time of the museum's founding. This library is comprised of approximately 40,000 original 19th and early 20th century prints, drawings, and photographs that include duplicates from the Library of Congress and the Metropolitan Museum of Art, as well as donations from Scribner's publishers, the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and private collections and photographer studios. Initially, this collection was valued only as a research tool, and its contents were considered unworthy of museum display. Over time, however, it has proven to be a treasure trove of portraits that fit our current collecting practices and priorities. For example, it has yielded printers' proofs and other illustrations for representing African-American subjects, such as the mathematician and educator Charles Lewis Reason, the abolitionist and author Austin Stewart, and the South Carolina Congressman Robert Brown Elliott. The Portrait Gallery's dual identity as a museum of art as well as a museum of history enlarges our scope to collect and display objects not normally found in museums, at least art museums, but which provide vivid insights into the past and demonstrate the myriad forms that portraiture can take. What better way to represent the celebrity and intrepid daring of journalist Nellie Bly than with a board game that not only features a color lithographic portrait of her, but also charts her extraordinary trip around the world in 1889, which she completed in just 72 days to beat Jules Verne's fictitious 80-day journey. Bly intended her trip as a publicity stunt that would demonstrate women's capabilities. The Portrait Gallery has a full-length formal portrait of another trailblazing woman, presidential candidate Belva Lockwood. But this metamorphic caricature reveals a lot more about her experience in the political arena. It's a tab lifts to reveal a man, General Benjamin Butler, hiding under her skirts, suggesting that any woman in politics must have a man behind her. But by showing a man beneath her instead, the caricature makes Lockwood the butt of the sort of sexist joke that has plagued female politicians ever since. Portraits in illustrated newspapers enable us to share other stories from the past that resonate strongly today. In September 1869, Harper's Weekly published the wood engravings on the left, representing the San Francisco-based merchants Choi Chu and Sing Man. In the wake of large-scale Chinese immigration following the Burlingame Treaty of 1868, the two men toured the Midwest and East Coast to promote understanding of Chinese culture. 8 years later, Harper's featured the illustrated article on the right about another advocate for Chinese Americans, the journalist, lecturer, and newspaper publisher, Wang Chin-fu. Wang devoted his career to correcting misconceptions about Chinese culture and to fighting anti-immigrant prejudice. In opposition to the Chinese Exclusion Act, he organized the first Chinese American Voters Association in 1884 and the Chinese Equal Rights League in 1892. The relative objectivity of these portraits, which are based on photographs, which we would still love to find, provides a welcome contrast to the demeaning caricatures of Chinese Americans that appeared in Harper's and other illustrated newspapers of the period. Integrating the museum's rich and varied collection of works on paper into the galleries presents opportunities, but also some challenges. Until COVID suddenly made public touchscreens seem hazardous to health, digital visitors to our America's President's exhibition could use a digital kiosk, which gave them access to a wide range of prints, drawings, and photographs relevant to each president. These materials often provide a revealing counter-narrative to the idealized paintings and sculptures on display, as for example, in these two contrasting images of President Abraham Lincoln. Digital is no substitute for the real thing, of course, and most of the permanent collection galleries incorporate works on paper. Especially in the galleries dedicated to the 1600 to 1900 period, popular prints, as well as drawings and photographs, allow us to represent many individuals for whom no painting or sculpture exists, and whose stories are often excluded from traditional historical narratives or frameworks. At the same time, we are mindful of potentially replicating inequitable social hierarchies by predominantly representing white men in large-scale, colorful, gilt-frame paintings and life-size three-dimensional sculptures, while smaller scale Black and white works on paper most often represent women and persons of color. Some of our visitors interpret the distinctions in medium as value judgments on the individuals represented. Grouping works on paper together and framing them in oversized mats can enhance their visual impact and create thematically integrated whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. A more exacting approach was adopted by Kate LeMay for her exhibition, Votes for Women, about the women's suffrage movement. Kate deliberately chose not to display any of the portrait gallery's oil paintings of white women suffragists to avoid creating the impression that they were more important than the African-American leaders whose likenesses could only be shown in small carte de visite. Kate's approach placed all the women on an equal footing. In 2018, the Portrait Gallery began planning the reinstallation of several outdated permanent collection galleries with a view to expanding and enriching our representation of the 1600 to 1900 period. The Black Lives Matter movement and national conversations around the removal of Confederate monuments demonstrated the urgent need to reconceptualize the museum's two galleries devoted to the Civil War. Research and discussion led to the decision to dedicate only one of those galleries to the Civil War and the other to the Reconstruction era, which had not previously been part of the museum's historical narrative. As installed in 2006, the two Civil War galleries were dominated by Union and Confederate military commanders represented in large gilt-framed paintings and marble sculptures. In contrast to the pale walls in the rest of the museum, these two galleries were painted in deep red, and the overall impression was of somber and hagiographic. Many people compared it to a sacred shrine or a hall of heroes. The emphasis on military leadership presented a one-dimensional view of the period that failed to consider alternative perspectives on the war and its meanings. The new installation, which opens in July, will demonstrate that the Civil War was fought not only on the battlefield and not only by white men, but in a variety of other forums by a diverse cross-section of people. A reduced number of formal paintings and sculptures will create a skeletal framework that will be fleshed out by popular forms of portraiture, arranged in thematic groups to enhance their visual impact. And I excuse this visual, very crude mock-up, it's just to provide a general impression. The necessity of periodically swapping out works on paper to avoid excessive light exposure will provide opportunities for each new paper rotation to focus on a different theme, allowing for deep dives into specific subjects. A recurring subtext of each installation will be the ways in which popular graphics informed understanding of current events and shaped popular opinion. In its first iteration, the new Civil War Gallery will explore the factors that led to the expansion of the North's war aims, from a fight to preserve the Union to a battle to abolish slavery. The exhibition will trace the myriad influences that gradually convinced Abraham Lincoln to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, and it will show how popular graphics helped frame the shifting meanings of the war over time and among disparate groups. Early on, printmakers in the North helped justify armed conflict with fellow countrymen through visual propaganda that vilified and dehumanized Confederate leaders. The lithograph on the left, for example, which reminds me very much of Philippa's Panacea advertisement, features US Army General Winfield Scott in the guise of the legendary hero Hercules, raising a club labeled Liberty and Union against a hydra labeled Secession. The 7 heads of the mythical beast represent prominent Southern leaders, each labeled with his name and supposed crime: hatred, blasphemy, treason, piracy, extortion, and so on. But significantly, slavery is not included in the list. The conflict is defined exclusively in terms of Union versus secession. Another lithograph published early in the war, Enemies of Our Union, on the right, includes 11 Confederate military commanders, most of whom were well known from their service during the Mexican-American War of 1846-48. Images such as this helped rebrand former national heroes as enemies. Meanwhile, abolitionists pressured the government to include the dismantling of slavery as a war goal. And as the conflict continued year by year, they reminded a war-weary public of the moral necessity of staying the course. Portraiture in the form of carte de visite played an important role in this campaign. These small, inexpensive, easily reproduced, shared, and collected photographic portraits were introduced in the United States just before the outbreak of the war. In her public lectures and in photographs such as the one on the left, the Quaker abolitionist Laura Smith Haviland provided physical evidence of the horrific abuse of enslaved people by displaying chains, iron collars, and other restraints that she discovered on her tours of the South. Haviland's close associate, the abolitionist and women's suffrage activist Sojourner Truth, on the right, famously sold the shadow to support the substance, raising money from the sale of her carte de visite to fund relief work for the refugees from slavery who made their way to Washington, D.C. Presenting herself in a domestic setting in accordance with the convention's middle-class white portraiture, Sojourner Truth asserted her humanity while also promoting her fame, which proved an asset in her efforts to convince African-American men to join the Union Army. Many other women contributed to the Union war effort as relief managers, supply coordinators, and healthcare providers. Mary Edwards Walker, an abolitionist women's rights activist and dress reformer, served as the first female Army surgeon during the war and is the only woman ever to have received the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest award. Several hundred women are estimated to have sidestepped the prohibition barring women from military service by cross-dressing as men and enlisting as soldiers. Most notoriously, Frances Clayton, shown in quasi-military dress on the left and in civilian clothing on the right, claimed to be a veteran of 18 Civil War battles. By pairing popular prints with the photographs that served as their models, the new Civil War and Reconstruction galleries will draw attention to ways printmakers constructed images with a view to influencing opinion, for example, by framing their subjects as heroes or martyrs. Just weeks after the famous transcontinental explorer Frederick Lander was promoted to brigadier general and put in charge of a brigade of the Army of the Potomac, a photograph showing him in civilian life, posing nonchalantly in Matthew Brady's studio on the left, was adapted to a military context by the Boston artist Joseph Edward Baker on the right. And I'll just flip the photograph to make that clearer. Though represented in uniform at the head of a brigade in the print, Lander retains the casual pose and relaxed expression of his photograph, reinforcing his reputation for fearless composure on the battlefield. When Elmer Ellsworth became the first Union officer killed in the war on May 24th, 1861, Matthew Brady's studio photograph at far left was rapidly translated into sheet music, shown at center, and other popular prints as on the right, which helped to reify his stature as a Union hero and martyr. The Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1863, helped turn the tide of the war by depriving secessionists of their involuntary labor force and legalizing the military conscription of some 200,000 African-American men. Martin Robeson Delaney, a longtime activist in the struggle for racial equality, convinced President Lincoln of the importance of placing African-American troops under the command of Black officers rather than white men. On February 26, 1865, Delaney became the first Black officer to receive a field command, and he marked the occasion with this photograph in officer's uniform. As Maura Lyons has noted, Delaney's upright stance differs from the relaxed posture often assumed by white military officers. In contrast to the more casual contrapposto stance we saw in the portraits of Ellsworth and Lander, Delaney stands squarely on both feet and presents an upright appearance in both senses of the word. Like Sojourner Truth, he felt obliged to align his self-presentation with conservative conventions for respectable comportment. In the lithograph that will be exhibited alongside Delaney's photograph, the unidentified printmaker went further, adopting a conventional background often found in portraits of white military officers, such as Elmer Ellsworth, whereas in both we see very similar field encampments comprised of a row of tents on the left, the foremost topped by an American flag, and a sentry standing guard. By picturing Delaney in the familiar mode of heroized white military officers, the lithograph visually affirmed his equal qualifications for leadership, countering demeaning stereotypes of African-American men with an image expressing competence, authority, and dignity. Pages from illustrated newspapers, predominantly Harper's Weekly, will show that enslaved people did not passively wait to be freed by Union troops. Hundreds of thousands liberated themselves, many of them going on to provide crucial support for the Northern War effort. A focal point of the first installation will be one of the most impactful graphic publications of the Civil War era, this iconic piece of anti-slavery propaganda that appeared in Harper's Weekly on July 4th, 1863, which featured the story of a man identified as Gordon, illustrated by 3 wood engravings purporting to represent his metamorphosis from the brutality of bondage, as demonstrated by his horrifically scarred back in the central image, to service in the Union Army. 2 of the photographs that served as models for the engravings will be exhibited along with the newspaper, and interpretive labels will share evidence gathered by scholars such as David Silkenat and Bruce Laurie about the misleading use of these images and the fabricated story that went along with them to re-energize Northern support for the war through a shocking demonstration of the brutality of the slave system and the redemptive power of freedom. The Reconstruction Gallery will follow a similar structure, with traditional portraits sharing space with popular graphics. Optimistic visions of the more perfect union to be achieved in the aftermath of the Civil War will include John Lawrence Giles's utopian allegory of the country in the process of rebuilding itself on more just and equitable foundations on the left. Such idealistic conceptions will be contrasted against more cynical and hard-nosed images, such as the sheet music cover on the right, which shows President Andrew Johnson astride a horse labeled Constitution, waving papers labeled Veto, trampling on bureau drawers signifying the Freedmen's Bureau, and human figures labeled with the names of champions of African-American civil rights, while in the right background, an enthusiastic crowd cheers him on. Thomas Nast, of course, provided the counter-narrative to these images in pages of Harper's Weekly, relentlessly skewering President Johnson for his opposition to legislative reforms aimed at expanding and protecting the rights of newly freed people. Nast's famous cartoon, Andrew Johnson's Reconstruction and What It Means, on the left, depicts Johnson in the guise of the Shakespearean villain Iago, betraying the trust of an African-American Civil War veteran. Images in the encircling vignettes connect the president's leniency toward former Confederates with the eruption of violent assaults against Black communities in Memphis and New Orleans. Popular prints commemorating the passage of groundbreaking Reconstruction legislation helped crystallize a pantheon of civil rights and racial justice heroes. Portraits of Martin Delaney, Frederick Douglass, and Abraham Lincoln are among those included in this lithograph, depicting the jubilant parade in Baltimore in 1870 to celebrate ratification of the 15th Amendment, which extended the franchise to African-American men. As in other prints of this kind, vignettes illustrate the benefits that this legislation was anticipated to bring to Black Americans, such as on the right, the right to worship, on the left, the right to worship, the right to marry whom you please, right to elect officials, and to worship. The fulfillment of these optimistic predictions was never secure, but popular prints helped to envision that it could be so. In his cartoon, Time Works Wonders, Thomas Nast savored the reversal of fortunes that for a time had turned the political tables, with Mississippi Senator Hiram Revels occupying Jefferson Davis's former US Senate seat, while an embittered Davis looks on. Similarly, in John Cameron's A Dodge That Won't Work, it is the white men who are demeaned through caricature, while two Black men are depicted in a more respectful manner. And we're seeing Jefferson Davis holding a whip and manacles, reminiscent of Laura Smith Haviland's carte de visite, hiding behind the newspaper editor and presidential candidate Horace Greeley, who is unsuccessfully courting the votes of men representing working class and middle class African-American electorate. Ultimately, of course, the federal government prioritized reconciliation between the North and the South over equal rights and justice for African-Americans. Legislative reforms, such as the Civil Rights Act of 1875, championed in a dazzling speech by South Carolina Congressman Robert Elliott, as commemorated in this lithograph. Such reforms were ignored, weakened, or declared unconstitutional, reversing much of the progress that had been made. The limitations of inherent in representing a nation's past exclusively through the medium of portraiture unavoidably results in a very incomplete and imperfect history. But by presenting the past through the lens of portraiture and biography, the National Portrait Gallery gains a unique opportunity to stir empathy, pique curiosity, and create not only a more nuanced view of the inspiring achievements and heartbreaking lost opportunities that have brought us to the present day, but also to ensure that visitors who come to the National Portrait Gallery see themselves reflected on the walls. And we can only do that with the aid of popular graphics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. That was great. Our next speaker will be Ann Cross.
Thank you, Sarah. Just bear with me as I share my screen. I'd like to begin by thanking the Library Company of Philadelphia for providing the opportunity for me to share my work, and to Sarah Weatherwax and Erica Piola for organizing this event. I should also offer a disclaimer that this presentation includes images that may be disturbing for some viewers, and specifically images of traumatized bodies. Please feel free to look away or leave the space if you find the images discomforting. And I welcome any feedback if you feel that there was additional care that I should have taken in presenting these images. On June 18th, 1864, at a time when Northern support for the Civil War was waning amidst the debates of the upcoming presidential election, Harper's Weekly Illustrated newspaper published two gruesome images that were intended to demonstrate the need for a total victory over the Confederacy. Featured prominently on the issue's cover, the wood-engraved illustrations represent two Union soldiers shortly after the release from Confederate prisons. Arranged in a diptych in the lower register of the page, the anonymous white men are shown seated upon large pedestals in a frontal position, such as one might see in family portraits. The men, however, appear in states of horrific attenuation, with their arms and thighs reduced to the size of the bone beneath. Completely naked, the men cover their genitals with their hands or a cloth. The contrasting color of the pedestal, which is covered with a dark blanket, throws their white skin and nude bodies into stark relief, highlighting their extreme emaciation and racial identities. The fine lines of the wood engraving process render these images with a painful precision, as sharply incised lines articulate the angularity of their jutting hip bones and protruding ribs. These engraved portraits served as evidence for Harper's reporting on rebel atrocities, and were intended to inspire not only sympathy for prisoners of war, but also righteous anger toward the South. Captioned "Rebel Cruelty, Our Starved Soldiers," Harper's textual framing of these images points to the belief that these and other Union soldiers were the victims of deliberate cruelty enacted by the Confederacy, whose humanity, Harper's argued, had become imbruted by the institution of slavery. For an American public that endowed the white male body with the ideals of citizenship, the sight of the young men's deterioration would also have served as a compelling surrogate for the ongoing destruction of the nation itself. Significantly, Harper's caption identifies the engraved images as made after photographs taken in the United States General Hospital in Annapolis, Maryland. The images featured on the June 18th, 1864 cover are in fact part of a larger series of photographs taken in Annapolis and Baltimore following the release of Union soldiers from Confederate prisons in the spring of 1864. Originating in a medical context, these photographs were intended to document the prisoners' physical condition upon their arrival at U.S. Army hospitals. During the Civil War, it was not uncommon for surgeons and physicians at Army hospitals to employ the camera as part of their medical practice. Such photographic representations were conceived as educational tools and were part of a new era in American medicine, one based on the experience of dealing with patients and documenting their care. However, in the case of the Annapolis prisoner photographs, the images were also quickly recognized for their potential as political propaganda. Indeed, my research has shown that these horrifying photographs were circulated, collected, copied, and displayed across the North as part of a political campaign against the South at a crucial moment during the war. Their circulation occurred at a time when many in the Union felt disappointed after 3 years of divisive conflict with no immediate resolution, and the re-election of Abraham Lincoln seemed uncertain as a result. As the Annapolis prisoner photographs and their engraved reproductions circulated across the country, the images became folded into an ongoing public discourse surrounding the meaning of the war and whether the war should continue. In Philadelphia, the site of today's virtual symposium, the Annapolis prisoner photographs were copied and sold by 2 different local studios, McAllister and Brother and Wenderoth and Taylor. Yet another set of images was copyrighted in Philadelphia by Dr. Ellerslie Wallace, a local physician and member of the U.S. Sanitary Commission who participated in an inquiry into the condition of returned prisoners. The graphic arts collection of the Library Company of Philadelphia includes 3 of the Wenderoth and Taylor prints under the title Illustrations of Chivalry. For the purposes of this presentation, I will draw upon the photographs of prisoners of war located in the collection of the Library Company to propose new considerations for the collection display of images of atrocity. In this paper, I consider not only the ethics surrounding the circulation of the Annapolis prisoner photographs during the Civil War, including their publication as wood engravings in Harper's Weekly, but also the collecting, curating, and consuming of these images by individuals and institutions today. The idea that these images would show men in states of extreme exposure and vulnerability and were presumably taken without the subject's full consent would be copied and circulated for public consumption runs counter to our contemporary notions of privacy and medical ethics. Today, HIPAA legislation would prevent the circulation of such private medical information without the subject's consent, and questions would arise over the appropriateness of consuming such violent images. However, the survival of these photographs in archives and public and private collections demonstrates that there was an interest in and market for such images of suffering bodies, both during the Civil War and today. In this paper, I aim to highlight the political context in which the Annapolis prisoner photographs circulated in 1864 and the cultural value that these images had for 19th century consumers. In doing so, I hope to illustrate how an understanding of audience is imperative to photographic meaning and to the future of curatorial practice. Returning now to the Annapolis prisoner photographs, I will offer some background on the political context in which they circulated. Though Union and Confederate forces had exchanged prisoners since the start of the Civil War, the prison exchange system broke down in the summer of 1863. This was in large part due to the Confederacy's refusal to treat soldiers from Black regiments as prisoners of war and not as fugitives from enslavement. The number of both Union and Confederate prisoners then rose significantly following the great battles of the summer and fall of 1863. In November 1863, Union General Benjamin Butler was granted special permission to resume the negotiation of prison exchanges, and it was in this context that Union soldiers were released from prisons in Richmond and transferred to hospitals in Baltimore and Annapolis in the early months of 1864. Despite previous accounts that prisoners were well fed and not mistreated, Union officials were shocked to see the condition in which their soldiers returned from the Libby and Belle Isle prisons. An inquiry launched by the US Congress later reported that the paroled prisoners were living skeletons covered in vermin and with, quote, scarcely life enough remaining to appreciate that they were now in the hands of their friends, end quote. Today, most historians conclude that inefficient administrative policy, coupled with the successful Northern blockade and not deliberate cruelty, caused several deteriorating conditions that contributed to the high mortality rate of prisoners in both the North and the South. Yet in the moment, public outcry was swift as even Congress declared that the evidence proved beyond all manner of doubt that the Confederate authorities had deliberately tortured and starved Union prisoners. The sense of outrage in the North grew in response to the dissemination of both first-person prison narratives and photographs and engraved images of the prisoners, as a public discourse formed surrounding the images and their political meaning. Over the course of my research, I've located approximately 47 prints of the Annapolis prisoner photographs in public and private collections across the United States, with 15 unique images and 7 or 8 individual soldiers identified within this broader group. Most of the surviving images exist as carte de visite, or 2.5 by 4-inch albumin paper prints adhered to cardstock, although in some cases the photographs have been floated off their mounts and pasted directly into albums and other publications. Of the 47 known prints made in 1864, at least 9 represent Private John Q. Rose of Company C, 8th Kentucky Volunteers, the most photographs taken of any one man, and his image also appears on the June 18th cover of Harper's. Captured at the Battle of Chickamauga, Rose was paroled and admitted to the hospital in Annapolis on May 2nd, 1864, and died just 2 days later at the age of 19. Oops, pardon me. The large number of photographs of paroled prisoners made at Annapolis in 1864 that survive today demonstrates the volume of their initial production and suggests that these photographs were produced with the intention of being distributed to a wide audience. This is also indicated by their composition. Though it was common practice in the mid-19th century for medical photographs to show both male and female genitalia and breasts, images of naked bodies would have been reserved for private educational purposes and not intended for widespread public consumption. The fact that the men's genitals are covered by their hands, clothing, or other objects indicates that they were meant to be seen by a broad public. Similarly, fig leaves were attached to Civil War medical photographs that were exhibited at the 1876 Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia. In addition to their large number and composition, the production of the Annapolis prisoner photographs as carte de visite points to their intended distribution and use as informational tools. The invention of the carte de visite, a form of negative positive paper photography, enabled multiple inexpensive copies of small images to be produced from a single exposure, creating objects that mimic the portability and ubiquity of the calling card. The format of the card mount also provided space for text to be included on the object's recto or verso. This space was often used to advertise the image's creator or to provide information about the subject. In the case of the carte de visite of paroled Union soldiers, nearly all the objects offer information about the depicted soldier's military service, as well as the condition in which he arrived at the hospital, as in the example of the photograph of Private Jackson brochures located in the Library of Congress. Notably, the verso of the Wenderoth and Taylor prints located at the Library Company featured an excerpt from a newspaper article that quoted the nurse Dorothea Dix as she described the condition in which this regiment of skeletons arrived at the hospital. And you'll note that the photographs have actually been removed from their mounts, but fortunately the text that once appeared on the verso was preserved and placed adjacent to the photographs in an album. Contemporary newspaper accounts suggest that the Annapolis prisoner photographs were produced to circulate information about the condition of returned prisoners and the cruelty of the Confederacy, operating as a visual counter-narrative to those who supported making concessions to the South in the quest for immediate peace. In the May 14, 1864 issue of the hospital's newspaper, The Crutch, an unnamed author described the persuasive potential of these images and emphasized that they should be circulated in large numbers, writing, quote, "Let everyone endeavor to secure one of the card pictures exhibiting the condition of many of our paroled prisoners. After you have looked at the picture yourself, send it to your friends, choosing first any rebel sympathizer you may know. We are positive that all boasters of Southern chivalry will be compelled to hide their heads for shame," end quote. For some, the experience of seeing the emaciated bodies of the white prisoners had the power to supersede any previously circulated accounts about the state of Southern prisons and the character of the Confederacy, and to persuade even the most ardent Southern sympathizers. The image's reception, however, depended upon the context in which they were seen, and the photographs prompted a variety of reactions by different audiences across the country. For example, shortly after the photographs were taken, an image of Private John Q. Rose was sent by the Annapolis surgeon, Dr. William Smith Ely, to his father in Rochester, New York. There, the photograph was placed on public display in Rochester's Reynolds Arcade and was received by a sympathetic crowd in the progressive northern city. As one writer for the Rochester Daily Democrat observed, in Rochester, the picture, quote, "excited the liveliest of expressions, with even the most venomous copperheads turning from its contemplation with blanched faces," end quote. Yet, when copies of the Annapolis carte de visite were displayed in Philadelphia, a city that was more greatly divided between pro-Union and Southern sympathizers, it was met with condemnation by at least one citizen. After seeing that Wenderoth and Taylor were marketing their own copies of the Annapolis prisoner photographs under the ironic title Illustrations of Chivalry, The Philadelphian Joshua Fisher criticized the studio for presenting propaganda that was intended only to inspire hatred for our countrymen at the South. Across the country, viewers saw the Annapolis prisoner photographs in the context of their own political biases surrounding the war, and were aware that others did the same. In the politically divided state of Ohio, the Cincinnati Daily Inquirer criticized its colleagues at the Daily Gazette for publishing a reproduction of the photograph of Private John Q. Rose on its front page. The Inquirer accused their rivals of publishing the picture not out of sympathy for prisoners, but to advocate for the continuance of the war, writing that, quote, "These pictures of Southern cruelty may be true, but the purpose for which they are painted is false. The object to be obtained is a party object, to excite hatred and revive the flagging war spirit," end quote. Across the state, the Cleveland Daily Leader criticized the Inquirer's response as displaying a most disgusting inhumanity and barbarity that was remarkable even for the Inquirer, which, according to the Daily Leader, was devoted to the slave aristocracy. Importantly, critics of the images did not question their authenticity, but rather took issue with the rhetoric that was applied to the images with the appending of text. In fact, the Confederacy itself similarly responded to the image's later publication as wood engravings by accusing the North of bringing a slanderous charge against the South by photographing only the worst cases. By the time that Harper's came to publish the images on its June 18, 1864 cover, audiences would have been familiar with stories of the prisoners' frightening condition and even the photographs themselves, as discussions of the photographs' existence and debates about their meaning stretched across the country in the spring of 1864. A survey of historic newspapers also reveals that prints of the Annapolis prisoner photographs were already in circulation weeks prior to Harper's publication, with accounts of the carte de visite documented in cities such as Rochester, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Burlington, Vermont, and Bangor, Maine. My research suggests that Harper's relied upon this pre-existing public knowledge as it sought to frame the images of the paroled prisoners as proof, not only of the inhumane treatment experienced by Union soldiers in Confederate prisons, but also of the need to pursue a total victory over the South. For Harper's editors, the pain occasioned by the viewing of such images of atrocity was justified by the lessons that they taught, in particular of the barbarism of the slaveholding Confederacy. Audiences who beheld the Annapolis prisoner photographs and their engraved reproductions thus did so in the context of an engaged public discourse, one that was only amplified by the image's appearance in the most popular illustrated newspaper of that time. For 19th century audiences, the images served as objects of political and moral contemplation, and they became an important site for individuals to negotiate the trauma of the Civil War and their own relationship to the nation in the run-up to the 1864 presidential election. For Northerners who collected the photographs, the images reinforced Harper's opinion of Confederate brutality and allowed visitors to reaffirm their commitment to a national identity centered around white male sacrifice and the sanctity of the Union. The inclusion of the Annapolis prisoner photographs in a domestic photo album perhaps best illustrates the cultural work that they performed in justifying the sacrifice of white men as prisoners of war, and by extension, the war itself. Today, 3 of the Annapolis prisoner photographs can be found in an album assembled by Charles Appleton Longfellow, the son of poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. They are the emaciated forms of Private Jackson Brochures, Private John Q. Rose, and Private L.H. Parham appear alongside more innocuous specimens of 19th century New England society, including the portraits of friends, family members, and even a small dog. The placement of the photographs in this album make it clear that no matter how traumatized 19th century viewers may have been by the sight of the men's emaciation, the photographs had a power and meaning that surpassed that trauma. In her study of Civil War photo albums, Andrea Volpe has described how carte de visite helped secure investment in the Union's claim to nationhood by combining emotional connection with national affiliation through the collapsing of distance between national leaders and ordinary families. According to Volpe, by picturing both famous and ordinary Americans in a common accessible form, the carte portrait reduced the distance between the unshakable vision and bravery of idealized political and military men and ordinary citizens whose loyalties were tested by war. Collected in an album, a format that fostered narratives of friendship and family, politicians, military heroes, and other symbolic figures became close relatives. Carte de visite albums like the Longfellows thus provided visual narratives that explained and justified the war, as the family's willingness to endure the losses of war was built upon a direct visual appeal between family members. In the Longfellow album, the transformation of the prisoners of war into objects of intimate familial connection is enriched by the fact that Charles Longfellow's cousin, Stephen, was himself a prisoner of war in 1864. The photographs of the paroled prisoners from Annapolis thus serve as metonyms for the sacrifice endured not only by the Longfellow family, but also the nation and the continued pursuit of a more perfect nation. It is this intimate connection to the emotional and ideological discourses that surrounded the circulation of the Annapolis prisoner photographs in the 19th century that is lost in our contemporary context. For audiences today, the sight of the men's emaciated forms would not carry the same profound meaning that it did for audiences in 1864. Without that understanding, the images of the paroled prisoners from Annapolis could easily become flat icons of human suffering, an abstraction that is itself a form of violence. In recent years, the Black Lives Matter movement has reignited urgent conversations surrounding the circulation of images of Black suffering and traumatic death as a result of police violence, as well as a reckoning in museums regarding the exhibition of images of anti-Black violence. The discourse surrounding images of anti-Black violence invites us to consider the very real emotional impact that images of atrocity may have on viewers and the harm that their display may cause. Drawing upon the models set forth by scholars such as LaTanya Autry and her articulation of curating with care, I'd like to close by offering some thoughts on the possible display of the Annapolis preserved photographs by institutions today, which I hope will be applicable to broader conversations surrounding the curating of images of atrocity. Today, copies of the Annapolis prisoner photographs can be found in the collections of public institutions such as the American Antiquarian Society, the Getty Museum, the Massachusetts Historical Society, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art, and the Library Company of Philadelphia, just to name a few. For the most part, the photographs entered these institutions through the donation of private collections. For example, the Nelson Atkins acquired its copy of an Annapolis prisoner photograph as part of a 2005 gift from Hallmark. More recently, the Met obtained a copy of a photograph of Private Jackson brochures as part of a large acquisition of Civil War photographs from the William L. Schaefer collection. To my knowledge, these institutions do not often exhibit these photographs. However, in 2019, the Getty Museum in Los Angeles did display a copy of a report of the U.S. Sanitary Commission into which copies of the Annapolis prisoner photographs have been pasted, so there is a precedent. If an institution such as the Library Company wanted to display these images, a question of care and an ethics of looking must be at the forefront of this critical engagement. Institutions must consider not only what history these images tell, but also why they want to tell this history and to whom does this matter. They must ask, to what communities are we accountable? And how does this historic suffering relate to the concerns of the present? And why look at all? For example, if the Library Company wanted to show the Annapolis prisoner photographs to contemporary audiences in Philadelphia, they might do so within the framework of the history of the Civil War in Philadelphia, the history of medicine and relief organizations in Philadelphia, or audiences in this majority Black city might be interested to see the Library Company grapple with the ways in which the Annapolis prisoner photographs were used by white historical actors, including Harper's Weekly, to elevate the suffering of white men over and above the concerns of African Americans at a time when emancipation and African American civil rights were becoming increasingly divisive issues in the run-up to the 1864 presidential election. Indeed, I've come to conclude from my study of the Annapolis prisoner photographs and other images of Civil War atrocity that a centering of visitor concerns and care for an institution-specific audiences, as well as an image's subject, must be at the heart of all future curatorial endeavors, particularly as we begin to reckon with our nation's most difficult histories. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. That was great. For our last speaker of this session, we will be hearing from Stephanie Mannheim.
Hello, let me just share my screen. Great. So I'm going to look at challenging and maintaining cultural narratives through comics archives. And before I really begin, I want to just have put together a specific definition of comics archives. I think comics, because they've historically been seen as lowbrow. A lot of times are also described as graphic novels. People also think of comic strips and comic books and how those can be different. But these comics archives that I'm going to look at, this whole category kind of encompasses everything in that area. Comics here is going to mean include graphic novels, include comic books, include comic strips, and so on. So I just wanted to start with that. So some of the main themes I'm going to be looking at are how do comics archives challenge ideas of what is worth collecting? Comics historically have not been seen as worth collecting, as I'll explore some more in this talk. So comics archives, in a way, challenge this notion of this is highbrow enough to collect, or this is historically worth collecting. Next, I'm going to look at how comics archives still uphold some of these same ideas of what is worth collecting through canon. Even though they're challenging certain ideas of comics not being worth collecting, they still tend to uphold or have the ability to uphold certain comics over other comics. Archival silences in comics archives help form this idea of active cultural memory of certain comics. There are certain comics that, through not being archived and not being remembered, do not become part of our larger cultural memory and therefore aren't part of our canon. And then finally, I'm going to look at community archives as a framework for creating more equitable comics archives. And through community archives, you work with members of the comics community, especially marginalized members of the comics community, to make sure that these comics archives do collect voices that are underrepresented within comics archives and not just underrepresented within archives as a whole. All right, so the history of comics archives. This picture is of the San Francisco Academy of Comic Art, which was actually a comics archives that was run out of someone's museum. His name was Bill Blackbeard. And as you can see, it was not organized the way that you would think a comics or an archive would be organized right now. He also did not have a specific catalog that visitors could look at. He would just talk to visitors and they would say what they wanted, and then he would find the comic somehow in this labyrinth. But so sort of backing up a little bit, in the late 1960s, popular cultural studies, including comic studies, started gaining more traction. And at the same time, a lot of libraries were actually getting rid of their newspapers and turning them into microfilm. So someone like Bill Blackbeard, for example, took a lot of these old newspapers that were being removed from the San Francisco Public Library and decided he needed to keep them. And the reason for this was because these comics that were being put on microfilm, in doing so, the microfilm was in black and white, and these color comics, you wouldn't actually be able to see a lot of these aspects of the comics, these physical aspects, just through microfilm alone. And you can kind of see that in the top of one of these comic stacks, just the colorful Sunday comics that they would have on the turn of the century. So basically, these comics archives in the late 1960s started forming, and they were spearheaded by volunteer and non-professional archivists. Another example of this is Mort Walker, who is the creator of Beetle Bailey. He started a museum called the International Museum of Comic Art, where he collected original comic art. Next is the 1970s through the 1990s. We started to see comics being taken more seriously by formal institutions. Comics archives are established at some more formal institutions, such as the Library of Congress, which has a collection mostly of original comic art, and Michigan State University, which has, there's a picture right here, Michigan State University's collection is mostly single issues of comic books, which also are referred to as floppy comics. And around this time as well was the rise of the graphic novel. So graphic novels such as Mouse gained more critical acclaim, and comics began to be seen as more worthy of being collected, sort of in a broader society. And then going to today, this is a picture of the Billy Ireland Cartoon Library and Museum at The Ohio State University. Comics and graphic novels are more readily available in academic libraries. Another example is Columbia University started a comic collection in the early 2010s. These extensive comics archives, some of them are very, very large now. This one at the Billy Ireland Cartoon Library and Museum was recently expanded to 3,000 square feet with 300,000 pieces of original comic art. This is a gallery room from that museum. There are also digital archives of webcomics, which are comics that are originally meant to be read online, usually for free. These are some examples of these are the Global Webcomics Web Archive at it's joint between Columbia and the University of Chicago. And this web archive it's online, and it's able to preserve webcomics that were could otherwise be lost due to websites changing constantly. So on the one hand, these comics archives are then alternatives to the historically comics not being seen as worth collecting. So historically, archivists were seen as supposed to be unbiased collectors. Of course, that's not the case. Archivists bring their own biases to this job. And comics, as one example of this, often were not preserved. And even original comic art was seen as disposable. One example of this is Mort Walker, who started the International Museum of Comic Art. He went to the King Feature Syndicate's offices, which is a newspaper syndicate in the 1940s, and he found original artwork from George Harriman, creator of Crazy Cat, was being used to absorb water from ceiling leaks. So it was basically seen as scrap paper. And as materials previously dismissed as not preserving, comics archives then challenge long-held notions of what should be collected, which helps fill these silences in archives. So fans as archivists is one way that these silences have been being filled. One example of this is the San Francisco Academy of Comic Art, as I discussed before, that Bill Blackbeard ran. This is actually his house. He ran it out of his house. And so fans as archivists, here I'm referring to the work of non-professional volunteer archivists who seek to preserve comics outside of more formal and established institutions. Some other terms that are similar that have been used to describe these types of archivists are citizen archivists and techno-volunteer, specifically for digital archives. So let's see. Another example of fans as archivists is this blog from the Philippines called Project Combatron. This is a comic that was, again, also not archived by any formal institution. And instead, somebody put together a blog that collected these out-of-print comics from the Philippines and scanned them so they could be publicly available and not lost. And these fans as archivists challenge ideas of what larger institutions might view as worth preserving, especially historically when there weren't a lot of opportunities for comics to be archives otherwise. Now, comics archives and canon. First, I'm going to talk about the way that comics memory and canon sort of all coincide. We have these collective memories of comics. There are certain comics that become sort of canonized and discussed, and other comics that tend to be forgotten. So we can ask ourselves, which comics are remembered, and how does that shape our understanding of comics as a whole? One example of this is the Angoulême Festival, which recently wrapped up this week in France. A few years ago, they had a slate of nominees for the grand prize there, and they were all men. And there was a lot of criticism about why a lot of the cartoonists who were women were excluded from this idea of comics history. And this prize is a Lifetime Achievement Award. So there was this discussion of who is actually being remembered and seen as worth having a Lifetime Achievement Award. So this comics canonization comes from this active cultural memory, active large-scale remembering of certain comics over others. And part of, so one of the benefits of comics archives is that they are becoming seen as more highbrow, but at the same time, in seeking to elevate comics from a lowbrow status, certain work is sometimes valued and canonized over other work. One example of this is the Masters of American Comics exhibit, which was from 2005. This was a very high profile exhibit that got a lot of praise for bringing comics to these museums and having them seen as more highbrow and helping legitimize the art form. However, it was also criticized for its homogeneity and upholding a narrative of comics history that excludes marginalized creators. This group, there's a certain group of cartoonists that they displayed in this exhibit that were seen as the masters of American comics. They were all men, and only one, George Harriman, was a person of color. So this was something that was subject of a lot of debate when it first was being exhibited, and it's still something that archivists, comics archivists, need to be deliberate about. Another interesting thing about the Masters of American Comics exhibit, which also ties back to the fans as archivists notion, is that most of the original comics that were used in this exhibit were actually taken from comic collectors. So it's interesting to see how comic collectors also, which comics are collected, which comics are preserved, and even which comics amateur collectors collect, all sort of feed into our collective memory of comics. Next, I'm going to look at description. How are comics in archives described and how are their finding aids written? Some of these, this is an example of a title page from Women's Comics, which was a comics anthology from the 1970s that used a collective method of creation. Basically, they every contributor worked together to create this anthology. This is an anthology that historically is seen as pretty important and has been described in archives in two different comic archives. It's also, however, been some of these ways that it's described sometimes can hide who is a contributor to this anthology. The comic scholar Margaret Galvin looked at whose names were being used in the finding aids or cataloging records for these women's comics archives and found that some of these names were missing. For another digital comics archive, some of these names were excluded because they didn't have the rights to add them to the digital archive. On one hand, that makes sense that they wouldn't be able to necessarily have the rights to show some of these comics. But on the other hand, that some of these artists will then be forgotten. Margaret Galvin also sees some of these current methods as obscuring the collective nature of this anthology. So she suggested a visual representation of contributors motivated by the visual representation found in the women's comics tables of contents, like the one we see right here. So archival practices shaped by the needs of record creators are also reflected in writing on zine archives, where zine creators work to shape collections. Zine archives often utilize volunteers or librarians who have created their own zines, giving them the opportunity to bring their own perspective as zine creators to the way that these comics are archived, or these zines or comics are archived and cataloged. So here's an example of a zine archive. This is Seattle Zine Archive and Publishing Project. And some of the work in here is comics. One was I Was 7 and 75 by Ellen Forney, a Seattle cartoonist. This is a collection of comics that she did for the Seattle Stranger in the 1990s. And so this archive specifically directly involves members of the zine community in Seattle as volunteers, which allows them to have more input into how these comics are archived and cataloged. Caitlin McGurk and Jenny Robb from Ohio State's Billy Ireland Cartoon Library and Museum also suggest establishing relationships with comics creators through events such as conventions, along with advisory boards, and particularly marginalized creators, as part of discussing how comics archivists can be more deliberate in creating more equitable comics archives. Another way that community involvement can be used is through crowdsourcing and techno volunteers, specifically or especially for digital comics archives such as web comics archives. This is a way to, in the 21st century, utilize this fan as archivist role that we discussed before to help counter archival silences and create a collective memory of comics that is more diverse and more representative of comics history as a whole. And thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's great. I am now going to open this up. Let's see, we do have a few questions, and please, everybody, if you have additional questions, now is your time to put them in the Q&A. I think some of these questions are clearly directed towards one person, but I feel like any one of you should feel free to speak up. Our first question asks or says, thank you for shining light on the National Portrait Gallery. So I guess this is a question for you, Robin. I'm curious to know how National Portrait Gallery might or might not consider selfies and other photos documenting people in social media, a genre in contemporary informal portraiture.
Yes, well, the Portrait Gallery has many, many self-portraits. Most of them are by professional artists, but we also have self-portraits by people not known as artists, like George Gershwin and Patti Smith. We don't have any selfies in the collection yet, but it is a form of self-portraiture. And I'd say one way you can tell that is just by the iconography that's developed around the selfie. The duck lips and peace sign, the abs, the vacation spot. It's so artificial, so posed, and that's a very artistic approach to representation. So yes, I would say it's definitely a form of self-portraiture that has developed its own kind of imagery. I think of like the silhouette, that was before photography. That was the way people often would make image portraits of friends, and there were photo booths before that, where people kind of mugging for the cheap camera to the amusement park or something. So yeah, there's this long trajectory of people making pictures of themselves, and the selfies part of that.
Thanks. We have another comment. I may have missed this in your great paper, but it's interesting that the photograph of the seated white soldier from the back shown in the album echoes the photograph of the whipped slave. Do you have anything?
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that comment. That is a resonance, a sort of a similarity that I've noted, as has the scholar Anne Fabian, who's written about prisoner of war narratives. She's talked about how prisoner of war narratives borrowed also an iconography, like a verbal and literary iconography from narratives of enslavement. So then I sort of make the correlation between the relationship between the visual of the prisoner of war and the visual of the enslaved man with the whip back, whose image Robin showed. And actually in my larger dissertation, there's a whole arc of backs as these like sites of sort of pain and suffering. And in my last chapter of my dissertation, there's a reconstruction case study that also has someone with an injured back. So thank you for noticing that similarity, which is something I thought a lot about. If anyone has ideas about backs as like iconography, let me know. If there's obviously some sort of meaning and trajectory that I'm still mining with that.
Here's another comment or question for Anne. How do images of enslaved people who had been brutalized that were widely distributed to invoke sympathy for their plight during the American Civil War compare to those of the imprisoned Union soldiers that you discuss?
Well, there's a lot to say in comparing these different case studies, but one thing that I will say is there's an obvious hierarchy in memory and what stories get remembered. You'll note that I was able to name several of the soldiers by the white prisoners of war. I was able to give their names and their regiments, and that history is well recorded. But if you compare that to the enslaved persons whose images also widely circulated. As Robin mentioned, Harper's published the image of the man with the whip back as Gordon, but that's a false narrative. And now scholars today are starting to name him or call him as Peter, which is most likely his name. And so I think when you look at the uncertainty that exists between the identity of that one person and then the very fixed identity and memory of these white prisoners of war, you start to see a comparison in how those images were at least treated by the public at the time.
I have a question for you, Robin. In your presentation, you mentioned, and I was trying to write down the exact quote, but I couldn't write that fast. The decision was made to redo the gallery after a lot of discussion. And I was curious, who was part of that discussion? And sort of how did that process go?
Right. So we started this in about 2018 with a team of, so the portrait gallery is unusual in that we have a team of historians. Before any work can come into our collections, team of historians has to evaluate whether that person has made a significant contribution or has helped shape American history, culture, or development. And so we had some of these historians on our team, curators, audience engagement. We did surveys in the gallery. We brought in lots of different people to just comment on what we had to date and where we might want to go with it. So it was really across the board, a lot of different people. The final group that worked on the actual installation idea was 2 curators and a historian, with a consultation with audience engagement.
So the public in some way, at least the people who visited the galleries were part of it?
Yes, we did surveys in the galleries. To be quite frank, it seemed like our most valuable critique, institutional critique, came from other museum professionals who were looking at things with a very critical eye. The public was kind of like, oh, it's fine. But we thought what we did learn was that there wasn't a real understanding of history, of the sort of when things happened, who did what, and that we needed to we could really have this valuable opportunity to educate people and just open up a lot of information that they hadn't learned yet or hadn't come across yet. So that was useful to know. We couldn't do the thematic display, for example. We really needed to have some kind of a chronology to give it the structure.
I have a question as well for Stephanie. And I was glad that you started by sort of saying what the definition that you were looking at, comic broadly, but I was wondering, and I'm not quite sure, if you would consider, I started to think about a corporate archive like Disney. Is what Disney does, is that considered part of comic art? And certainly if it is, the point of Disney collecting its artwork is very, very different than certainly a community archives or a fan-based archives. And if you could just address that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Disney is interesting because they actually did create comics of a lot of their animated cartoons. Like they had the Donald Duck comics that were drawn by Carl Barks. And I think I'm not sure if those actual comics are collected by Disney. I know that they're being republished by Fantagraphics right now, which is not Disney. But the animation itself, I think from what I'm aware, is collected. Yeah, that would be something that is collected by the corporate archive. I wouldn't consider animation comics. That's sort of a different medium, but I think there's a lot of similarities that comics and animation have. I think these animation studios, there's some parallels with the animation studios versus the comic studios, as they both would hire these artists. And then historically, it depended on the type of comic, but for publishers like Marvel and DC actually owned the characters that were created by these comic artists back in the day, or they still do. So it's interesting to think like, yeah, there is this corporate ownership of certain elements of comics. And then on the other side of that, there are things like comic zines and underground comics, like women's comics that we looked at before, which are not owned by any corporation and are very much in the hands, or more so in the hands of the people who actually created them. So it is really interesting to think about the sort of the connection to corporate structure as well.
Thank you. This is a question, and I encourage others, I keep checking. Oh, maybe we have another question here. We do. Someone wrote, backs and flagellation of Christ, Rubens, for instance. So that's something to think about. What I was going to ask is a question that came out of how you ended your paper, but the rest of you may have other thoughts about it as well. You raised a lot of really tough questions at the end about if an institution was going to exhibit something like the images of chivalry that we have at the library company, what we should be thinking about as we exhibit that. Do you feel that those questions can be adequately addressed in an exhibition label? I mean, how would one get into those really, really difficult, tangled questions in a traditional format of, an exhibition label, which is supposed to be short and tell the visitor something about the item that they're seeing?
Thank you. Well, I'll just start by saying, and I'm sure Robin can also chime in about this. I think a lot of what I try to express and what institutions are starting to do is it being a very visitor-centered curation and display. I'm currently a fellow at the Delaware Art Museum, and they've just reinstalled their permanent collection galleries, and it's really centered around a responsiveness to the local community, which the Delaware Art Museum considers itself most responsible to. So you can't tell every story in a single label, but I think you can start with asking what your particular community that you hold yourself accountable to wants to know, and I think there's also this change in museums and other exhibition spaces to no longer be sort of a top-down curation or programming, where instead of these art historians or who are historians deciding what's important and then sort of feeding that to the public, instead of asking the public what they want to see and what they would benefit from. So I think no exhibition label could possibly address all of these thorny questions, but I sort of the key idea that I just want to push forward is I think the future needs to be a particular responsibility to the audience that the institution considers itself most responsible to. And that's why also, if you go back to 1864, people had these very intimate connections to these images because they knew and understood the discourse, and they felt Northerners particularly had a stake in that story being told about the prisoners of war. And that just doesn't exist today. So you have to find out what's relevant to your particular community. And I'm sure Stephanie too can think about how comics are collected and the difference between audiences in that sense.
I'll just jump in quickly and say, just this past weekend, I was at the Delaware Art Museum for only the second time, and it had been a long time since I've been there. And I very much thought exactly what you were saying about the labels and how things were presented, that it very much seemed to me that the institution was interested in what the community, that really was the focus of what was chosen and how it was talked about. So I think you're succeeding.
The one thing I
Well,
would just,
I came in after the reinstall, so all the credit goes to the team that's already there. But sorry.
no, it's fine. And I was just going to say that one thing we are trying to do with labels is to show why history still matters and try to trace some through lines to the present, to explain why these people are on display. For example, Francis Scott Key's portrait talks about, of course, the Star-Spangled Banner, the land of the free, and yet he was a slave owner. And we talk about Colin Kaepernick taking a knee during the singing of the national anthem. So trying to trace those through lines in the exhibition labels is one way that we're trying to be more responsive about our visitors and what we have on display.
Yeah, I haven't studied much in terms of the actual labels that are used for comics that are exhibited. But for exhibitions like Masters of American Comics, it was very much presented as these are the masters of American comics, and the actual discourse that surrounded it, which was really interesting, wasn't actually really a part of the exhibit itself. And I think something like that would be really, really great inclusion in these types of exhibits. What do people think? Why is there a certain kind of set of artists that are seen as these are the best, and who gets to decide that? It's all really interesting questions.
We have a participant who's asking, can you elaborate on your discussion, this is directed to Anne, of ethics of curatorial care, and expand that from just exhibitions, but into digital archives and what is accessible and visible in our digital world?
Yeah, that's a very tough question, and I know some institutions, particularly PAFA, is dealing with that issue currently about what we digitize and what we make accessible online in the interest of access and free speech, and how that digitization of a particularly fraught image might cause harm. I do note that, so for those of you who don't know, PAFA recently had a discussion about removing from their website some images by the artist Thomas Akins that were of nude children, and particularly a nude African-American girl. And PAFA took those images down because, images of nude children, they do cause harm, even though the child is no longer living. But there's these thorny issues of consent and power dynamics rooted in sort of the racist histories of the United States. So I think every institution has their own opinion. So I can't, and I will also say that the thing I hope to get across in my work is it's really about like the specificity of the audience and the institution. You can't sort of paint these broad strokes and say that certain cases are going to be applicable to every institution. But I do think, PAFA is making the conscious decision to say this image causes harm by its circulation in the digital realm. And so they said, we're going to take it down. So I think that I think that was a great decision that institution made for themselves. But I think that's something that every space is going to have to think about, that putting certainly fraught images in the digital sphere is going to cause some form of harm, particularly as in the digital form, they are able to be replicated and downloaded sort of without purview.
Stephanie or Robin, do you have anything you wanted to add? We have other questions, but I just don't want you excluded.
No, we can move on this thing.
I have a question for Stephanie, if I may.
Yeah.
So Stephanie, I'm a fellow at a museum that has a large illustration collection, and occasionally we've taken in comics into the collection, and there's sort of this like thorny, like comics are not illustration and illustration are not comics, in part because of the relationship to text, that text is inside a comic and illustration is outside the text but relating to it. I was just wondering what you think about is it better for comics to retain their own space that sort of maintains their, you know, privilege in being focused on comics, or if there is a benefit to get into this murky water about entering other collections that are focused on other media that somewhat relates?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I actually saw that occur in New York City, where I live. There was a museum called I think the Museum of Comic and Cartoon Art, MoCA, which is what I know. I just knew it by the acronym. But MoCA was an independent museum, and it was staffed by volunteers. And then it eventually, its collection became part of the Society of Illustrators, which had a lot more resources and was able to care for these collections and help them put on their festivals and their programming and exhibits, so on. So yeah, I think there's a benefit just to illustration in certain ways, or certain collections that are already established that are based around illustration. They do in many ways have these resources to be able to care for these comics. I think one thing that is pretty important that you did touch on is the idea of comics being a different medium, and how can archivists and curators put that in mind when they put together these exhibits, or when they catalog them and write finding aids and so on.
Thank you. This question is also directed to Stephanie, and I think it's related to what you were just discussing. Have you found a preference or hierarchy within some of the archives you study between the original comic art as opposed to, say, printed iterations or remnants of the artist's engagement with the printing process?
I think it really depends on the archive. There are some, like Library of Congress, that actually Library of Congress also has a significant number of comic books as well. But some archives have a lot of original comic art, and others primarily collect printed comics. And it's interesting because this original comic art in many ways is rarer, and it helps show the process of creating comics. But then on the other hand, the printed comic helps represent what people were actually looking at. So for example, someone like Bill Blackbeard, when he collected these newspaper comics, he was actually able to, through collecting these newspapers, get this idea of actually how these comics would have been viewed originally by people who were buying these newspapers, as opposed to how they were maybe viewed by the artist. So I think it really depends on what the archive's specific collecting scope is, and what sort of priorities there are. But there are definitely benefits to collecting either of those.
And I see that Erica wanted to address that question as well. So speak up, Erica.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I think I was sort of closing things out in Q&A. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's one more question, so I'd like to get to that.
Sorry for the confusion.
I'm being very obedient. I saw Erica wants to answer that. So, okay. We have, for our final question, as museums and other institutions change what they represent in collecting and mounting on the walls, do you see a change in who comes to exhibitions?
I'll start that one. I think we have to look at what we display as only part of the project. We have to have events, and we have to have outreach, and we have to have internships and all sorts of things to bring more audiences in. I find whenever we do a program where we bring in school groups that don't normally come in, like high school groups, they say, in Washington, D.C., I didn't know this was a place for me, and I see people on the wall that look like me. I'm going to come back. I have no idea. So I don't think they would have come on their own, but once they're in and they see this is a place that includes them, I feel like they become part of the museum community. So I guess I'm just saying we can't just put things on the wall and expect them to come. If you build it, they won't necessarily come. There has to be a multi-tiered outreach project.
Would either one of our other presenters like to say a few final words about that question? Or no pressure.
I'll just say I haven't been at the Delaware Art Museum long enough to be able to have a sense of sort of a cause and effect, or the impact that certain exhibitions or reinstallations have had. But I will note that recently the Delaware Art Museum put on an exhibition that was related to, it was a restaging of a historic exhibition of African American art that was originally in Wilmington in 1971. And so it was a restaging of that exhibition, and it involved community members who were worked on that exhibition. The Aesthetic Dynamics group, which put on the exhibition, were leaders of the exhibition. They were sort of like co-curators in a way. And I think that hyper localness and the really rolling up sleeves and working with the local community had a huge impact both on the institution and the community in Wilmington. So I think that my initial sense as an observer is that that exhibition did have a really positive impact. But time will tell if people keep coming back. As Robin said, you can't just put something up on the wall and assume it's going to change things. You have to keep finding ways to bring people in different exhibitions too, that then sort of follow up on what you initially did.
Thank you. Thank you to Robin, to Anne, to Stephanie for what I think was really a great panel. This is, it was going to be hard to beat the morning, and I think we certainly lived up to the morning's panel. And I have full confidence that our next group of presenters, which will be starting at 3:30, will also be great. So now we're going to take a break, and everyone come back for our third and final panelists, which will be at 3:30.
So just so you know, your video is still on if you still want it to be on video.
Thank you. I didn't, but at least I wasn't doing anything embarrassing.
No.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. I'm pleased to be able to moderate our next session, the sociopolitics of consuming visual rhetorics in the 19th and 20th century. So I'm going to introduce all of our speakers first, and then each one will present. After all the presentations, we'll have a little time at the end for Q&A. So please add your questions and your comments in the Q&A feature. So first is D.B. Dowd. He serves as Professor of Art and American Cultural Studies at the Sam Fox School of Design and Visual Arts at Washington University, where he teaches in the MFA in Illustration and Visual Culture degree program and the undergraduate communication design major. He also serves as the faculty director of the D.B. Dowd Modern Graphic History Library at Washington University, renamed in his honor in 2016. His published books include Stick Figures, Drawing as a Human Practice, and A is for Autocrat, a Trumpian Alphabet Illustrated. Next, we'll hear from Constance McPhee. She is the curator in the Department of Drawings and Prints at the Metropolitan Museum, responsible for British drawings and prints and American prints before 1900. She joined the Met in 2000 and has curated the exhibitions Samuel Palmer, 1805 to 1881, Vision and Landscape, Infinite Jest, Caricature and Satire from Leonardo to Levine, The Pre-Raphaelite Legacy, and most recently, Revolution, Resistance, and Activism. Then Larissa Randall will present. She is the Curatorial Associate for American Art at Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art in Bentonville, Arkansas. In her role, she focuses on caring for the pre-1960 early American, Native American, and modern art collections. She recently served as the Sarah Giles Moore Foundation Research Fellow for American Art at the High Museum of Art in Atlanta, Georgia. So DB, we'll hear from you first. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Linda. Let me get myself squared away here. Uh-oh. The beach ball of death. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, well, at the tail end of the last panel, in dialogue with Ann and Stephanie, we talked a little bit about comics and illustration, which provides a nice segue into this talk. I have an origin story to tell about a collection and its catalytic impact on people, an institution, and its academic programs. Surely there can be no doubt that my career, both as a researcher and as a teacher at Washington University, was dramatically influenced by a donation of original artwork, process materials, and business records from the estate of Alfred Charles Parker, a once famed illustrator.
DB,
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick. We're not seeing your slides.
You're not?
We're not. We still see the plain blue screen.
That's weird. Okay. Okay, let's see here. This is, I'm showing a PDF. That shouldn't be complicated. Okay, hang on just
that window selected when you clicked share screen.
Yes, I do. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. Give me just a moment here. My apologies.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm glad that you did. I'm a little confused by why that would be a problem. Okay. Okay, can you see my desktop right now?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see a PDF? Do you
No.
see a picture? You just see a desktop with a bunch of icons?
No, I just see a plain blue screen. It says Acrobat Pro DC up top. So I don't know if you click File Open, that would maybe do something. I'm not sure.
You know what? Would it be, I don't want to hold us up here troubleshooting this.
Is
I
there a
don't.
way you could email it to Blanche and maybe Blanche, you could share it?
I would be happy to, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if we should we'll go to
Yes,
Constance and then we'll go back. Yeah,
that's right.
Email us. Yes.
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
If I can,
sorry.
hopefully mine will work.
Okay, let's just communicate through the chat on, I'm going to stop sharing.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna now try and share mine. Okay.
I can see that. That works.
Okay, great. Okay, everybody, I'm thrilled to be here and participating in these fascinating sessions. And today I'm going to speak to you about embodying the United States, how Thomas Nast turned Uncle Sam into a national symbol. Nast is most often discussed as a brilliant political cartoonist, but today I propose to focus on his visual process, how he molded symbolic figures to serve his ends across decades. Characters that a century and a half later remain a vibrant part of contemporary visual culture. He famously gave Santa Claus a firm visual identity, invented or popularized the Republican elephant and Democratic donkey, and shaped the focus of my talk, Uncle Sam. I should mention that my images, unless otherwise noted, all come from the collections of the Met. The word iconography sometimes evokes obscure symbols published in Cesare Ripa's famous Iconologia of 1603, a key source for scholars of Baroque art. But working on Nast has affirmed for me the enduring significance and ubiquity of visual symbols, however described, that artists shaped and used over time. Nast's wood engravings played a key role in American visual culture during the last 4 decades of the 19th century. But discussions of his work today rarely stray far from issues political and more recently ethnic. With each of the figures I just mentioned, Nast combined expressive components to create easily recognizable characters, which he then honed through repeated use. From about 1870, Uncle Sam proved a tool useful to him to affirm national ideals hard-won through the Civil War. Nast also regarded Uncle Sam as a kind of American everyman, forced to endure congressional delay and ineptitude, and finally, from about 1890, as a mouthpiece for the artist's sympathies with American expansionism. To cite this discussion within the broader issues addressed by this conference, I would like to briefly mention how the works that inspired this talk came to the Met. We hold several hundred electroplate proofs created from Nast's wood engravings, an example here at right, originally published between 1860 and 1899. These were donated by the artist's children in 1933. The proofs are supplemented by original newsprint images from Harper's Weekly, mostly purchased as part of a run of duplicates from the New York Public Library. This material reflects the collecting philosophy of William Ivins and Hyatt Mayer, my department's founding curators, whose inclusive vision ran from artistic prints by Dürer, Rembrandt, and Goya to reproductive engravings, ephemera, and popular prints, all seen as offering valuable insights into cultural history and as records of evolving print processes. Nast's visual genius, allied to his association with the popular press, gives him a foot in several camps. Nast's imagery was shaped by ever-hovering deadlines at Harper's Weekly, where he worked for 27 years. That periodical has had several 100,000 subscribers with a much larger overall readership, and its insightful reporting, often centered on Nast's wood engravings, profoundly shaped American culture. Born in 1840, the artist arrived in New York at the age of 6, knowing no English. A poor student, he excelled at art, abandoned formal schooling as a teenager, but took classes at the National Academy of Design and sketched in local galleries. By 15, he was a confident enough draftsman to persuade the editor of Frank Leslie's Illustrated News to employ him as an illustrator. By 1860, he was also working for the New York Illustrated News, who sent him to London to cover a prize fight. And from there, the Illustrated London News sent him on to Italy to report on Garibaldi's efforts at unification. Back in the US in 1861, Nast began to cover the Civil War for Harper's, producing this image at left of Ulysses S. Grant's Union campaign to gain control of the Mississippi. He would work for Harper's for the next 27 years. At the start, Nast's images aimed to report, but he was always attracted to storytelling and increasingly to symbols that he could use as tools of persuasion. Politically, the artist was liberal, his views shaped by the experience of a reform-minded father who had been forced to resign his position as a trombonist in a regimental band in Landau, Bavaria, 2 years before the revolutions of 1848. He sent his family ahead to New York while he worked for 2 years on merchant ships. In adulthood, Thomas backed and admired Lincoln, supported the abolition of slavery and the Republican Party, became a close friend of Ulysses S. Grant, and reviled Tammany Hall and Andrew Johnson. No catalog raisonné of Nast's work yet exists, but the Met's holdings offer a useful starting point, and the electrotype proofs that I mentioned help to identify works that the family valued and preserved. I should mention here that the website Harp Week, based on Harper's Weekly publications, allows one to search for the prints that the artist designed for that periodical. And Nast.com aims eventually to provide a comprehensive listing. The Met's collection also includes rare cartoons that Nast drew in the 1890s after leaving Harper's, including this amazing response to a world pandemic dubbed the Asian flu that swept the world in 1890 to 91. Something that Nast himself contracted. You can see him at left, crushed by the globe skull. Most of the donated proofs lack dates, titles, and publication details, which has proved challenging, but also encouraged me to start with visual analysis before diving into history and politics. Despite Nast's undeniably broad influence in American visual culture, most scholarship on him has been carried out by historians. Here I must single out for praise Fiona Halloran's invaluable 2012 biography, and as a result skews towards the artist's political involvement. Recently, attention has been directed to his hostile visual characterization of certain immigrant groups and strident attitude towards Roman Catholics. Nast is justly celebrated for the visual campaign he fought against the political ring headed by William Boss Tweed, centered at New York's Tammany Hall. Braving frequent physical menace and refusing a $1 million bribe to leave the country, Nast persevered and turned out weekly cartoons that helped to sway New York voters to oust key members of Tammany Hall's political circle in 1871. Nast's shaping influence on the iconic figure of Santa Claus is well known, and I mention it here because the way the artist created an unforgettable Saint Nick foreshadows his later treatment of Uncle Sam. I found it fascinating to realize that Nast first depicted Santa at a dark moment for the Union during the Civil War in the winter of 1862-3, with losses mounting in Virginia and chances of a Northern victory seeming slim and distant. At that moment, Nast turned to Clement Clark Moore's vivid description in A Visit from St. Nicholas, first published 40 years before, and in the Harper's Christmas issue of 1862, showed Santa for the first time, but dressed in the Stars and Stripes fur suit, seen at left here, distributing gifts to the Army of the Potomac. Inside that same issue, a double-page spread turned Santa into a comforting go-between for families separated by war. Once launched, Nast's iconic embodiment of the Christmas spirit returned annually to the pages of Harper's, growing a bit taller, but never shedding his furry suit. Now let us turn our attention to a symbolic figure central to Nast's visual repertoire, to whom much less attention has been given, Uncle Sam. If the artist used Santa to celebrate familial love in post-Civil War America, Uncle Sam became a tool that enabled him to preach an idealized vision of national identity from the 1870s. The figure's tall, gaunt form, old-fashioned suit, top hat, white hair, and goatee are iconic today. So it can be surprising to realize that it took a century for this image to gel. Nast did not invent Uncle Sam, but honed and cemented his visual identity, then placed him in situations that lent him a complex humanity. It was Civil War era political cartoons by Currier and Ives that alerted me to Uncle Sam's previous hazy identity. I came across this early embodiment, who stands here at center to welcome the newly elected Abe Lincoln into the White House. Wearing 18th century dress, he resembles George Washington and is essentially unrecognizable today. Here is another Uncle Sam who looks a bit more like Benjamin Franklin and oversees the female symbol Columbia as she chastises Stephen Douglas. And here they are together for purposes of comparison. Since my allotted time is short, I will now take you through a rapid overview of Uncle Sam's visual development, then discuss a few key ways that Nast used him, and conclude with a few more recent iterations. As is often the case with political cartoons, the inspiration for the name Uncle Sam, whose initials are shared with the country he symbolizes, derives originally from wordplay. Recent research, notably by Terry Allen Hick in his book of 2007, Uncle Sam, has linked the name to a meat packer in Troy, New York, Sam Wilson, who was known to his friends as Uncle Sam, and stamped those initials on crates destined for the US Army just after the War of 1812. Noticing the verbal connection, the soldiers began to apply the nickname to the United States itself, although at this point the figure didn't have a firm visual identity. Indeed, in political cartoons dating before the 1870s, the young United States was more often represented by a character barely remembered today, Brother Jonathan. He appears here at right. Associated with New England, the latter was characterized as a Yankee trickster, adept at outwitting opponents like John Bull or Jefferson Davis. Where the British symbol of John Bull was stout, short, and often slow-witted, Brother Jonathan was tall, lean, and quick, if not always honest. In this etching from 1813, Brother Jonathan gives John Bull, who in this case closely resembles George III, a bloody nose. And here we see Brother Jonathan making a deal with Jefferson Davis in the middle of the Civil War. Note at this early stage, it is Brother Jonathan who wears striped stirrup pants, a tailcoat, and top hat, attributes that later came to be associated with Uncle Sam. But significantly, he is beardless. Around this same time, Uncle Sam appears in a Currier and Ives publication dressed as a Union soldier at left and bearded. The latter, I would argue, ties him visually to Abraham Lincoln. Around this same time, Uncle Sam appears in a Currier and Ives, Meanwhile, Brother Jonathan is the one who drapes himself in stars and stripes and is characterized as a colossus at right, standing atop the central building that housed the Centennial Fair in Philadelphia in 1876 and pulled into an ad for whetstones at left. This date around 1876 is about the latest I have found images of Brother Jonathan. So it seems to be right around this moment when Uncle Sam, as we now know him, began to take over. Here are two pretty confusing images at the same time, just before the mid-1870s, where Uncle Sam really resembles Brother Jonathan, or as we've been describing him, and at right, a popular theater book where the figure of Yankee Doodle is actually wearing this costume. So as you can see, this was a fairly slow process before all these elements came together. I believe that it was the newly affirmed power of the federal government centered in Washington, D.C., and Nast's growing connection to it in the 1870s through his friendship with Ulysses S. Grant that stimulated Nast to cement Uncle Sam's image as seen here. He then went on to use the iconic figure to comment on political and cultural struggles. From this point forward, Uncle Sam's costume remained essentially stable for Nast. He was always bearded, shaggy-haired, and often careworn. An echo, I would argue, of Nast's admiration for Lincoln, and a natural step forward from his early association with Washington and Franklin. The striped stirrup pants, tailcoat, and top hat, originally dandyish and perhaps associated with Yankee Doodle, now seem a bit old-fashioned. Interestingly, we never find Nast using stars as part of his Uncle Sam's costume, only striped pants. Not surprisingly, it is right around this time that Brother Jonathan essentially disappears from the visual vocabulary of cartoonists. In this 1869 cartoon, Nast presents Uncle Sam as representing the country's ideals of welcoming all ethnicities as equal. He stands at right as Columbia sits at left, both wearing civic dress for the occasion, with a range of immigrants and races seated in a circle to feast together. Here in 1878, Uncle Sam, whose leg is now in a man trap to indicate his powerlessness, is used to point to the government's failure to allocate sufficient funds to support the Army and Navy, who as a result have become skeletons. By 1888, when this print was published, Nast had left Harper's, but continued to make great use of Uncle Sam, now using, with his original drawings reproduced by a photographic technique rather than wood engraving that more exactly replicates his original pen lines. Uncle Sam stands here for the American everyman oppressed by excessive taxation. In these images, given to the Met by Nast's family, whose publication date details I have yet to establish, Uncle Sam at left defends an inebriated soldier against a salesman whose only interest is to make a profit, and at right makes a deal with John Bull to establish American hegemony in global politics. Specifically, this moment was when the government created the Roosevelt Corollary, by which they announced their intention to defend American interests in the Western Hemisphere against European incursions. For domestic matters, Nast continued to use Uncle Sam to convey his support for federally supported schools, and the Dome of Congress in the background here indicates their support as Uncle Sam raises a flag over a country school in the foreground with a large city school seen in the right distance. I think the foregoing selection, though just a small percentage of Nast's total output, gives you a good sense of how he first gave Uncle Sam a distinct, recognizable appearance, then proceeded to complicate his image in quite a human way, making a far more complex character than is generally recognized. I believe that this foundation provided later artists with a wealth of potential source material, and I will now conclude with a small sampling. Around the time that Nast left Harper's, The Judge and Puck took over as America's leading humor magazines. There, Uncle Sam continued to thrive, with color lithography giving new emphasis to his star-spangled costume. Here, Uncle Sam's original connection to national values associated with George Washington is used at left to point to the nation's failure to uphold these. At right, Uncle Sam wears a star-ribboned hat, something Nast never gave him, and embodies U.S. expansionism in the Panama Canal. James Montgomery Flagg's famous recruiting poster image is, of course, the one most people call to mind today when they think of Uncle Sam. I think it is now evident how much this image owes to Nast. At right, Patrick Oliphant made a drawing in 2001 that demonstrates how Uncle Sam remained useful to cartoonists up through the 20th century. And finally, contemporary artist Eric J. Garcia made this poster titled "The Four Evils," published by the Poor People's Campaign. In this case, Garcia turns the traditional image of Uncle Sam on its head, turning him into a devil whose pitchfork is inscribed with terms that are the polar opposites of Roosevelt's Four Freedoms. Perhaps in the end, though, the message here isn't that far removed from the one Nast intended in his harsh anti-government cartoon of 1878. I hope that my talk has made it clear how Uncle Sam has a long and fascinating history, and that his shifting appearance mirrors our nation's own complicated political past. It was clearly the difficult decades following the Civil War that prompted Nast on the pages of Harper's Weekly to clarify Uncle Sam's visual character, perhaps inadvertently dispatching Brother Jonathan in the process. In Nast's hands, Uncle Sam assumed a complex humanity, sometimes representing the highest national ideals, sometimes used as a mouthpiece to harshly criticize the government, and sometimes acting as a long-suffering American everyman. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Really fascinating to see that evolution. I'm going to have Blanche share the screen for DB's presentation.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Is everyone seeing it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. So DB, you can just prompt for next slides.
Great.
And so great. Thank you.
Well, I apologize for the hiccup there, but everything had gone so smoothly. You guys have now had a chance to prove your mettle in conference troubleshooting. So thank you and apologies. Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. And Blanche, I'm sorry, there are a lot of slides. Okay, I was beginning to explain that we experienced the good fortune of a donation of original artwork, process materials, and business records from the estate of Alfred Charles Parker, a once famed illustrator associated with women's magazines. Next slide, especially the Ladies' Home Journal. In 1999, during the process of considering said gift, I was lucky enough to make a trip to the California home of Kit and Donna Parker, in whose garage Al's career had come to be stored. Next. Kit was Al's youngest child and became the custodian of his father's work. At the time, I had only passing familiarity with the practices of illustration, having recently migrated from fine art and printmaking to the professional culture of design. Next, please. I was immediately struck by the intelligence of Parker's work, which depicted a pre-feminist mystique world and contributed to the very publishing culture to which Betty Friedan objected. Piece after piece, next slide, of gouache on board, brilliantly designed and stylishly handled, the best of it made between 1940 and 1960. What, I wondered, might a person make of these pictures fashioned for romantic stories? Next, please. How would you think about this material? How would you write about it? The melancholy setting made an impression too. I couldn't shake the sense that Parker's career had landed in a cultural garage as well as a physical one. There was no place for it to go. Now, I note that Anne mentioned that the Delaware has an excellent collection of illustration associated especially with Howard Pyle and the Golden Age. And there are a number of museums that collect that material, but those works are oil on canvas, most of them. and they're more art-like in their properties and values than gouache on board paintings made in the mid 20th century. Next slide. Anyway, after discussion, we agreed that we would take the Parker donation, and Washington University Libraries accepted the gift. Next slide. Before long, the libraries were fielding inquiries from other illustrators' estates, and more collections arrived. In 2007, a unit was created to house the material and a curator hired to steward it. Next slide, please. I agreed to serve a formal role as faculty director and help to recruit other material. Next slide. Today, the Modern Graphic History Library houses many collections, including materials from leading as well as representative illustrators across many decades. Next slide. In addition to individual practitioners, our holdings include comprehensive collections like the Walt Reed Illustration Archive, a trove of research materials, next slide, including books, magazines, tear sheets, and historic process and production artifacts. Others, next slide, include the Atkin family collection of World War I posters and associated ephemera, and the Thomas D. Murphy Calendar Company Archive, next slide please, of Red Oak, Iowa, unlikely inventors of the advertising calendar in 1890. Next slide. Recent acquisitions have also bolstered our holdings in comic art and supporting research materials. Next slide. In 2016, the MGHL was endowed by Ken and Nancy Kransberg, major supporters of the arts in St. Louis. To my everlasting surprise, they stipulated that my name be integrated in the title of the unit. Our success has grown in part from the sense I had that day in the Parker's garage. There really wasn't a place for this material. Or at the least, there wasn't what we aspired to become, next slide, a university site committed to building a context for the practice of illustration within the culture of periodical publishing and related forms. In general, comics and cartooning have fared better and are actually more widely collected nowadays, as Stephanie told us. And also the narrower category of children's book illustration has also attracted institutional support. Next slide. As a field, illustration has suffered for lack of a persuasive narrative. The most compelling exhibitions and publishing projects have tended toward the local and biographical, collectively yielding an anecdotal, atomized view of illustration as a practice. Next slide, please. Such as it is, the history of illustration has been poorly theorized. Accounts have tended to rely on narratives of professional influence in the field of illustration, driven by fans and collectors. Recent titles have made progress in furthering a more serious approach to illustration history, notably, especially the Doyle, Grove, and Sherman book from 2019. Next slide. But the bigger problem is the romance of the objet d'art, the concept of the disinterested art experience so prized in the modern period. These are items which exist comfortably in a white box. Next slide. The Jackson Pollock painting lives independently in the world, admittedly under controlled conditions. It's autonomous. Illustrations are different. Next slide, please. They're accountable to a task. As a result, they are contingent. Next slide. Dependent on other things, the opposite of autonomy. They're always enmeshed in something else, included complicated labor practices. Next slide. Actually, just go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Working for Neely and Associates on the car. There we go. Thank you very much. Working for Neely and Associates on an engagement supervised by an advertising agency, Macaulay Connor designed and inked interior settings for a lookbook illustration used to sell a 1958 Ford Custom 300 at the dealership. The blank automobile area would have been executed by a different illustrator, a specialist at Neely who did cars. This image would have been shot on high contrast film and probably printed as a second color to foreground the vehicle. Everything about this artifact suggests contingency, from this year's model to the peculiar institution of retail car sales, from advertising agencies and illustration shops to labor specialization and print production methods. Next slide. A more elegant example, Coles Phillips' The Magic Hour, a gouache painting from the Kelly collection of American illustration art. Despite its art-like qualities, the picture was conceived and fashioned to sell flatware. For some folks' taste, this enmeshment is objectionable and should be de-emphasized because it forecloses the status of real art. For others, certainly including me, the contingency of illustration is the most interesting thing about it. Lots of learning opportunities emerge from thinking about it in this way. Next slide. The printed tear sheet of the ad reveals its context. The retail innovations of the bridal registry and incremental publishing provided new ways to sell home goods in the 1920s. Next slide. In collaboration with a copywriter, Phillips's job was to convey visions of Luke's repose wrapped in thrifty stratagems. You need only buy 6 teaspoons at a time. Next slide. At the Sam Fox School of Design and Visual Arts, we had long operated a successful undergraduate program in communication design, training graphic designers, illustrators, and interaction designers for work in the field. In 2019, recognizing a growing interest in vernacular forms of culture and reasoning that our resources in cultural history offered an opportunity for innovation, the Fox School, in partnership with university libraries, next slide, launched a distinctive MFA program in illustration and visual culture, MFA IVC. The program combines writing, illustration, history, and research, and hands-on work in the collection with professional studio practice in illustration. Next slide. Yeah, actually, that's the studio picture. Thank you so much. We're in the process of enrolling our 4th class of students and have been fully subscribed from launch. We attract a diverse range of students. Some come from BFA programs in illustration and graphic design. Others are small liberal arts college grads with humanities majors who make comics. We attract many international students and mid-career professionals newly ready to address latent interests. Next slide. So how do these folks enter the world of illustration studies? Some have taken art history courses, others not. Most students do not have much or any frame of reference for published imagery. But those who do know something of the history of illustration are often enthralled to fame and style, which is worse than no exposure at all. Next slide. I teach a required first semester course designed to introduce the IVC students to the cultural tradition of illustration, titled The Illustrated Periodical, which focuses on the magazine as a signal modern artifact. Next slide. My goal is to give shape to a messy, sprawling area of cultural production, correcting for old biases, admitting complexity, and showing work by women and people of color. Next slide. Offering each student a chance to build the makings of a usable past for later cultivation. So let's return to the subject of history. Next slide. Walt Reed published The Illustrator in America 1900 to 1960 and 1966, expanding the book with the help of his son Roger in subsequent editions, finishing with the interval 1860 to 2000, published in 2001. An illustrator himself, Reed taught at the famous artist school in Westport, Connecticut. In 1974, he opened Illustration House, first a Westport gallery, and then a New York auction house for illustration art. Next slide. Walt Reed's hand-lettered typographic comps for the first edition are in the archive, which came to us 10 years ago in 2012. The implicit authority and finality of printed books may give them power they may not deserve. Something about looking at a drawn table of contents helps to remind us that these things are made up. They're invented by people doing their best to understand a subject so as to explain it to somebody else. Next slide. Every edition of The Illustrator in America features an entry on Haddon Sundblom, a Chicago illustrator who ran a bustling studio worthy of Rubens. Sundblom was a bravura paint handler. Next slide. I'm pausing for a moment to show you a fraction of the Sundblom tear sheets from the Reed archive cataloged at WashU and digitized through a CLEAR grant in 2015 to 16. These and 150,000 other illustrated tear sheets are available through ArtStore. Next slide. We're looking at a Sundblom oil study here, most likely for a Brewers Foundation ad with the tagline, "Beer belongs." For his book, Walt Reed selected a group of genre images like this to present Sundblom, emphasizing the illustrator's skill and confident handling. Fair enough. Reed was a connoisseur and dealer. The emphasis makes sense. But that is not what the cultural historian is likely to find of greatest interest. Next slide. Today, as Confederate monuments come down and renewed objections to our sanitized national story go up, there is a great deal more at stake. Illustration is part of that story. Next slide. Haddon Sundblom worked in advertising. He was the senior illustrator at Stevens Gross Advertising in Chicago and counted Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Maxwell House Coffee, and Quaker Oats among his clients. Next slide. And I should have, Constance, I should have pulled a Haddon Sundblom Santa because Sundblom is the one who updated Nast Santa for the 20th century. Next slide. From many possible examples, let's look at an ad that ran on the inside front cover of Boy's Life, a natural publication of the Boy Scouts of America in February 1931. Next slide. This Sundblom Coca-Cola advertisement features headline copy that reads, "Stonewall Jackson taught us what the pause that refreshes really means." Next slide. Here, 66 years after the end of the Civil War, a rebel general lingers briefly to sell soda as a Confederate battle flag flutters in the background. Next slide. The copy offers a putative history lesson concerning Stonewall and his view of rest on the march. What are we to make of this artifact? We're unable to ignore its implicit embrace of the lost cause romance, what W.E.B. Du Bois referred to as the propaganda of history, then in widespread production. Next slide, please. We should acknowledge the market segmentation of Coke and Pepsi in the American South by race for much of the 20th century, and reverse engineer the audience for Boy's Life at the time. We might also investigate creative strategies employed by American advertisers during the nativist 1920s and 30s to learn more about how business adapted to illiberal strains in American life. Next slide. That's Sundblom's signature in the little red oval there. But in the face of such evidence, we probably ought not linger long over Haddon Sundblom's skills as a painter or invest much energy assessing his approach to solving a two-color problem. Next slide. Let's acknowledge that illustrators participated in a complicated editorial system. It took many workers' efforts to produce a single issue of Collier's Weekly with a Saturday Evening Post, bursting with editorial content and plentiful advertising. The slicks and pulps tell us much about their moment and retain power to suggest fresh meaning today, many decades after they were printed. They can still do cultural work. Next slide, please. For these reasons, students in the MFA IVC program at Washington University study illustration as participants in our national culture. Next slide. I would stress that most everybody else would benefit from looking at these sources as well. I've become convinced that the history of illustration, if there truly is such a freestanding thing, like there is a history of painting. Next slide. Should be shaped for general audiences. I am, in fact, talking to myself, having just this week, honestly, this week, to my great surprise, signed a contract, next slide, to write a book titled Illustration, A Cultural History, to be published by Princeton University Press in 2024. You can bet I have been thinking of Walt Reed and his table of contents. And I have also been thinking about Al Parker. The reader, next slide. The readers of New Histories, the students in our program, the surviving family members of illustrators without a place to turn to honor their family member's career, all these and other folks too may well have Kit and Donna Parker to thank. Next slide. For giving us a chance to steward Al Parker's achievements by accepting his collection 20-some years ago. It has been a privilege to assist in that process. Next slide. In closing, I'd like to thank our chair, Linda August, Erica Piola, the library company, and all who organized and contributed to today's events. If your plans permit travel west, please consider visiting us at the Modern Graphic History Library at Washington University. Our curator, Skye Lacerte, and project archivist, Andrea Degener, work with researchers by appointment. Next slide. We're devoted to the work we do to preserve, foster, and promote the study of illustrated materials to advance understanding of our shared and importantly contested cultural history. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DB. Such a wonderful collection. Congratulations on the forthcoming book. Looking forward to that. Next, we'll hear from Larissa.
Okay, can you see my screen? Cool, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay too, because I am working.
I can't, are you showing a PowerPoint? I can see you, but I don't see the screen.
Yeah, it's a black screen right now with white text. Let me try again. Oh, that's better. I think that's it.
I can see that now. Thank you.
Okay. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm working from home today in Bentonville, Arkansas, and my neighbors are doing some construction. So that is a thing. But I'm so excited to speak with you all today, and I appreciate everyone for hanging in here at the end of the day. Special thanks to my curatorial colleagues at the Library Company of Philadelphia, Erica Piola, as well as at my own institution, Crystal Bridges Museum of American Art. I could not be here today with you all if it wasn't for your continued support, flexibility, and encouragement. I'm so excited to be here today in the spirit of Imperfect History's exhibition, which celebrates and challenges the role of a curator while embracing the inherently imperfect histories of curatorial work. I must first identify a few biases that will become very evident during my presentation. Firstly, I self-identify as a huge printmaking nerd, and that will be pervasive throughout what I talk to you about this afternoon. Secondly,
I'm conscious and thankful for the privilege I have in speaking to you all today as a citizen of the United States and a white woman currently working employed at one of the best American art museums, in my opinion, in the United States. To this point, I must also mention that all views I express today are completely my own. American printmakers and the politics of printmaking, of printing the US flag, first started as a visual literacy exercise 3 years ago when I was getting familiar with our rich works on paper collection at Crystal Bridges. I made flashcards of our pre-1960 collection to better verse myself in the artist that I was about to steward. And I also challenged myself to organize the works into mini collections based on what I could see through close looking only. This kind of exercise not only prepared me for my role as a curatorial assistant at the time, but it also gave me a solid foundation to build upon with research and uncover some interconnected histories between our objects. And it's pretty fun. Have you ever poured through George Catlin's prints to find all of his tiny American flags? But in all seriousness, my project evolved into a comprehensive overview of 19th and 20th century printmaking and graphic arts, all of whom, 1, printed the flag of the United States, 2, worked as an artist in the United States and/or participated in artist networks in the United States during their lifetime, and 3, embedded two-dimensional images of the United States flag in situations of engaged citizenry. Ultimately, I have developed this project to reflect on what I perceived as a curator call to arms from art historian Sasha Scott. She contributed a thoughtful investigation into Georgia O'Keeffe's work in the summer 2020 edition of American Art, urging scholars to reconcile the aesthetic and political value of graphic arts images while investigating and reconsidering American artists more broadly. Scott says we all need to point to the hard histories in which all American art is entrenched. This, to me, succinctly reflects the role of an American art curator in 2022. Before I narrowed my scope of the investigation to only include scenes of engaged citizenry, I had to build some context. I turned to sources on the history of the US flag to understand better what I was going to look at. I've always understood the US flag to be a changing object, but I didn't have like the sort of backbone that I needed to really dive in deep. This led me to consult our rare books collection, which was actually kind of a demoralizing yet motivating exercise. It made me kind of uncomfortable to see the graphic identity of the United States so frequently reproduced, analyzed, and therefore historicized along Gadsden and Confederate flags and/or in scenes of blatant violence. Gadsden and Confederate flags are objects that don't align with my own values, so to see their graphic identity so often intertwined with a flag that I hold dearly was a different sort of experience. But I digress. I started with souvenir books of flags of the world, made by US-based engravers. 19th century American publications on flag history are especially rich with potential for dissection and research. More expansive publications on flags of the world during the 19th century maintain bias towards the United States, even though the materials are designed to be educational, comprehensive, and/or surveyable. For example, the 6-plate colored printing of Flags of All Nations was created and dispersed to paid subscribers of Frank Leslie's Boys and Girls Weekly magazine in 1874. The US flag here is centered and enlarged amongst an assortment of other flags from across the world. This souvenir page was designed to make the United States flag stand out amongst other stars and striped national emblems. The only other countries afforded the same page footprint as the US flag in the surveyable text are Germany, Italy, France, Russia, and Spain. The now anonymous to us graphic artist who created this souvenir sheet organized each column and designed the page with design as the sort of priority rather than opting to use geographic location or population or alphabetically. A particular gem from the period and from our collection is Kimmel and Forster's 1869 folio, flags of the world. Each page, while all bound accordion style, is dedicated to a single nation, each represented by one active serviceman dressed in the regalia, holding his nation's flag in arms. My overall impression from first handling the book is that each engraving has vibrant hand-painted additions, 3 to 6 colors per page to be exact. The book, which was intended to be sold as a souvenir and appeal to a wide audience, does not convey political neutrality in any sort of way. You can see here, Mexico's serviceman is depicted in formal attire, gripping his flag at the center, standing sort of casually, while Prussia's soldier is printed with his back turned to the viewer, perhaps supposed to indicate he being unaware of his surroundings. These stances vary greatly when compared to the two pages dedicated to the United States. Notice how both servicemen are conveyed in active, battle-ready positions. Of course, there is also the sort of exclusive nature of Kimmel's project in general. No book marketed as Flags of the World should only be 24 pages. But his emphasis was largely on Europe and North America, and that is something to continue to point out. The most notable anomaly, in my opinion, is that the United States soldier is the only figure depicted in the book holding an automatic weapon. The figure's left hand is raised, flying the US flag, while his right hand is in line with his step, pointing his handgun out into the universe at an unpictured perceived threat. This subtle distinguishing characteristic not only reinforces the printer's self-interest in the United States, but also reflects an opinion of American exceptionalism that has lastingly shaped American culture to today. The US is nonetheless positioned as a superior nation with the latest and greatest weapons and resources. And here, the violence of the United States servicemen is suggested as a means of procuring a superior status. This design choice to depict the United States serviceman as the only one with a weapon is especially relevant when examined within the context of other political prints editioned by Kimmel and Forster during the period, which would eventually become Kimmel and Voist in 1871. Perhaps their most solicited lithograph was completed in 1861, here on your left, titled The Outbreak of the Rebellion in the United States. This lithograph is accepted today as an allegorical reflection of the American Civil War, notably reflecting Kimmel's personal politics and values as a critic of the Confederacy and of the Buchanan administration. Lady Liberty stands in the center of her composition, her flag raised over her broken shackle, and a landscape divided by a literal crack in the foundation. Shotguns, blades, and artillery are scattered throughout the composition. Women and children in the foreground are devastated by surrounding events, flanked by Floyd gleaning gold coins and James Buchanan resting his head after a long day's work. Kimmel and Forster prioritized print commissions for abolitionist efforts, clearly comfortable with the satirical representation of the 15th president. The popularity of the print on the left amongst white abolitionist collectors was unprecedented for Kimmel and Forster at the time. Naturally, they capitalized on this momentum and editioned the sequel in 1865, titled The End of the Rebellion in the United States. Yet another eagle exuding thunderbolts flies over the crowd of disgruntled Confederates. An increased number of 5 US flags protrude from the crowd beneath the eagle, offering an optimistic and patriotic future for Americans rebuilding after the Civil War. Interestingly, the 1865 print centers a Black man seated before the central pedestal, which is embossed with faces of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I show you these images not only because they're jam-packed, but also because it's important to reflect on how these images, once perceived as incredibly radical in the 1860s, are compositionally built upon a central figure waving the United States flag. I see these images as foundational context to the more nuanced investigations into radical leftist prints of the earliest 20th century. When reflecting on the contributions of art historian Helen Langa, whose refined definition of radicalism I am heavily relying on throughout this presentation and paper, Frances Pohl asks of us curators, when is a work of art or an artist representative of the left in the United States? Must an artist be a member of a particular political party, or at least a fellow traveler? Must a painting or a print contain an iconography that clearly defines a leftist political agenda? So this hypothetical question I answer, how could a print contain iconography such as the flag of the United States and remain apolitical? The explicit American exceptionalism and suggested violence of Kimmel and Forster's US illustrations convey a similar Eurocentric view that was typical of commercial printmakers in the 19th century. Take, for instance, the lithographs after Thomas Nast, who we just heard so much about, which is great, such as his 1862 The Domestic Blockade here on your left. A young boy wearing a French army uniform aggresses the housemaid with a bayonet, creating a barrier between the woman and the cupboard space, which conceals a cabinet filled with the family silver. The scene, of course, riddled with misogynistic and classist and likely racist ideologies, to some may not be perceived as overtly political. Notice how the children, blockading a domestic space in which the woman is likely entitled to be in for her work, points to a perceived social hierarchy of the mid-19th century. Children turn to violence to protect generational wealth from perceived threats, aka a woman they associate as other from themselves and their parents. This image, while satirical, points to a pervasiveness of violence and an assumed American acceptance of property over people. This is one of only 3 prints Nast produced with Currier and Ives during his lifetime. All 3 prints position young middle-class white children within the domestic sphere, consistently surrounded by both a weapon and a United States flag. The domestic blockade is the only of the 3 that also features an adult. In this case, the working class housemaid, gripping a broomstick with the same conviction as the little girl waving a rippling United States flag. Nast, who worked for Harper's Weekly for over 25 years, as we know, knew how to make images that would sell. He reissued this print in 1864 as a trading guard due to the popularity of the subject. Nast was praised for the success of the image, albeit reflective of a social disparity. I would be remiss not to mention Nathaniel Currier of Currier and Ives, The Life and Age of Man, also titled Stages of Man's Life from the Cradle to Grave. Within this context of graphic artists perpetuating social hierarchies in the 19th century, curator Lauren B. Hughes analyzed this lithograph in her submission to the Digital Catalog for Imperfect History, foregrounding how Currier built his business by co-opting religious and moral subjects from other American and European graphic artists, thus keeping his portfolio up to date and fresh and minimizing his risk of creating a print that could be unpopular and jeopardize his profits. Phases of life prints have a long visual history in Europe with the same sort of composition that you're looking at right here, only beginning in the United States upon settlement. This is precisely why I'm fascinated to see Currier's pyramid-style composition, a 2D monument of masculinity topped by a man holding a United States flag. The male figure who waves the flag is annotated with the number 40, which is meant to indicate his age and his corresponding stage in life, tied to the lyric printed at the bottom of the paper that says, at 40, not his courage quails, but lion-like by force prevails. Here, force, lion-like courage, militaristic knowledge and dress, and patriotism are portrayed as powerful, representative of the climax of a man's life. Women, however, are literally sidebarred, positioned only as supportive to the life of a man nurturing a male baby on the left at age 5, or oppositely nursing an ill man at age 100 before the end of his life. The moralistic undertone is made evident from the bottom script, which reads, resist the devil and he will flee from you, positioning a life free of sin as foundational to man's prosperity. Now, there is so much to unpack here, and I acknowledge that. Ageism is obviously inherent to these kind of stage of life prints, even those that are not tied to gender roles at all. Not to mention the privilege required for a human in the 19th century and today to age to 100. That requires so much access to resources that in the 19th century was only permitted to white elite men. I will check my personal bias here, but I do want to ask the question, why is there a flag here? This print was editioned before Currier partnered with Frederick Ives in 1857, where the duo would build a lithography business heavily reliant on the hand coloring skills of women. Why is patriotism, flag flying, political participation, and military dress and knowledge associated with a man at his prime, whereas in the Stages of Women's Life print on the right, that was made less than 5 years later, reveals absolutely no connection between women and her country, especially in a market heavily saturated with European gendered prints of the same design. But instead, the climax of a woman's life is summarized as, quote, now bearing fruit, she rears her boys and tastes a mother's pains and joys. Like sparkling fountain gushing forth, she proves a blessing to the earth. The way artists like Currier, Nast, and Kimmel use the United States flag as a symbol in their graphic representation suggests their political agenda. This inspired me to refine the scope and prioritize more overt scenes of engaged citizenry, requiring groups of people and all people, like multiple people activating the flag, for instance, in an effort to see how the US flag can function in those contexts. By the late 19th century, painters and printmakers embraced insurrectionary scenes, reconciling political ideologies with the same expectations mandated by the period. John Lewis Crimmel's Parade of the Victuallers immediately came to mind. Crimmel painted and commissioned prints of realistic fictions he observed during his short time in Philadelphia, of course taking liberties with his artistic representations. Here, crowds gather for the trade union parade, which took place on March 15th, 1821, organized by William White, a butcher who led in Philadelphia's meat market. Notice the young boy in the foreground holding a white flag that reads, quote, fed by William White, suggesting that meat production and consumption fosters a bright, hopeful future for young Philadelphia citizens. Similarly, a banner hangs from the window of the building, which reads fed by Louis Clapet, just in front of a float which sports a replica of an actual ship that was named after Clapet for his contributions as a shipping merchant and political activist, all adorned with small US flags. This is a little more evident in the hand-colored lithograph in the collection of the Library Company than in the watercolor that I'm showing you. So here you can kind of see the flags on the ship. Oh. Criminal scene, which seems rather tame after reflecting on current events and looking at some artworks from the 1860s, is as rendered as politically as possible. After all, Crimmel needed to make a living shortly after immigrating to the United States from Germany. As Ross Barrett points out, collectors and critics in the United States between 1800 and 1830 favored works that would make an orderly and harmonious polity viable, thinkable, and real for everyday audiences. It was expected that the painter or printmaker would neutralize their observations of any conflict or demonstration in favor of social harmony within the United States. This turn charged American artists to embed their political convictions within otherwise differential or orderly passing scenes. Imagery of overt political violence was discouraged for its quote-unquote negative social effects and quote-unquote for fostering divided citizenry. This was only appropriate in history paintings and then therefore associated with European social, political, and aesthetic values. I looked to Crimmel's well-known Election Day print for further insights. This print, engraved by Alexander Lawson, speaks to the welcomed popularity of Crimmel's more realistic scenes of social outpour in the early 19th century. Crimmel's related painting, Election Day in Philadelphia from 1915, was included in PAFA's exhibition in 1816, where Lawson first saw the work and befriended Crimmel and decided to go into business together. The painting has been given more scholarly examination since joining the Winter Thurr Museum collection in 1959. The print, however, is often examined through the lens of Americana only, rather than for its aesthetic and political value. As a budding art curator, I question how to celebrate and complicate images as complex as criminals within my public-facing museum. I advocate for presenting these works to unpack their original problematic context, resisting the urge to sink my teeth into the more harmful racial, ethnic, and gender-based biases and violences all the time that culminated in American elections, such as this one. I could instead prioritize an investigation into the environmental industry, or into the environmental implications of white meat production industry in the early 19th century. But how does that lens function for our museum visitor? After all, if all of these works are charged with representing quote unquote people of the United States, and all of them use the American flag as a two-dimensional flattened image, how can their political messages be so disparate and contradictory? Isn't the role of the collector, curator, and consumer to differentiate between these images with some sort of authority? I see so much merit in building this context of how the US flag has been mobilized as an icon amongst 19th century printmakers, especially as it relates to those of the 20th century who felt more empowered to embrace complexity and abstraction. It became increasingly apparent in the early 20th century that working class artists made visible and more invisible repercussions of political violence in their work. And this was no longer a sort of fleeting trend, allowing artists to embrace more explicit scenes of disorder, social conflict, and/or political organization. Engaged citizenry in the 20th century, of course, includes moments of uproar and insurrection, but these sentiments sometimes play out in screen prints like Charles Keller's here on the left, The People's Meaning from 1943. Keller started identifying as a quote unquote serious printmaker in 1938. He was an etching and lithography student at the Art Students League. He studied with Will Barnett and Harry Sternberg, an important and self-identifying quote unquote political printmaker, well represented in the Crystal Bridges collection. Keller's politics revolved around Marxist ideology and labor equity throughout his life. Here, the screen print, which is reminiscent of the facial layering style perfected by his peer Bob Blackburn, showcases political engagement literally in front of a United States flag tacked up in the background. The image, in my opinion, has no visual indication of explicit or underlying violence. However, it is evident from reading Keller's interviews and exploring his archive of political cartoons that he unanimously associated whiteness with superiority and blatantly disrespected women and people with disabilities throughout his career. Keller, when asked if his work is political in any nature, recalls that, quote, "With the entry of the United States into World War II, I got sidetracked from working in my studio by a number of patriotic endeavors. This included making finding aids for the Navy, but what he was actually talking about was his wartime project under Buckminster Fuller for the MoMA and organizing an exhibition with Rockwell Kent titled Art as Weapon at the New School." As a curator, it is refreshing to read another artist define an exhibition by Rockwell Kent as patriotic. However, should I still interpret his image as politically neutral to our public? When is it the role of the curator to make political arguments or violent histories more or less visible? Red Grooms' bicentennial bandwagon may serve as a perfect sort of ellipses to this discussion on graphic representations of the US flag. You see Betsy Ross sits on the chariot crafting a textile that would become the lasting graphic identity for the United States of America. Grooms satirizes the United States, filling the composition with a football player riding a tightrope over a ridiculous looking chariot. He depicts an inaccurate and stereotypically dressed Native American figure and has a Black man driving the chariot for Miss Ross. I debated cropping this image to simply show a detailed view of how the flag is operating in this scene, even as I show this presentation now. All this is to say, 19th century printmakers have set a precedent for embedding the US flag within less visible, but nonetheless violent contexts as a way to express their political ideals. The necessarily violent social upheaval that predicates engaged citizenry today in the 21st century is not new and is worthy of further aesthetic examination. 19th and 20th century printmakers offer insights into how the visual culture of insurrection, protest, and patriotism have been significantly intertwined for centuries. So intertwined, in fact, that when the US flag is depicted within a narrative or genre scene by an American artist, the artist is most likely trying to embed a political message. Given that the surveical or historical representations of flags in US flag history are so layered with political ideology, I do not see a world in which a flag within a print or painting of engaged citizenry can be consumed or interpreted as politically neutral. By treating the graphic identity of the United States flag as both a weighted symbol and a dynamic lens for understanding the past, less visible social histories can be found in some of our most circulated and cherished prints from the 19th century to today. We understand the United States flag today as a red, white, and blue symbol with 50 white, 5 pointed stars symmetrically arranged in sequential rows within a blue limit, barred by 13 red and white stripes. Now, what do we do with their reproductions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larissa. That was a really thought-provoking presentation. I encourage people to drop questions into the Q&A, but I'll start off with a question for all the panelists. One of the things that keep coming up is context. So when thinking about modern audiences today, how are modern audiences reacting to these images that you're showing? Thinking about symbols and allegories and humor. Satire and humor is impossible to understand if you don't know what you're looking at. So how are you interpreting these and helping modern audiences understand these works?
I could just go first. I know it is incredibly difficult to write labels for like shows of caricatures and cartoons, because especially if you have like 125 word limit, something like that, because you have to both address the background in some way, the political context or the cultural context, and describe what's going on and describe the humor. So it's a kind of 3-point thing. And essentially you have to rely on people knowing something. You can't, explain everything. So I am a little concerned about what seems to be a declining knowledge of history. So I think one thing that is really admirable about the current show at the Library Company is their attempt to just keep introducing people to history and continue that process and that dialogue.
And, I think there's a degree to which young people in school they're taught about, like, they go to art museums, there are certain normative concepts of like what is a painting and what is a sculpture, and that if they're lucky they get, but the world that we've been talking about all day is this kind of mongrelized world of words and pictures and visual cues and things that are manifested largely on paper now, not as much on paper, but people don't learn how to read those things. I mean, people use the term visual literacy. I'm never quite sure whether that's a persuasive concept or not, but we haven't figured out a way to talk about these things in a way that's generalized, that enables somebody to learn how to look at these kinds of cultural forms without having to go all the way down deep into the particular context. And I'm not sure how we do that, but there is something other than the undergraduate art history survey, there's something else needed to be a citizen of the media world in the 21st century. And I think that's a project.
Yeah, I would echo what Constance and DB are saying. It definitely resonates with me about the sort of structure of label writing, especially when you're writing about something so small. You don't want the label to be like literally bigger than the object you're talking about, especially if it's like a humor-based object, because it's just like it's too much. But I think something that Imperfect History does really well is it kind of breaks up chronology and medium all at the same time. And I think that's a good way to give audiences a sort of surveyable context, because even though we know they won't read anything, they'll at least be drawn to something.
And another good thing today, at least, is people can research things easily themselves on their cell phone. So if they have a question about something, they can immediately look it up. So sorry, that is an advantage, at least.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Another theme that came up in all of your presentations is this idea of the working artist. So I'm wondering how you feel the artist is shaping culture, is reacting to culture, how much freedom do they have to do that? They are being hired by someone to do a specific thing. So if you want to speak to that.
I was actually thinking about that as we were, everyone was speaking in this panel, because Nast, of course, was selling things. He was selling his ideas. He was selling himself in a way. He was a celebrity of the time, and he wanted to maintain that. And he was trying to make sure Harper's succeeded. But he famously fell out with the political editor of Harper's, and that's why he eventually left, because the editor wanted him to make cartoons that illustrated Harper's, official point of view, and Nast really didn't want to do that. Nast wanted to be the person deciding what he was going to depict. Whereas I feel like the illustrators, commercial illustrators, don't have that choice. But I'd be interesting to know what DB thinks about how do they get around that, perhaps. There are ways where they make their own point of view known, I would think. Or maybe not.
Well, I mean, I guess I think of illustrators work in a team of people that create a thing. Every square inch of an illustrated magazine is negotiated. I mean, how much copy, how much image, what is editorial, what is advertising, how do those things relate to one another? And so what's getting built is a kind of cultural tissue that's bigger than, oh, I made this picture for this story. It includes that, but so the purely transactional way of looking at it, like you call me up, you ask me to make a picture, I make a picture, I send it to you, you send me a check, is the way that illustration has been talked about. And I think that's a grotesquely limiting way of thinking about the cultural operation that's actually occurring. But that's how illustrators talked about it too. So the overemphasis on market interactions, I think, is part of why we haven't thought about it as richly as we might have.
What came across most strongly to me in the images you showed was a very strong vision of femininity, of a feminine identity, which I think today, it's very appealing because it's sort of beautiful, but limiting, clearly extremely limiting. And I really think it lives on today in a lot of fashion photography and fashion ads and things like that. It's not that different. So.
I agree.
Yeah.
And Larissa, do you see the roots of that in the print that you showed, The Life of Woman, where you see later in the 20th century the same kind of?
Yeah, I think that goes back to like the first illustrated Bibles, probably.
But the flag itself also has this fascinating symbolism. Like that, I was thinking about that, like, you know, Thomas Nast, yes, he had this sort of subtle image of Uncle Sam. And the flag we tend to think of as having one kind of meaning, but Hughes really showed it has a variety of meanings depending on the context.
Well, I kept thinking about, I mean, what are the flags that we have been seeing everywhere we look in recent weeks? They're Ukrainian flags. I was thinking about the Ukrainian flag and its totemic power at the moment when you were showing some of that stuff. The flags are so powerful.
Yeah, when I was practicing this presentation with some of my colleagues, someone astutely pointed out how it had like just occurred to them that the flag section of emojis in their iPhone was like larger than the section about food. And I was like, it absolutely is. And like, I'm only talking about one version of one country's flag. And I know in the 20th century, it kind of blows up and it's like, Latin American artist starts using the United States flag in the same sort of way that someone's comment was talking about how they use the Statue of Liberty to associate with the people. So it's really quite expansive.
I also thought how I can't think of examples where in other countries people turn flags into dress, or I guess they do a little bit, like t-shirts in Britain that has the Union Jack, but this idea of like creating a whole costume out of the flag is sort of fascinating. That really says something. I mean, it's a very appealing image because of the colors and the variety and the stars, you know, and so on. But there's still something about that we do that. American artists do that.
And it's, I think like socially, one thing that I've observed that like drew me to this sort of project is like some of the most patriotic people I know try to identify as apolitical, you know, and I don't really know how to make sense of that, like kind of what you're talking about with its like pervasiveness in our culture as just like an object, like a bunch of shapes.
So we've had some questions come in. So DB, this person writes, in my own work, I've noticed that the work of Black illustrators is less well preserved and collected. Is this something that the Modern Graphic Library or your forthcoming book will address?
Yes, I mean, we're working, we actually are in the process of acquiring the archive of Charles Johnson, who's a fiction writer, but who also did comics. And so every opportunity we can get to do that, we do. There's a St. Louis cartoonist, Spencer T. Banks, who did a comic strip called Pokinia in the late 30s and early 40s, and we were able to acquire some of those originals. So, and we're also trying to collect as many women as we can. So I mean, that excavation project is crucially important and ongoing, for sure.
We have a question for Constance. They write, very interesting to me that you mentioned Eric Garcia, because as you were presenting, I was thinking of the evolution of Nast as a national everyman to Garcia's use and other Latinx cartoonists' use of him to represent the United States government and tend to use the Statue of Liberty to represent the people. What other artists has the Met used to track the progress and evolution of Uncle Sam?
Well, I would say our modern, basically, I think we acquired 2 works by Eric Garcia in the last 2 years. So that's the only one I'm aware of. And then we have the Patrick Oliphant group of cartoons, which are from the about the 60s through the 90s or so. And so we have quite a few gaps. You know, our strongest holdings are in the 19th century. We are making efforts to move into the 20th, but in this area, but we actually have a whole lot of posters, which we actually haven't fully cataloged yet. So there may be something in those that reveals more, but I'm glad we have at least some.
Well, I so much enjoyed all of your presentations, and I think they just link and thread together so wonderfully. Unfortunately, we're at time, so I'm going to pass to Sarah Weatherwax for our final wrap up.
Thank you, Linda. I hope that you have found this day to be as intellectually stimulating as I have. I want to extend a big thank you to our keynote speaker, Makeda Best, for getting us off to such a great start, and to all of our panelists who kept us engaged with the presentation of their scholarship. Also, let me give a shout out to my colleagues, Erica Piola and Linda August, for moderating panels, and to Blanche Brown, who was performing all sorts of tech magic behind the scenes. And a thank you to all of you who helped to make this today a success with your intelligent questions and thought-provoking comments. It is a long day to be here all day looking at a screen, but I really feel energized by what I saw and heard today. Again, the Walter J. Miller Trust provided the funding that made this symposium possible. As mentioned earlier, a link to a recording of all of today's sessions will be sent to everyone who registered. There was a lot to absorb today, so it'll be great to be able to listen again to our speakers. And I do encourage all of you to check out the Imperfect History exhibition, either in person or virtually, and to request a copy of the free Imperfect History publication. So with that, I'd like to thank you for spending your Friday with us and wish you all a pleasant evening. Good night.